Hello, everyone, and welcome to Let's Read Uncle's Dream by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is an audio presentation of the novel with occasional clarifying commentary from me, the reader. Now, if you want to jump straight to the action, check out the video description below, and you'll see how to navigate directly to the novel proper. Otherwise, stick around, and I'll explain the nature of this project and this video a bit further. The basic goal of this Let's Read is to make this classic work as accessible as it can be in an audio format. I will be reading through the entire novel with you, but will retain the license to add comments where I think it may be helpful to a general audience. This Let's Read contains an introduction which situates the novel in the context of Dostoevsky's life and works. It contains some concluding thoughts on the novel, but further it also has some notes sprinkled throughout the reading simply to clarify points that the average reader could easily miss. I will do my best to keep a light hand and to allow the text to stand on its own. But there will be cases where it will be useful to sum up events or to identify references, and so you will be hearing my comments every so often, just to make sure you don't get lost. I will reserve my own analysis and reactions to the text for my concluding thoughts to be delivered once the curtain has fallen. Now, originally I completed this project as a YouTube playlist, not as a single video. If you prefer to consume the product as a playlist, I have a link in the description below that will take you there. However, outside of the YouTube environment, search engines do not always cooperate well with playlists, and so I've assembled all the parts of the playlist into this single video, which I expect will turn up more readily in other search engines. If you wish, you might choose to link over to the playlist now and scroll to about 3¼ minutes into that first video. The playlist will allow for ease of navigation through the various parts of the book. Otherwise, feel free to keep it here. But just be aware that the rest of this video was originally recorded with the playlist in mind. If you are keeping it here, the next item on the agenda is a brief introduction to the novel itself. First off, Uncle's Dream is in the public domain. The version we will be reading has been translated by Constance Garnett. The Garnett translation is particularly difficult to find. The Frederick Wishaw translation, by contrast, is all over the internet and is used for the LibriVox recording. I have no problem with the Wishaw translation, but for the purpose of continuity with other Let's Read projects I've completed, I wanted the Garnett translation. Ultimately, I found it in a mid-20th century volume entitled The Short Novels of Dostoevsky, which has an introduction by Thomas Mann. There is a mostly legible PDF version of this anthology available for download at archive.org, although I'll warn you that it does have a couple of pages missing. In the end, I discovered that interlibrary loan is a lovely thing. In this volume, the novel spans about 120 pages. Uncle's Dream has been referred to as Dostoevsky's second debut. It was written in the late 1850s and published in 1859, and it was the first fictional work of his to be written after his release from prison in Siberia. In fact, he was still serving mandatory military duty in Siberia when he was writing, and his name had not appeared in print for 10 years before it was finally attached to this little novel at the end of the decade. The origins of the story are a bit unclear. There is some reason to suggest that it may have originally been intended as a play. In the early stages of the novel, the narration shifts its verb tense, at one point offering present tense description almost like the blocking directions of a play, before settling into a more conventional past tense narration. A full dozen of the book's 15 chapters take place in a single day, with only occasional changes in scene, and the bulk of the story is carried by dialogue. We could easily imagine a stage adaptation of Uncle's Dream, although ultimately Dostoevsky settled on the form of the novel, which is what he knew best. In fact, he wrote Uncle's Dream at roughly the same time as he was writing another short novel entitled The Village of Stepanchikovo, sometimes called The Friend of the Family. Both of these works are pitched in a comic tone, and both were composed with the aim of getting his name back into the literary mix while garnering some much-needed cash, all without raising the suspicions of the censor. Indeed, since Dostoevsky had been arrested on political charges in 1849, and since he was just emerging from the subsequent years of hardship, he could not afford to take chances by pursuing controversial subjects. Each of these works was a safe project, which is what his circumstance demanded. It was not what the reading public of the time demanded, however. By the late 1850s, the Russian intellectual focus was on the ascendancy of the new Tsar Alexander II, the promise of the emancipation of the serfs that was just around the corner, and the question of social and cultural progress. Estranged from the intellectual climate of the time while still in exile, Dostoevsky published works that were mostly silent on these topics, and so both Uncle's Dream and The Village of Stepanchikovo were mostly ignored by the public. There was one notable exception to this. In 1863, a literary critic by the name of Chernyshevsky would publish an influential novel entitled What is to be Done? This work was at the center of the Russian literary scene, and it is widely recognized to have been a primary stimulant of Dostoevsky's first great work, Notes from Underground. But some scholars have noted that Chernyshevsky seems to have borrowed various characters and elements of his plot from Uncle's Dream. And so Dostoevsky's second debut may have had one notable reader after all. Yet Chernyshevsky was an outlier. Most of the literati ignored this work, along with Dostoevsky's other Siberian novel. With the passage of time, many critics have come to the conclusion that the snub of The Village of Stepanchikovo was unfair, that the second of Dostoevsky's Siberian novels is an underappreciated work. Rather few critics through the generations, however, have had much praise for Uncle's Dream. Dostoevsky himself wrote it with distaste and never changed his opinion of it. "I don't like it," he confessed, "and it saddens me that I am forced to appear in public again so miserably. Being a needy writer is a filthy trade." Unquote. For my own part, I think the negative reaction to Uncle's Dream is a bit overblown. This is not great literature, but it is an enjoyable light read, and it contains at least one particularly interesting character, which I'm not sure the pre-Siberian Dostoevsky would have been capable of drawing. The story of Uncle's Dream is set in a backwater provincial town, where a wealthy, foolish, and enfeebled old man with a lengthy career as a dandy finds himself for a brief visit. As he is unmarried, he makes an admirable target for the ladies, who vie for the prize of having a wealthy widow in the family, and thus a path to increased social status. Complicating this scenario is a love triangle, or quadrangle, concerning a beautiful young woman who is admired by two local young men, but whose mother wants her to marry the rich old dandy. Cue the shenanigans. The general tenor of the work is comedic farce. This is not the first time Dostoevsky has ventured into this territory. Most notably, the 1848 story, Another Man's Wife, or The Husband Under the Bed, was pure lowbrow vaudeville. But Uncle's Dream has a bit more going on than that earlier work. The story is dominated by a character named Marya Alexandrovna, one of the town's prominent society ladies, who exhibits masterful command over the social scene and is able to exercise control over everyone around her. The sort of arguments she musters to bowl over her opposition can operate as an object lesson in the powers of sophistry. In this regard, she is probably eclipsed by the villain of Dostoevsky's other Siberian novel, Foma Fomitch, from the village of Stepanchikovo, and yet she is remarkable in her own right, and there is no one quite like her in the earlier works of the author. The passage also contains a bit of social commentary under the layer of farce. The story is told via an unnamed narrator who puts on an ironic tone, even labeling his manuscript with the subtitle, From the Annals of Mordosov, as though he is offering an important history, when he is really just gossiping about the petty maneuvering of a pack of busybodies in a provincial town. Through his tone, we get a picture of the shallowness of some among Russia's upper classes, and indeed their callous insensitivity on one topic in particular, the institution of serfdom, which Dostoevsky despised. Further, on occasion, the ironic tone of the narrative is arrested by a startling moment of sobriety, where Dostoevsky is doing more than just poking fun. Another part of his aim appears to be to comment on the nature of art and ideas, and the way they shape values and culture. There is a bit of satire here on the romantic and westernizing values of the upper classes of his time. I'll say a bit more on this topic in my concluding comments. Finally, before we begin, I need to attend to 3 items of housekeeping. First, as this story is populated by upper-class westernized Russians, the characters will often slip into French, or even German, as they are speaking. It would be tedious to stop and provide a translation for every expression in a foreign language, but thankfully, with the medium of YouTube, I won't have to. Rather, I will simply provide the translation visually on screen without stopping, at least for the first occurrence of the expression. I may not do so for every occurrence of a phrase that is often repeated. Second, I should say just a word on Russian naming conventions. Russian names have 3 parts, a first name and a surname, but in between the two, a patronymic, which contains the first name of the individual's father, followed by a vich or an ovna, depending on the sex. Sometimes the character will be referred to by his last name, sometimes by the first name and patronymic, and sometimes by the first name alone or by a nickname. So, as an example, the full name of one of the principal characters of the novel is Zinaida Afanasyevna Moskalev. That is, Zinaida, daughter of Afanasy, of the Moskalev family. Her father is Afanasy Matveyich Moskalev. In the formal mode of address, she will be referred to as Zinaida Afanasyevna, but she will often be referred to informally as Zina or Zinochka. Third, while we are on the subject of names, this work has a dizzying array of named characters for such a brief novel, And this feature is only complicated by the fact that the uncle of the story continually gets characters' names wrong, multiplying the number of names that appear in the text. So I thought it would be useful to have a Dramatis personae of the most important characters for your reference. There is, of course, our unnamed narrator, a self-styled chronicler of the Annals of Mordassov, who informs us at the outset that he is telling the story of the downfall of a particular family from the height of social power in the town. That family is the Moskalev family, which is led by its matriarch, Maria Alexandrovna. Her weak and dull-witted husband is Afanasy Matveyich. Their daughter is the beautiful and very eligible Zinaida Afanasyevna. Zina is the romantic ambition of three men. One of them is the young and somewhat wealthy Pavel Alexandrovich Mozgliakov. Mozgliakov is a distant relation of the elderly and fabulously wealthy dandy whom he calls his uncle. That man's first name is Gravila, although he is typically referred to as Prince K, and he swiftly becomes the center of attention in Mordassov. Finally, there is a poor school teacher who is mostly relegated to the background, but who was at one point romantically involved with Zina, and whom we come to know only as Vasya. Beyond these figures, there is a veritable army of society ladies vying for social supremacy in the town. Two of them in particular figure as Maria Alexandrovna's chief rivals, Anna Nikolaevna Antipov, the wife of the public prosecutor, and Natalia Dmitrievna Paskudin, who has one of the finer houses in the town. These two ladies are talked about frequently, although they don't appear on the stage until late in the story. A third rival does not appear on the stage at all. Her name is Stepanida Matveyevna, who serves as Prince K's caretaker and the steward of his estate. Maria Alexandrovna is keen on prying the prince away from Stepanida's clutches. A more significant presence in the plot proper is made by one Nastasia Petrovna Zyablov, a widow in her 30s who lives in the Moskalev house. Then there is an eccentric older lady named Sofia Petrovna Karpuhin, the wife of a colonel, who apparently is something of a social outcast. Finally, down the stretch we encounter a particularly vicious society lady named Felisata Mihailovna. And there are still more among their number, although the others do not deserve mention. This roster represents at most half of the characters in the little novel. A complete roster would have to include the local doctor, a Jewish pawnbroker, the provincial governor, a monk from the nearby monastery, the true nephew of Prince K, a man who might be Anna Nikolaevna's lover, a couple of teenage girls, a number of servants, the multitude of people referred to in the prince's anecdotes, and even more. But the figures enumerated so far are sufficient to get on with. The Moskalev family, the three suitors, and the half-dozen society women just mentioned. You may want to come back to this list as a reference later on. But for now, we are ready to begin. So sit back and enjoy Uncle's Dream. Uncle's Dream, from the Annals of Mordassov. Chapter 1. Maria Alexandrovna Moskalev is the leading lady in Mordassov, and of that there can be no possible question. She behaves as though she were independent of everyone, and everyone else were dependent on her. It is true that scarcely anyone likes her, and indeed very many people sincerely hate her. But on the other hand, everyone is afraid of her, and that is just what she wants. Such a desire betokens a high degree of diplomacy. How is it, for instance, that Marya Alexandrovna, who is desperately fond of gossip and cannot sleep all night if she has not heard something new the day before, how is it that with all that she knows how to deport herself so that it would never occur to anyone looking at her that this majestic lady was the greatest gossip in the world, or at any rate in Mordassov? One would suppose, on the contrary, that gossip would die away in her presence, that backbiters would blush and tremble like schoolboys confronting their teacher, and that the conversation would not deal with any but the loftiest subjects. She knows about some of the Mordassov people facts so scandalous and so important that if she were to tell them on a suitable occasion and to make them public, as she so well knows how to do, there would be a regular earthquake of Lisbon in Mordassov. And at the same time she is very reserved over these secrets, and will only tell them in extreme cases, and then only to her most intimate female friends. She confines herself to frightening people with hints at what she knows, and likes better to keep a man or a lady in continual apprehension than to deal them a final blow. That is intelligence. That is diplomacy. Marya Alexandrovna was always distinguished among us by her irreproachable comme il faut, upon which we all model ourselves. As regards comme il faut, she is without a rival in Mordassov. She can, for instance, kill, tear to pieces, annihilate a rival with a single word, a performance we have witnessed. And at the same time she will have the air of not observing that she has uttered that word. And we all know that this ability is characteristic of the very highest society. In fact, at all such tricks she is a match for Pinetti. Her connections are immense. Many persons who have visited Mordassov have been delighted with her hospitality, and have even kept up a correspondence with her after their departure. Someone even wrote her a poem, and Marya Alexandrovna showed it to us all with pride. One literary visitor dedicated to her his novel, which he read aloud to her in the evenings, and this made an extremely agreeable impression. A learned German who came from Karlsruhe expressly to study some kind of worm with horns, which is found in our province, and who wrote 4 quarto volumes on the creature in question, was so enchanted by Marya Alexandrovna's hospitality and politeness that to this day he keeps up with her a correspondence of the most respectful and highly moral tone from Karlsruhe. Marya Alexandrovna has even been compared in one respect with Napoleon. This comparison was, of course, made in jest by her enemies, more by way of sarcasm than truth. But while fully admitting the oddity of the comparison, I make bold to ask one innocent question. Why was Napoleon's head turned at last when he was too greatly exalted? The champions of the old dynasty used to ascribe this to the fact that Napoleon was not only not of royal blood, but was not even a gentilhomme of good family, and so was naturally alarmed at last by his own exalted state and was conscious of his real position. In spite of the obvious cleverness of this surmise, which recalls the most brilliant period of the old French court, I venture to add in my turn, how was it that Marya Alexandrovna's head was never under any circumstances turned? How was it that she always remained the leading lady in Mordassov? There were occasions when everybody asked, How will Marya Alexandrovna act now in such difficult circumstances? But the circumstances arrived, and passed, and all went well. Everything remained satisfactory as before, even better than before. Everyone remembers, for instance, how her husband, Afanasy Matveyich, was deprived of his post owing to his incompetence and feeble-mindedness, which excited the wrath of an inspector from the capital. Everyone thought that Marya Alexandrovna would be depressed, would be humbled, would entreat and petition, would, in short, be crestfallen. Nothing of the sort. Marya Alexandrovna grasped that nothing could be gained by petitioning, and played her cards so well that she lost nothing of her influence in society, and her house is still looked upon as the house of most consequence in Mordassov. Anna Nikolaevna Antipov, the public prosecutor's wife, a sworn foe of Marya Alexandrovna's, though externally her friend, was already trumpeting her victory. But when we saw that Marya Alexandrovna could not be easily put to confusion, we realized that she had sent her roots far more deeply down than we had supposed. By the way, since we have mentioned him, we will say a few words about Afanasy Matveyich, Marya Alexandrovna's husband. In the first place, he was a man of very presentable exterior, and indeed of very correct principles. Only on critical occasions he somehow lost his head, and looked like a sheep facing a new gate. He was extraordinarily dignified, especially in his white tie at name-day dinners, but his dignified air and presentability only lasted till the minute when he began to speak. Then there was nothing for it, if I may say so, but cotton wool in one's ears. He certainly was not worthy to belong to Marya Alexandrovna. That was the universal opinion. He had only kept his position through the genius of his wife. In my private judgment, he ought long ago to have been in the kitchen garden scaring sparrows. There, and only there, he might have been of real unquestionable service to his fellow countrymen. And so Marya Alexandrovna acted admirably in sending Afanasy Matveyich to their country place, 2.5 miles from Mordassov, where she had 120 serfs. In parenthesis, I may say, the whole property, the whole fortune upon which she so worthily maintained the dignity of her household. Everybody knew that she had kept Afanasy Matveyich about her solely because he was in the government service and in receipt of a salary and of other sums. As soon as he ceased to receive a salary and other sums, she immediately removed him to a distance on account of his incompetence and absolute uselessness. And everyone commended Marya Alexandrovna's clear-sightedness and decision of character. In the country, Afanasy Matveyich is in clover. I went to see him and spent a whole hour with him fairly pleasantly. He tries on his white cravats, cleans his boots with his own hands, not from necessity, but simply for love of the art, because he likes his boots to shine. He drinks tea 3 times a day, is exceedingly fond of going to the bath-house, and is contented. Do you remember the horrid scandal that was concocted among us 1.5 years ago concerning Zinaida Afanasievna, the only daughter of Marya Alexandrovna and Afanasy Matveyich? Zinaida Afanasievna is unquestionably beautiful and is extremely well educated, yet she is 23 and is still unmarried. Among the reasons people give for Zina's being unmarried, one of the chief is considered to be the sinister rumor of some strange intimacy 1.5 years ago with the wretched district schoolmaster, a rumor which has persisted to this day. Even now there is talk of some love letter written by Zina and said to have been passed from hand to hand in Mordassov. but I should like to know if anyone has seen that letter. If it has passed from hand to hand, what has become of it? Everyone has heard about it, but nobody has seen it. I, at any rate, have never come across anyone who has seen this letter with his own eyes. If you drop a hint about it to Marya Alexandrovna, she simply fails to understand you. Now, let us assume that there really was something, and Zina did write this love letter. I fancy, indeed, that it must have been so. How skilful it all was on Marya Alexandrovna's part! How adroitly was this awkward, scandalous affair suppressed and stifled! Not a trace, not a hint. Marya Alexandrovna takes no notice now of this ignoble slander, and at the same time, God knows how she may have worked to save the honor of her only daughter from the slightest slur. And as for Zina's not being married, that's very natural. There are no eligible young men here. The only fitting match for Zina would be a reigning prince. Have you ever seen a beauty like her? It is true that she is proud, too proud. They say that Mozgliakov is paying her his addresses, but it is hardly likely to come to a marriage. What is Mozgliakov? It is true that he is young, not bad-looking, a dandy, has 150 serfs not mortgaged, and comes from Petersburg. But in the first place, you know he is not quite sound in the upper story. He is feather-headed, a chatterbox, and has some very new-fangled ideas. And after all, what is an estate of 150 serfs, especially with new-fangled ideas? That marriage won't come off. All that the kind reader has read so far was written by me 5 months ago, entirely from excess of feeling. I may as well confess betimes I have rather a partiality for Marya Alexandrovna. I wanted to write something like a eulogy on that magnificent lady, and to put it in the shape of a playful letter to a friend, on the model of the letters which used at one time, in the golden days that, thank God, will never return, to be published in the Northern Bee and other periodicals. But as I have no friend, and have, moreover, a certain innate literary timidity, my work has remained in my table drawer as my first literary effort, and a memento of peaceful recreation in hours of leisure and comfort. 5 months have passed, and all at once a wonderful event has occurred in Mordassov. Early one morning, Prince K. arrived in the town and stopped at Marya Alexandrovna's house. The consequences of this arrival have been innumerable. The prince spent only 3 days in Mordassov, but those 3 days have left behind them momentous memories that will never be effaced. I will say more. Prince K. produced, in a certain sense, a revolution in our town. The story of that revolution is, of course, one of the most significant pages in the annals of Mordassov. That page I have made up my mind at last, after some hesitation, to put into literary shape and lay before the criticism of the honored public. My story will contain the full and remarkable history of the exaltation, glory, and solemn downfall of Marya Alexandrovna and all her family, a worthy and alluring theme for an author. First of all, of course, I must explain what there was wonderful in Prince K.'s arriving in our town and staying at Marya Alexandrovna's. And to do that I must, of course, say a few words about Prince K. himself. And that I will do. Besides, the biography of that personage is absolutely essential for all the further development of our story. And so I will begin. Breaking in. And so we now have a sense of who our narrator is. The irony will not always be so obviously on display as we go forward. but it never does disappear altogether. The Northern Bee was a conservative newspaper for the middle class that had been popular in the 1840s. Apparently, our narrator doesn't quite want to be associated with it, even if he was attempting to emulate its style in the first part of this chapter. When we learn that, with her diplomatic tricks, Marya Alexandrovna is a match for Pinetti, she is being compared to a famous Italian illusionist from the 18th century who passed off his sleight of hand for demonstrations of physics. Of course, she is also compared to Napoleon, which may be of special interest to those of you who have read Crime and Punishment. This is not the first, and certainly not the last, reference to Napoleon in the Dostoevsky corpus. I'll say just a little on this issue in the concluding comments. When Afanasy Matveevitch's government post is assumed to have come with both a salary and other sums, we should understand that it offered opportunity for corrupt profiteering. It is possible that Afanasy Matveevitch lost his post because he was too daft to handle the seedy side of government bureaucratic life tactfully. All of the characters mentioned here will be important going forward, including the as-yet unnamed schoolteacher. As the roster of names gets crowded, feel free to make use of the Dramatis personae in the introduction as a reference. End of comments. Chapter 2. I will begin by saying that Prince K was not so extraordinarily aged, but yet he was so decrepit, so worn out, that as one looked at him the thought instinctively occurred to one that in another minute he might drop to pieces. Extremely queer stories of the most fantastic kind were repeated in Mordassov about this prince. People even said that the old man was off his head. Everyone thought it very strange that the owner of an estate of 4,000 serfs, a man of distinguished family, who might, if he had chosen, have had a great influence in the province, should live in solitude on his magnificent estate, a complete hermit. Many had known Prince K when he was staying in Mordassov 6 or 7 years before, and they declared that in those days he could not endure solitude, and had not the faintest resemblance to a hermit. All that I could ascertain about him on good authority, however, was this. In his young days, which were, however, long ago, the prince had made a brilliant debut. He had led a gay life, flirted, had made several tours abroad, sang songs, made puns, and had at no period been distinguished by the brilliance of his intellectual gifts. Of course he had squandered all his fortune, and found himself in his old age without a farthing. Someone advised him to visit his estate, which was beginning to be sold by auction. He set off and arrived at Mordassov, where he stayed 6 months. He liked provincial life extremely. During those 6 months he dissipated all he had left to the last halfpenny, spending his whole time in gambling and getting up various intrigues with the ladies of the province. He was, moreover, extremely good-natured, though of course not without a certain princely air, which was, however, regarded in Mordassov as characteristic of the highest society. And so, instead of annoying people, it positively impressed them favorably. The ladies especially were in perpetual ecstasy over their charming visitor. A number of curious reminiscences of him were preserved. People said, among other things, that the prince spent more than half the day over his toilet, and was, it appeared, entirely made up of different little bits. No one knew when and where he had managed to become so dilapidated. He wore a wig, moustaches, whiskers, and even a little imperial, every hair of it false, and of a magnificent black colour. He rouged and powdered every day. It was said that he had little springs to smooth away the wrinkles on his face, and these springs were in some peculiar way concealed in his hair. It was asserted, too, that he wore corsets, because he had lost a rib jumping somewhat clumsily out of a window on one of his amorous adventures in Italy. He limped with the left leg. It was maintained that the leg in question was an artificial one, and that the real one had been broken in the course of another similar adventure in Paris, and that he had been provided with a new cork leg of a special pattern. But what will people not say? It certainly was true that his right eye was a glass one, though it was a most skilful imitation. His teeth, too, were false. He spent whole days washing in various patent waters, scenting and pomading himself. It was recalled, however, that even then the prince was perceptibly beginning to grow feeble, and that he had become insufferably garrulous. It seemed as though his career were drawing to its close. Everyone knew that he had not a farthing. And all of a sudden, quite unexpectedly, one of his nearest relations, a very aged lady who had lived for many years in Paris and from whom he could have had no expectations, died just a month after the funeral of her legal heir. The prince found himself quite unexpectedly the heir to her fortune. A magnificent estate of 4,000 serfs, about 40 miles from Mordassov, all came to him. He at once prepared to go to Petersburg to settle his affairs. Our ladies got up a magnificent subscription dinner in his honor. It is recalled that the prince was enchantingly gay at this farewell banquet. He made puns, made everyone laugh, told the most extraordinary anecdotes, vowed that he would return as quickly as possible to Duhanovo, his new property, and promised that on his return there would be a continual round of fêtes, picnics, balls, and fireworks. For a whole year after his departure, the ladies talked of this promise and awaited their charming old friend with immense impatience. While awaiting his return, they even made up parties to Duhanovo, where there was an old-world manor house and garden, with acacias lopped into the shape of lions, with artificial mounds, with lakes upon which boats sailed up and down, with wooden images of Turks playing a pipe for figureheads, with arbors, with pavilions, with pleasure grounds and other attractions. At last the prince returned, but to the general surprise and disappointment, he did not even call at Mordassov on his way, but settled at Duhanovo and lived like a hermit. Strange rumors began to circulate, and altogether from that period the prince's history became obscure and fantastic. To begin with, it was asserted that he had not been altogether successful in Petersburg, that some of his relations and future heirs tried to take advantage of the prince's mental feebleness in order to get him put under some sort of supervision, fearing that he would squander everything again. What was more, some people declared that they had tried to put him in a lunatic asylum, but that one of his relations, a gentleman of consequence, had taken his part, explaining frankly to the others that the poor prince, half dead and half a dummy already, would probably soon die together, and then the property would come to them without the help of a lunatic asylum. I repeat again, what will not people say, especially in our town, Mordassov? All this, so it was said, scared the prince terribly, so much so that he became a transformed character and turned into a hermit. Some of the Mordassov gentry went from curiosity to call upon him, but were either not received or met with a very strange reception. The prince did not even recognize his old acquaintances. It was asserted that he did not want to recognize them. The governor, too, paid him a visit. He returned with the news that in his opinion the prince really was a little off his head, and ever afterwards he made a wry face at any allusion to his visit to Duanovo. The ladies were loud in their indignation. At last a fact of prime importance was discovered, namely that the prince was entirely in the power of one Stepanida Matveyevna, a woman no one knew anything about, who had come with him from Petersburg, was stout and elderly, and went about in cotton dresses with the keys in her hands, that the prince obeyed her in everything like a child, and did not dare to take a step without her permission, that she even washed him with her own hands, that she spoilt him, dandled him, and comforted him like a child, and that finally she kept away from him all visitors, and especially the relations who had been gradually beginning to visit Duanovo to see how things were going. People in Mordassov discussed this incomprehensible relationship a great deal, especially the ladies. It was added that Stepanida Matveyevna had unchecked and independent control of the prince's whole estate, that she dismissed the stewards, the bailiffs, and the servants, and collected the revenues, but that she ruled it well, and so that the peasants blessed their fate. As regards the prince himself, it was learned that his days were spent almost entirely on his toilet, in trying on wigs and dress coats, that he spent the rest of his time with Stepanida Matveyevna, that he played his game of cards with her, tried his fortune with the cards, only now and then going for a ride on a quiet English mare, on which occasion Stepanida Matveyevna invariably accompanied him in a closed chaise in case of mishap, for the prince rode on horseback chiefly for effect, and could hardly keep in the saddle. He was sometimes seen also on foot, wearing an overcoat and wide-brimmed straw hat, with a lady's pink neckerchief round his neck, with an eyeglass in his eye, and a wicker basket for mushrooms, cornflowers, and other wild flowers. Stepanida Matveyevna always accompanied him, while behind them walked 2 tall footmen, and the carriage followed to be ready in case of need. When he was met by a peasant, who stepped aside, took off his hat, bowed low, and said, "Good day, Prince, your Excellency, our sunshine," the prince promptly turned his lorgnette upon him, nodded graciously, and said to him affably, "Bonjour, mon ami, bonjour." Many such rumours were current in Mordassov. They could not forget the prince. He was such a near neighbour. What was the general amazement when one fine day there was a report that the prince, the eccentric hermit, had arrived in Mordassov in person and was staying at Marya Alexandrovna's. All was bustle and excitement. Everyone was eager for an explanation. All asked one another what it meant. Some prepared to call on Marya Alexandrovna. The prince's arrival struck everyone as a wonder. The ladies sent one another notes, prepared to call on one another, sent their maids and their husbands to make inquiries. It seemed particularly strange and hard to understand why the prince should stay at Marya Alexandrovna's rather than at anyone else's. Anna Nikolaevna Antipov was particularly annoyed because the prince was a very distant relation of hers. But to solve all these questions, it is absolutely necessary to call on Marya Alexandrovna herself, and we cordially invite the kind reader to do so. It is true that it is only 10 o'clock in the morning, but I don't think she will refuse to receive an intimate friend. Us, at any rate, she will certainly admit. Breaking in. The mystery of who Stepanida Matveyevna is, and how she came to her extraordinary position at Duhanovo, is never explained. On the one hand, it might seem like she is the self-interested winner in a remarkable power play, and that seems to be the interpretation given by the characters we encounter in the story. On the other hand, she may seem like something of a saint, saving Prince K from his own profligacy in the asylum, while diligently looking after his well-being during his dotage. Since she is the one who has barred access to the prince for 6 years, she is viewed unfavorably in Mordassov. She will often be referred to obliquely as that terrible woman, or by similar expressions in what follows. End of comments. Chapter 3. 10 o'clock in the morning. We are in Marya Alexandrovna's house in the main street, in the very room which the lady of the house, on solemn occasions, calls her salon. Marya Alexandrovna has also a boudoir. In this salon there are well-painted floors and rather nice wallpapers that were ordered expressly for the walls. In the rather clumsy furniture, red is the predominating color. There is an open fireplace, over the mantelpiece a mirror, before the looking-glass a bronze clock with a cupid on it in very bad taste. In the space between the windows there are 2 looking-glasses from which they have already removed the covers. On little tables in front of the looking-glass there are 2 more clocks. Against the wall at the further end is a magnificent piano, which was procured for Zina. Zina is musical. Round the glowing fire armchairs are set, as far as possible in picturesque confusion, among them a little table. At the other end of the room another table covered with a cloth of dazzling whiteness. On it a silver samovar is boiling, and a pretty tea service is set out. The samovar and the tea are presided over by Nastasia Petrovna Zyoblov, a lady who lives with Marya Alexandrovna in the capacity of a distant relation. 2 words about this lady. She is a widow. She is over 30, a brunette with a fresh complexion and with lively dark brown eyes. Altogether she is good-looking. She is of a gay disposition and much given to laughter, rather sly, of course a scandalmonger, and very capable of managing any little affair of her own. She has 2 children. They are somewhere at school. She would very much like to get married again. She is rather independent in her behavior. Her husband was an officer in the army. Marya Alexandrovna herself is sitting by the fire, in the very best of spirits, and in a becoming light green dress. She is highly delighted at the arrival of the prince, who is at this moment upstairs, engaged in his toilet. She is so delighted that she does not even think it necessary to conceal her joy. Before her stands a young man, telling her something with animation. It is evident from his eyes that he is anxious to please his listeners. He is 25. His manners would not be bad, but he frequently flies into raptures, and he has, besides, pretensions to wit and humour. He is very well dressed, fair, and rather nice-looking, but we have spoken of him already. He is Mr. Mozgliakov, of whom great things are expected. Marya Alexandrovna privately thinks that he is rather empty-headed, but gives him a warm welcome. He is a suitor for the hand of her daughter Zina, with whom, in his own words, he is madly in love. He turns every moment to Zina, trying to extract a smile from her lips by his wit and gaiety. But she is perceptibly cold and careless in her manner to him. At this instant she is standing apart, at the piano, and turning over a calendar with her fingers. She is one of those women who excite general enthusiasm and wonder whenever they appear in society. She is incredibly beautiful, tall, a brunette with exquisite, almost black eyes, a graceful figure, and a superb bust. Her shoulders and arms are antique, her foot is fascinating, she has the step of a queen. She is a little pale today, but her full, crimson, exquisitely chiseled lips, between which gleam even little teeth like threaded pearls, will haunt your dreams for the next 3 days, if once you glance at them. Her expression is grave and severe. Monsieur Mozgliakov seems to fear her intent gaze. At least he winces when he ventures to glance at her. Her movements are disdainfully careless. She is dressed in simple white muslin, which suits her exquisitely, but then everything suits her. On her finger is a ring woven of hair, and from the color not her mamma's. Mozgliakov has never dared to ask her whose hair it is. That morning Zina is particularly silent and over-melancholy, as though preoccupied. Marya Alexandrovna, on the other hand, is ready to talk without stopping, though she, too, glances at her daughter from time to time with a peculiar, suspicious look. She does so, however, stealthily, as though she, too, were afraid of her. "I am so delighted, Pavel Alexandrovitch," she prattles, "that I am ready to cry aloud my joy out of the window to every passer-by, to say nothing of the charming surprise you have given Zina and me by returning a fortnight earlier than you promised. That goes without saying. I am awfully glad that you have brought the dear prince with you. You know how fond I am of the fascinating old darling. But no, you won't understand me. You young people can't understand my enthusiasm, however much I might assure you of it. You don't know what he was to me in the past 6 years ago. Do you remember, Zina? I forget, though, you were staying with your aunt at that time. You would not believe it, Pavel Alexandrovitch. I was his mentor, sister, mother. He did what I told him like a child. There was something naive, tender, and ennobling in our relations, something even, as it were, Arcadian. I really don't know what to call it. That is why he thinks of my house alone with gratitude, ces pauvres princes. Do you know, Pavel Alexandrovitch, you may perhaps have saved him by bringing him to me. I have thought of him with a pang at my heart these last 6 years. You wouldn't believe it, he positively haunted my dreams. They say that monstrous woman has bewitched him, ruined him. But at last you have torn him out of her clutches. Yes, we must take advantage of the opportunity and save him altogether. But tell me once more, how did you succeed in doing it? Describe your whole meeting as fully as possible. Just now I was in such excitement that I only attended to the central fact, though all the little details, so to speak, make up the real flavour of it. I am awfully fond of trifling details. Even on most important occasions what I noticed first is the small points. And while he is still engaged in his toilet— But it is all just what I have told you already, Marya Alexandrovna. Mozgliakov responds with readiness, perfectly willing to tell his story for the 10th time. It is a pleasure to him. I was travelling all night. Of course, I did not sleep all night. You can imagine what haste I was in, he adds, turning to Zina. In short, I swore, I shouted, I demanded horses. I even made a row at the posting stations over getting horses. If it were printed, it would make quite a poem in the latest fashion. But that is off the point. At 6 o'clock in the morning, I reached the last station, Igishevo. I was all of a shiver, but I did not want to warm myself. I called for horses. I frightened the overseer's wife, who had a baby at the breast. I think I must have upset her milk. The sunrise was enchanting. The hoarfrost, you know, all crimson and silver. I took no notice of anything. In short, I was in desperate haste. I took the horses by storm. I snatched them from a collegiate councillor, and almost challenged him to a duel. I was told that a quarter of an hour before, some prince had set off from the station, travelling with his own horses. He had spent the night there. I scarcely listened. I got into my sledge, flew off as though I were let off the chain. There is something like it in Fête, in some elegy of his. Just 6 miles from the town, at the crossroad leading to the Sviatozersky monastery, I saw that something surprising had happened. A huge travelling coach was lying on its side. A coachman and 2 footmen were standing beside it in perplexity, and heart-rending shrieks and wails were coming from the carriage that lay on its side. I was thinking of driving by. Let it lie on its side, it is no business of mine. But I was overcome by a feeling of humanity, which, as Heine expresses it, pokes its nose into everything. I stopped. I, my Semyon, and the driver, another true Russian heart, hastened to their assistance, and so the 6 of us together hoisted up the coach at last, and set it on its legs, though indeed it had none, for it was on runners. Some peasants on their way to the town with wood helped too. I gave them a trifle. I thought, no doubt, this is the same prince. I looked. My goodness, it was he, Prince Gavrila. What a meeting! I cried out to him. Prince, uncle! Of course, he scarcely recognized me at first sight. However, he almost knew me, at a second look. I must confess, however, that he hardly understands who I am now, and I believe he takes me for someone else and not a relation. I saw him 7 years ago in Petersburg, but of course I was a boy then. I remembered him. He impressed me. But how should he remember me? I introduced myself. He was enchanted, embraced me, and at the same time he was trembling all over with fright and crying. He really was crying. I saw that with my own eyes. One thing and another, I persuaded him at last to get into my sledge and to come for at least 1 day to Mordassov to rest and recover. He agreed without any ado. He told me he was going to the Sviatozersky monastery to visit the monk Misail, whom he honors and reveres. That Stepanida Matveyevna, and which of us relations has not heard of Stepanida Matveyevna? She drove me off with a broom from Duhanovo last year. That this Stepanida Matveyevna had received a letter telling her that some one of her folks in Moscow was at the last gasp. Her father or her daughter, I don't remember which exactly, and I am not interested to know, possibly father and daughter both together, with maybe the addition of a nephew, a potman in some public house. In short, she was so upset that she made up her mind to part from her prince for 10 days, and flew off to adorn the capital with her presence. The prince stayed quiet for 1 day. For another, tried on his wigs, pomaded and painted himself. He tried to tell his fortune with the cards, maybe with beans too, but could not put up with it without Stepanida Matveyevna. He ordered his horses and set off to the Sviatozersky monastery. Some one of his household, fearing the absent Stepanida Matveyevna, ventured to protest, but the prince persisted. He set off yesterday after dinner, stayed the night at Igishevo. He left the station at daybreak, and just at the turning that leads to Father Misail's went flying with his carriage almost into a ravine. I rescued him, persuaded him to visit our common and deeply respected friend, Marya Alexandrovna. He said that you were the most fascinating lady he had ever known. And here we are, and at this moment the prince is upstairs adjusting his toilet with the assistance of his valet, whom he has not forgotten to bring with him, and whom he never will under any circumstances forget to take with him, for he would sooner die than consent to appear before ladies without certain preliminary preparations, or rather adjustments. That's the whole story. Eine allerliebste Geschichte.
"But what a humorist he is, Zina!" cries Marya Alexandrovna after hearing his story. "How charmingly he tells it! But listen, Paul, one question. Explain to me exactly what relation you are to the prince. You call him uncle?"
"Upon my word, Marya Alexandrovna, I do not know how or in what way I am related to him. It's 7 times removed, I believe, maybe even 70 times 7. It's not a bit my fault. It's all Aunt Aglaya Mihailovna. Aunt Aglaya Mihailovna does nothing but count over the relations on her fingers, though. It was she forced me to go to see him last summer at Duhanovo. She should have gone herself. I simply call him uncle. He answers to that name. That's all our relationship for today, anyway."
"All the same, I repeat that it must have been a prompting from on high that led you to bring him straight to me. I tremble to think what would have happened to him, poor darling, if he had got into anyone else's hands instead of mine. They would have pounced upon him, torn him to pieces, devoured him. They would have fallen upon him as though he were a gold mine. I dare say they would have robbed him. You cannot imagine what low, greedy, artful people there are here, Pavel Alexandrovitch." "Upon my soul, to whom should he have been taken if not to you? What are you saying, Marya Alexandrovna?" puts in the widow Nastasya Petrovna as she pours out the tea. "You don't suppose he might have been taken to Anna Nikolaevna's?" "But why is he so long coming? It's really strange," says Marya Alexandrovna, getting up from her seat impatiently.
"Uncle, do you mean? Why, I expect he will be another 5 hours up there dressing. Besides, as he had quite lost his memory, he has perhaps forgotten that he is on a visit to you. You know he is a most extraordinary person, Marya Alexandrovna."
"Oh, come, what nonsense!"
"Not nonsense at all, Marya Alexandrovna. He is half a made-up dummy, not a man. You saw him 6 years ago, but it is only an hour since I have seen him. He is half a corpse. He is only a reminiscence of a man. They have forgotten to bury him, you know. His eyes are artificial, his legs are made of cork, he is all worked by springs, he even talks by machinery."
"My goodness, what a giddy fellow you are to listen to you!" exclaims Marya Alexandrovna, assuming a stern air. "Aren't you ashamed, a young man and a relation, to talk like that about that venerable old man? To say nothing of his boundless kindliness," and her voice takes a touching note. "Remember that he is a relic, a scion, so to speak, of our aristocracy. My friend, mon ami, I understand that you are led into this frivolity by those modern ideas of which you are always talking. But my goodness, I share those new ideas myself. I realize that what is at the root of your views is generous and creditable. I realize that there is, indeed, something lofty in those new ideas. But all that does not prevent my seeing the direct, so to speak, practical side of things. I have seen something of the world. I have seen more than you have. And last of all, I am a mother, and you are still young. He is an old man, and so in our eyes he is absurd. What is more, last time you said that you would certainly emancipate your serfs, and that you must do something for the public weal, and all that comes from poring so much over your Shakespeare or somebody. Believe me, Pavel Alexandrovitch, your Shakespeare has had his day, and if he were to rise again, he would not with all his cleverness understand anything about our life. If there is anything chivalrous and sublime in our contemporary society, it is to be found only in the highest rank. A prince in a sack is still a prince. A prince in a hovel is as good as a prince in a palace. Here Natalia Dmitrievna's husband has built himself something like a palace, and yet he is Natalia Dmitrievna's husband and no more. And if Natalia Dmitrievna were to stick on 50 crinolines, she would still remain the same Natalia Dmitrievna, and would add nothing to herself by it. You, too, represent the highest rank to some extent, because you are descended from it. I consider myself not far removed from it, and it's an ill bird that fouls its own nest. But you will find out all this of yourself, mon cher Paul, better than I can tell you, and will forget your Shakespeare. I predict it. I am persuaded that you are not in earnest even now, but are talking like that because it is chic. But I have been chattering too long. You stay here, mon cher Paul. I will go upstairs and find out about the prince. Perhaps he wants something, and with my stupid servants. And Marya Alexandrovna goes hurriedly out of the room at the thought of her stupid servants. Marya Alexandrovna seems very much pleased that that dressed-up creature, Anna Nikolaevna, has not got hold of the prince. And you know she keeps declaring that she is related to him. She must be bursting with spite now, remarked Nastasia Petrovna. But observing that she received no answer, and glancing at Zina and Pavel Alexandrovitch, she grasped the situation at once, and went out of the room as though on some errand. But to reward herself for her discretion, she stopped just outside and listened at the door. Pavel Alexandrovitch turned at once to Zina. He was in great agitation. His voice was quivering. "Zinaida Afanasievna, you are not angry with me?" he asked with a timid and imploring air. "With you? What for?" said Zina, raising her wonderful eyes and looking at him with a faint flush. "For coming back so soon, Zinaida Afanasievna. I could not resist it. I could not wait another fortnight. I positively dreamed of you. I flew back to hear my fate. But you frown, you are angry. Surely you will not refuse to let me hear something decisive?" Zinaida certainly did frown. "I expected you would talk of that," she answered, dropping her eyes again, in a firm and severe voice in which there was a note of vexation. "And as that expectation was very painful to me, the sooner it is over, the better. Again you insist, that is, beg for an answer. Very well, I will repeat it to you again, for my answer is still the same as before. Wait. I tell you again, I have not made up my mind yet, and cannot promise to be your wife. That is not exacted by force, Pavel Alexandrovitch. But to comfort you, I will add I do not definitely refuse you. Note, too, in giving you hope now of a favorable decision, I do this entirely out of consideration for your impatience and anxiety. I repeat that I wish to remain perfectly free in my decision, and if I tell you in the end that I do not consent, you must not blame me for having given you hope. And so realize that.
And so what does that amount to? Cried Mozgliakov in a plaintive voice. Is that hope? Can I extract any hope at all from your words, Zinaida Afanasievna?
Remember all I have told you, and extract what you choose. It is for you to decide, but I will add nothing more. I do not refuse you yet, but only tell you, wait. I tell you again, I reserve a perfect right to refuse you if I think fit. There is another thing I must tell you, Pavel Alexandrovitch. If you have returned before the time fixed for my answer in order to work upon me in indirect ways, relying on outside support, on the influence of Mamma, for instance, you have made a great mistake in your calculations. Then I shall refuse you straight out. Do you hear? And now that's enough, and please, until the right time, do not utter one word more on this subject.
All this speech was pronounced dryly, firmly, and without hesitation, as though it had been studied beforehand. Monsieur Paul felt that he had been made a fool of. At that moment Marya Alexandrovna returned, and almost immediately after her Madame Ziablov.
"He will be down directly, I fancy, Zina. Nastasia Petrovna, be quick, make some fresh tea."
Marya Alexandrovna was positively a little excited.
"Anna Nikolaevna has already sent to inquire. Her Anyutka has come flying into the kitchen to ask questions. I bet she's cross now," Nastasia Petrovna announced, rushing up to the samovar.
"What is that to me?"
Marya Alexandrovna said over her shoulder to Madame Ziablov.
"As though I were interested to know what your Anna Nikolaevna is thinking. You may be sure I shan't send anyone to her kitchen. And I really wonder why you persist in regarding me as an enemy to poor Anna Nikolaevna, and not you only, but everybody in the town. I appeal to you, Pavel Alexandrovitch. You know us both. Come, what reason have I to be her enemy? Over precedence? But I don't care in the least about precedence. Let her be first. Let her. I am ready to be the first to go and congratulate her on being first. And after all, it's quite unfair. I will take her part. I am bound to take her part. She is maligned. Why do you all attack her? She is young and fond of fine clothes. Is that a reason, pray? To my thinking, fine clothes are better than something else, like Natalia Dmitrievna, who is fond of what one really can't talk about. Is it because Anna Nikolaevna is always gadding about and can't stay at home? But my goodness, she has had no education, and of course she finds it tedious to open a book or occupy herself with anything for 2 minutes together. She flirts and makes eyes out of the window at anyone who passes in the street. But why do people assure her she is so pretty when she has nothing but a white face? She is ridiculous at dances, I admit. But why assure her she dances the polka so splendidly? She wears impossible hats and head-dresses. But is it her fault that God has given her no taste, but has made her so easily taken in? Assure her that it looks nice to pin a bit of coloured paper in her hair, and she would stick it in her hair. She is a scandal-monger. But that's the way here. There is no one in the town who does not talk scandal. Sushilov, with his whiskers, is always there, morning, noon, and almost night. But, dear me, no wonder when her husband plays cards till 5 in the morning. Besides, there are so many bad examples here. Moreover, it may be only scandal. In short, I shall always stand up for her, always. But good gracious, here is the prince. It is he, it is he. I should know him among 1,000. At last I see you, mon prince, cried Marya Alexandrovna, and she flew to meet the prince as he entered. Chapter 4. At the first casual glance you would not have taken the prince for an old man at all. It was only on a closer and more attentive inspection that you discerned that he was a sort of corpse worked by mechanism. All the resources of art were utilized to disguise this mummy as a young man. A marvelous wig, whiskers, mustaches, and a little imperial, all of a superb black, covered half his face. His face was whitened and rouged with extraordinary skill, and there was not a trace of wrinkles upon it. What had become of them? There is no knowing. He was dressed in the height of fashion, as though he had stepped out of a fashion plate. He had on a visiting jacket or something of the sort. Upon my word, I don't know what exactly, but it was something extremely fashionable and up-to-date, created especially for morning calls. His gloves, his cravat, his waistcoat, his linen, and so on, were all of dazzling freshness and artistic taste. The prince limped a little, but limped so elegantly that it seemed as though it were prescribed by fashion. He had an eyeglass in his eye, the very eye that was itself of glass. The prince was saturated with scent. In talking he drawled certain words in a peculiar way, perhaps from the weakness of old age, perhaps because all his teeth were false, perhaps for the sake of greater dignity. Certain syllables he pronounced with extraordinary sweetness, with a special stress on certain vowels. Yes with him was turned into yes. In all his manners there was a certain carelessness, acquired in the course of his life as a dandy. But if anything of his old fashionable life was still preserved, it was preserved as it were unconsciously, in the form of some vague reminiscence, in the form of some outlived buried past, which, alas, no cosmetics, corsets, perfumers, or barbers could bring to life again. And so we shall do well to begin by confessing that if the man had not lost his wits, he had long ago lost his memory, and was now constantly muddled, repeating himself, and even babbling at random. One needed a special knack to talk to him, but Marya Alexandrovna could rely upon herself, and at the sight of the prince she flew into unutterable ecstasy. "But you have not changed in the least," she exclaimed, seizing her visitor by both hands, and making him sit down in the comfortable armchair. "Sit down, prince, sit down. It's 6 years, 6 whole years since we have met, and not a single letter, not one line all that time. Oh, how badly you have treated me, prince! How angry I have been with you, monsieur prince! But tea! Oh, my goodness, Nastasia Petrovna, tea!" Thank you, I am sorry," the prince lisped. We forgot to say that he lisped a little, but that, too, he did as though it were the fashion. "I am sorry, and only fancy, last year I quite meant to come here," he added, looking round the room through his lorgnette. "But they scared me. You had cholera here, I was told." "No, prince, we haven't had cholera here," said Marya Alexandrovna.
There was the cattle plague here, uncle, Mozgliakov put in, anxious to distinguish himself. Marya Alexandrovna looked him up and down with a stern expression. To be sure, cattle plague or something of the sort. So I stayed at home. But how is your husband, my dear Anna Nikolaevna? Still at his prosecuting duties?
No, Prince, said Marya Alexandrovna, a little disconcerted. My husband is not prosecutor.
I'll bet uncle has got mixed up and takes you for Anna Nikolaevna Antipov, cried the sharp-witted Mozgliakov, but he pulled himself up at once, observing that Marya Alexandrovna seemed to be wincing apart from these explanations. Oh, yes, Anna Nikolaevna, and I keep forgetting. Oh, yes, Antipov it is, the prince acquiesced.
No, Prince, you are very much mistaken, said Marya Alexandrovna with a bitter smile. I am not Anna Nikolaevna, and I must say I didn't at all expect that you wouldn't know me. You have surprised me, Prince. I am your old friend, Marya Alexandrovna Moskalev. Do you remember, Prince, Marya Alexandrovna?
Marya Alexandrovna, only fancy! And I actually supposed that you were... what's her name? Oh, yes, Anna Vassilievna. C'est délicieux. So I have come to the wrong place, and I thought, my dear fellow, that you were taking me to Anna Matveyevna. C'est charmant. It often happens like that with me, though. I often go to the wrong place. I am satisfied, always satisfied, whatever happens. So you are not Nastasia Vassilievna? That's interesting.
Marya Alexandrovna, Prince, Marya Alexandrovna. Oh, how badly you have treated me, to forget your best friend.
Oh, yes, my best friend. Pardon. The prince lisped, gazing at Zina.
That is my daughter Zina. You don't know her, Prince. She was away when you were here last, in the year 18. Do you remember?
Is that your daughter? Charmant, muttered the prince, eyeing Zina with avidity through his lorgnette. Mais quelle beauté, he murmured, evidently struck by her.
Tea, Prince, said Marya Alexandrovna, calling the prince's attention to the page standing before him with a tray in his hands. The prince took the cup and looked attentively at the boy, who had pink and chubby cheeks.
Ah, is this your boy? He said. What a pretty boy, and I am sure he behaves nicely.
But, Prince, Marya Alexandrovna interposed hurriedly, I have heard of your terrible adventure. I must confess I was frightened out of my wits. Weren't you hurt? Make sure. It is not a thing to neglect.
He upset me. The coachman upset me, the prince exclaimed with extraordinary animation. I thought the end of the world was coming, or something of the sort, and so I must own I was so frightened that, holy saints forgive me, I didn't know whether I was on my head or my feet. I hadn't expected it. I did not expect it at all. And it's all the fault of my coachman, Phil. I rely upon you now entirely, my dear fellow. Do what is necessary and investigate the matter thoroughly. I am persuaded that it was an attempt on my life.
All right, uncle, all right, answered Pavel Alexandrovitch. I will investigate it thoroughly.
Only listen, uncle. Forgive him this once, won't you? What do you say?"
"I won't forgive him on any account. I am persuaded that he was trying to take my life. He, together with Lavrenti, whom I left at home. Only fancy, he has got hold of some new ideas, you know. There is a sort of skepticism in him. In short, he is a communist in the fullest sense of the word. I am positively afraid to meet him."
"Ah, what you say is so true, Prince," exclaimed Marya Alexandrovna. "You wouldn't believe what I suffer from these good-for-nothing servants myself. Imagine I have 2 new servants, and I must say they are so stupid that I am simply struggling with them from morning till night. You wouldn't believe how stupid they are, Prince."
Oh, yes. But I must say I really prefer to have a footman rather stupid,"
observed the prince, who, like all old men, was delighted when people listened to his chatter with obsequious attention.
"It somehow suits a footman, and really is a virtue in him if he is simple-hearted and stupid. Only in certain cases, of course. It makes him more imposing. It gives a solemnity to his countenance. It gives him a greater air of good breeding, and what I insist on most is a servant's good breeding. Here I have my Terenti. You remember my Terenti, my dear fellow, don't you? As soon as I looked at him, I predicted that he was destined to be a hall porter. Stupid, phenomenally. He stares like a sheep looking at water. But what imposing dignity, what solemnity, such a pale pink double chin. You know, with a white cravat and full get-up, it does produce an effect. I took the greatest fancy to him. Sometimes I look at him and feel quite fascinated. He might be writing a dissertation, such a solemn air. In fact, he is a regular German philosopher Kant, or perhaps more truly a fat, overfed turkey-cock. Perfectly comme il faut for a manservant."
Marya Alexandrovna laughed with enthusiasm, and even clapped her hands. Pavel Alexandrovitch seconded her with all his heart. He was extremely entertained by his uncle. Nastasya Petrovna laughed too. Even Zina gave a smile.
"But what humour, what gaiety, what wit you have, Prince!" exclaimed Marya Alexandrovna. "What a precious gift for noting the most subtle, the most amusing point! And to vanish from society, to shut yourself up for 5 whole years, with such a talent! But you must write, Prince. You might be another von Wiesen, another Gebroyadov, another Gogol."
Oh yes, said the prince, highly delighted. "I might, and do you know I used to be remarkably witty in the old days. I actually wrote a vaudeville for the stage. There were several exquisite lines in it. It was never acted, though.
Ah, how charming it would be to read it! And do you know, Zina, it would be apropos now. They are getting up theatricals here, for a patriotic object, Prince, for the benefit of the wounded. Your vaudeville would be the thing."
"Of course, I am ready to write it again, indeed, though I have completely forgotten it. But I remember there were 2 or 3 puns such that—"
and the prince kissed his fingertips.
"And altogether, when I was abroad, I made a regular furor. I remember Lord Byron. We were on friendly terms. He danced the Krakowiana enchantingly at the Vienna Congress."
"Lord Byron, uncle? Upon my word, uncle, what do you mean?" Oh, yes, Lord Byron. No, perhaps it wasn't Lord Byron, but someone else. Quite so, not Lord Byron, but a Pole. I remember perfectly now, and that Pole was very original. He gave himself out for a count, and it afterwards turned out that he was some sort of head cook. But he did dance the Craccoviana most enchantingly, and at last he broke his leg. I wrote some verses on that occasion, too. Our dear little Pole, to dance was his role. And what came then I can't remember. When he broke his limb, no more capers for him. Oh, that must be how it went, uncle, exclaimed Mozgliakov, entering more and more into the spirit of the thing. I think that is what it was, my dear fellow, answered the old man, or something like it. But perhaps it wasn't it, but anyway, the verses turned out very successfully. The fact is, I've forgotten some things that have happened. It comes from being so busy.
But tell us, Prince, what have you been doing all this time in your solitude? Marya Alexandrovna inquired with interest. I have so often thought of you, mon cher Prince, that I must confess I am burning now with impatience to have a full account of it all.
What have I been doing? Well, altogether, you know, I have a great deal to do. Sometimes one rests, and sometimes, you know, I go for walks and imagine all sorts of things.
You must have a very powerful imagination, uncle.
Extremely powerful, my dear boy. I sometimes imagine such things that I wonder at myself afterwards. When I was in Khadyuev, apropos, I believe you used to be deputy governor at Khadyuev?
I, uncle? Upon my soul, what do you mean? Exclaimed Pavel Alexandrovitch.
Fancy, my dear fellow, and I have been taking you all the while for the deputy governor, and I was wondering to myself, how is it that all of a sudden you had got quite a different face? He had such a dignified face, intelligent, you know. He was an exceptionally intelligent man, and he was always composing verses on all sorts of occasions. He was a bit like the King of Diamonds in profile.
No, Prince, Marya Alexandrovna interposed. I vow you will ruin yourself by living like that. To shut yourself up in solitude for 5 years, to see no one, to hear nothing. But you are a doomed man, Prince. Ask anyone among those who are devoted to you, and everyone will tell you that you are a doomed man.
Really?
Exclaimed the prince. I assure you it is so. I am speaking to you as a friend, as a sister. I am speaking to you because you are dear to me, because the memory of the past is sacred to me. What have I to gain by pretending? No, you must reform your life fundamentally, or you will fall sick, you will waste away, you will die.
Oh, dear me, am I really going to die so soon? Exclaimed the prince, panic-stricken. And do you know, you have guessed right. I am frightfully troubled by hemorrhoids, especially at certain times. And when I have attacks of it, I generally have the most remarkable symptoms. I will tell you all about them. To begin with...
Uncle, you will tell about that another time, Pavel Alexandrovitch interposed. But now, isn't it time for us to start?
Oh, yes. Another time, if you like. Possibly it is not so very interesting to listen to now that I come to think of it. At the same time, it is a very curious complaint. It has several stages. Remind me, my dear boy, I will describe this evening in
tell one thing that happened."
"But listen, Prince, you ought to try a cure abroad," Marya Alexandrovna intervened again.
"Abroad? Oh, yes, oh, yes. I certainly shall go abroad. I remember when I was abroad in the 20s, it was wonderfully gay. I almost got married to a French vicomtesse. I was tremendously in love with her at the time, and wanted to devote my life to her. I did not marry her, though. Somebody else did. And such a strange thing happened. I was absent only 2 hours, and the other man won the day. A German baron he was. He was put into a madhouse for a time afterwards."
"But, cher Prince, what I meant was that you must think seriously about your health. There are such doctors abroad, and besides, a change of life does so much. You really must abandon your Duhanovo, if only for a time."
"Certainly. I have made up my mind to do so long ago. And do you know, I mean to try hydropathy."
"Hydropathy?"
"Hydropathy. I have tried hydropathy once already. I was at the waters then. There was a Moscow lady there. I have forgotten her surname, only she was a very poetical lady, about 70. She had a daughter, too, about 50, a widow with cataract in her eye. She, too, almost talked in verse. Afterward she had a very unfortunate mishap. She killed one of her serf girls in a rage, and was tried for it. And do you know, they took it into their heads to make me try the water cure. I must say I had nothing the matter with me, but they kept insisting, 'Try the cure, try the cure.' Simply from delicacy I began to drink the waters. I thought I really should be better for it. I drank and drank and drank and drank. I drank up a perfect waterfall. And do you know, hydropathy is really a very good thing, and did me a very great deal of good, so that if I had not fallen ill, I assure you I should have been perfectly well."
"That is a very just conclusion, uncle. Tell me, uncle, have you studied logic?" "Upon my word, what questions you ask!" Marya Alexandrovna observed sternly, much scandalized.
"I did study it, my dear boy, but very long ago. I studied philosophy, too, in Germany. I went through a whole course, but even at the time I couldn't remember it. But I must own, you have so frightened me about this illness that I feel quite upset. I'll come back directly, though."
"But where are you going, Prince?" cried Marya Alexandrovna in amazement.
"I will be back directly. I simply want to note down a new idea. Au revoir."
"What a specimen!" cried Pavel Alexandrovitch, and he went off into a fit of laughter. Marya Alexandrovna lost patience. I don't understand in the least what you are laughing at," she began with heat. "To laugh at a venerable old man, at a relation, to take advantage of his angelic kindness, and to turn every word he utters into ridicule. I blushed for you, Pavel Alexandrovitch. Tell me, please, what do you find absurd in him? I saw nothing to laugh at in him." "When he does not know people, when he sometimes talks nonsense." "But that is the effect of the awful life he is leading, of his horrible imprisonment for the last 5 years, under the eye of that fiendish woman. One ought to pity him and not to laugh at him. He did not even know me. You were a witness of that yourself. That was, so to speak, a flagrant example. He absolutely must be saved. I suggested to him to go abroad simply in the hope that he might get rid of that market woman.
Do you know what? We ought to find him a wife, Marya Alexandrovna, cried Pavel Alexandrovitch.
Again, you are incorrigible, Monsieur Mozgliakov.
No, Marya Alexandrovna, no. This time I am speaking seriously. Why shouldn't we marry him? It's an idea. C'est une idée comme une autre. What harm could it do him? Kindly tell me that. On the contrary, he is in such a position that only such a step could save him. He is still legally able to marry. To begin with, he would be rescued from that trollop, excuse the expression. Secondly, and chiefly, imagine that he picks out a girl, or better still, a widow, sweet, kind, sensible, tender, and, above all, poor, who will look after him like a daughter and realize that he has been a benefactor to her in giving her the title of his wife. And what could be better for him than a noble and upright creature who would belong to him and would be continually at his side, instead of that female? Of course she ought to be pretty, for even to this day Uncle loves a pretty face. Did you notice how he kept looking at Zinaida Afanasievna?
But where will you find such a bride?
asked Nastasya Petrovna, listening attentively. Ah, there it is. Why, you, for instance, if you were willing. Allow me to ask, aren't you perfectly suitable as a match for the prince? In the first place, you are pretty. Secondly, you are a widow. Thirdly, you are a lady. Fourthly, poor, for you really are not very well off. Fifthly, you are a very sensible woman, and consequently will love him, keep him in cotton wool, send that person about her business, take him abroad, will feed him on semolina pudding and sweetmeats, all that up to the time when he leaves this transitory world, which will happen within a year and possibly within 2 or 3 months. Then you will be a princess, a wealthy widow, and as a reward for your pluck you can marry a marquis or a general. C'est joli, isn't it?
Why, my gracious, I believe I should fall in love with him, poor dear gentleman, out of mere gratitude if only he made me an offer,
exclaimed Madame Ziablov, and her dark, expressive eyes gleamed.
But that's all nonsense.
Nonsense? If you like, it needn't be nonsense. Ask me nicely, and then you may cut off my finger if you are not engaged to him today. Why, there is nothing easier than to persuade or tempt Uncle into anything. He always says, "Oh, yes, oh, yes." You have heard him yourself. We will marry him so that he will hardly notice it. We will deceive him and marry him, perhaps. Why, it is for his benefit, mercy upon us. You might dress up in your best to be ready for anything, Nastasya Petrovna. Monsieur Mozgliakov's enthusiasm knew no bounds. Sensible though she might be, Madame Ziablov's mouth watered.
I know I look a perfect slut today without your telling me, she replied. I have grown shockingly careless. I have no ambition. That's how it is I go about such a grub. Why, do I really look like a cook?
All this time Marya Alexandrovna was sitting with a strange look on her face. I am not mistaken if I say that she heard Pavel Alexandrovitch's strange proposition with a sort of dismay, as though disconcerted by it. At last she recovered herself.
"All that is very nice, no doubt, but it is all nonsense and absurdity, and what is more, quite out of place," she interrupted Mozgliakov sharply. "But why, my dear Marya Alexandrovna, why is it nonsense and out of place?" "For many reasons. And first of all, because you are in my house, and the prince is my guest, and I allow no one to show a lack of respect for my house. I look upon your words as nothing but a jest, Pavel Alexandrovitch. But thank goodness, here is the prince."
"Here I am," cried the prince, walking into the room. "It's wonderful, cher ami, how many different ideas I've had today. And at other times, perhaps you wouldn't believe it, I seem to have none at all, nothing all day."
"That's probably from your tumble today, uncle. It has upset your nerves, and that is how it is."
"I put it down to that myself, my dear fellow, and I think that the accident has been really beneficial, so that I have made up my mind to forgive my Theophil. Do you know what? I believe he was not trying to take my life after all. What do you think? Besides, he has been punished only lately by having his beard shaved off."
"His beard shaved off, uncle? Why, he has a beard as big as the German Empire."
"Oh, yes, as big as the German Empire. You are generally very correct in your conclusions, my dear boy. But it is a false one, and only fancy how it happened. I was sent a price list. The super best beards for coachmen and gentlemen, newly imported from abroad, also whiskers, imperials, moustaches, and so on, and all of the best quality and at the most moderate prices. I thought I would send for a beard just to see what it was like. So I wrote for a coachman's beard. It really was a beard worth seeing. But it turned out that Theophil had a beard of his own almost twice as big. Of course we were puzzled what to do, to shave his off or to send back the one they had sent us and let him wear his natural one. I thought and thought about it, and came to the conclusion that it was better for him to have the artificial one."
"Probably because art is better than nature, uncle."
"That was just it. And what distress it caused him when his beard was shaved off, as though he had parted with his whole career together with his beard. But isn't it time for us to start, my dear boy?"
"I am ready, uncle." "But I hope, Prince, that you are only going to the governor's," Marya Alexandrovna exclaimed in excitement. "You are mine now, Prince, and belong to my family for the whole day. I am not going to tell you anything about the society here, of course. Perhaps you want to go to Anna Nikolaevna's, and I have not the right to disillusion you. Besides, I am fully persuaded that time will tell its own story. But remember that I am your hostess, sister, nurse for the whole of today, and I must own that I tremble for you, Prince. You don't know these people. You don't yet know them."
"Rely on me, Marya Alexandrovna. Everything shall be as I promised you," said Mozgliakov.
"Oh, you featherhead! Rely on you! I expect you to dinner, Prince. We dine early. And how I regret that on this occasion my husband is in the country. How delighted he would have been to see you. He has such a respect for you. He has such a genuine affection for you."
"Your husband? So you have a husband too?" the prince queried.
"Oh, my goodness, how forgetful you are, Prince! Why, you have utterly, utterly forgotten all the past. My husband, Afanasy Matveyitch, surely you have not forgotten him? He is in the country now, but you have seen him 1,000 times in old days. Do you remember, Prince, Afanasy Matveyitch?"
"Afanasy Matveyitch! In the country, only fancy! Mais c'est délicieux! So you have a husband too? What a strange thing, though. That's exactly like some vaudeville.
The husband's on the stair, but the wife has gone to— excuse me, I have forgotten. Only the wife had gone off somewhere also, to Tula or to Yaroslav. Anyway, it's very funny."
"The husband is on the stair, but the wife has gone to Tver, uncle," Mosgliakov prompted him.
Oh yes, thank you, my dear boy, Tver it was. Charmant, charmant, so that it rhymes also. You always drop into rhyme, my dear boy. I didn't remember whether it was to Yaroslav or to Kostroma, but only that his wife had gone off somewhere too. Charmant, charmant. I have a little forgotten what I was beginning to speak about, though. Ah, yes, so we are starting, my dear fellow. Au revoir, madame. Adieu, ma charmante demoiselle," added the prince, turning to Zina and kissing his fingertips. To dinner, prince. Don't forget to make haste back," Marya Alexandrovna called after him. Breaking in. The multiple cultural and historical references that make their way into this chapter serve to highlight the prince's generation and his place within it. When Marya Alexandrovna mentions 3 comic writers that the prince might rival with his witticisms, 2 of them had already been dead for decades. Denis von Wiesen's comic plays had appeared in the 18th century, before Alexander Griboyedov published Woe from Wit in 1825. Nikolai Gogol was more contemporary, but even he had been dead for 5 years before Dostoevsky started work on Uncle's Dream. Immanuel Kant was one of the most influential philosophers of Western history, and the father of German idealism, which would have been popular in early 19th century Russia, and apparently was what our uncle was studying in his youth. Indeed, German idealism was one of the wellsprings of the communism of Karl Marx, which so terrifies the prince. Kant was anything but stupid, which enhances the absurdity of the comparison to the footman. A related idea, and a more important one for our story, is Romanticism, and of course Byron was one of the most important Romantic British poets. He would be unlikely to have been dancing at the Congress of Vienna. Then again, a cook from Poland would have had little to celebrate there himself. The Congress of Vienna redrew the European map in the wake of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815, and Poland lost much of its land to Russia in the process. As it was a reaction to French aggression, the Congress was an anti-republican, pro-aristocratic affair, thus promoting the interests of figures like the prince. A more contemporary political allusion in the text concerns Marya Alexandrovna's reference to wounded soldiers, who were the intended audience of the new local theatricals. These soldiers would have been veterans of the Crimean War, which the Russians lost in 1856. The prince is, of course, the most clownish figure in the book. But curiously, in correspondence, Dostoevsky once referred to him as the single serious figure in the story. That may seem strange, and yet if there is a serious moment in this chapter, it is the prince's casual reference to a woman who beat a serf girl to death and had to suffer the misfortune of being tried for it. This isn't the only such moment in the text. More on this later. End of comments. Chapter 5. "You might just glance into the kitchen, Nastasia Petrovna," she said after seeing the prince out. "I have a presentiment that monster Nikita will be sure to spoil the dinner. I am convinced that he is drunk by now." Nastasia Petrovna obeyed.
As she went out, she looked suspiciously at Marya Alexandrovna and observed in her signs of exceptional agitation. Instead of going to look after the monster Nikita, Nastasya Petrovna went into the bigger drawing-room, from there through the corridor to her own room, from there into a little dark apartment, something like a lumber room, where there were trunks standing, garments of some sort hanging, and the dirty linen of the whole family stored in bags. She went on tiptoe to the closed door, held her breath, stooped down, looked through the keyhole, and listened. This door was one of the 3 doors of the very room in which Marya Alexandrovna and Zina had remained, and was always kept shut and locked. Marya Alexandrovna considered Nastasya Petrovna a sly but exceedingly frivolous woman. No doubt the idea did at times occur to her that Nastasya Petrovna had no scruples and was given to eavesdropping. But at the present moment Marya Alexandrovna was so much engrossed and excited that she quite forgot to take certain precautions. She sat down in an easy-chair and looked significantly at Zina. Zina was conscious of that gaze fixed upon her, and a feeling of uneasy depression began to weigh upon her heart.
"Zina!"
Zina slowly turned her pale face towards her and lifted her dreamy black eyes.
"Zina, I intend to speak to you about an extremely important matter."
Zina turned completely round to her mother, folded her hands, and stood waiting. There was a look in her face of vexation and sarcasm, which she tried, however, to conceal.
"I want to ask you, Zina, what you thought today of that Mozgliakov. You have known what I think of him for ever so long," answered Zina reluctantly. "Yes, mon enfant, but it seems to me that he is becoming too persistent with his attentions. He says he is in love with me, and his persistency is excusable. Strange, you used not to be so ready to excuse him. On the contrary, you invariably attacked him whenever I spoke of him. It is strange, too, that you always defended him and were so set on my marrying him, and now you attack him." "That is almost so. I don't deny it, Zina. I did desire to see you married to Mozgliakov. It was painful for me to see your continual depression, your unhappiness, which I am quite capable of understanding, whatever you may think of me, and which poisons my sleep at night. I felt sure at last that nothing but a complete change of life could save you, and that change must be marriage. We are not well off, and cannot, for instance, go abroad. The asses here are surprised that you are 23 and not yet married, and concoct a regular legend to explain it. But is it likely I should make a match for you with a local councillor, or with Ivan Ivanitch, our attorney here? Is there a husband here for you? Mozgliakov is empty-headed, of course, but he is the best of the lot. He is of a decent family, he has connections, he has 150 serfs. That is better anyway than living by tricks and bribes, and God knows what shifts. That's why I turned my eyes upon him. But I swear I never had a real liking for him. I am persuaded that it was the hand of the Almighty that forewarned me. And if God were to send you even now something better, oh, what a good thing it will be that you have not pledged your word. You have not said anything positive to him today, have you, Zina?" "Why all this pretense, Mamma, when the whole thing could be said in 2 words?" Zina brought out irritably. "Pretense, Zina, pretense! and you can use a word like that to your mother? But what am I saying? For a long while past you have put no faith in your mother. For a long while past you have looked on me as your enemy and not your mother. Oh, do leave off, Mamma. Surely you and I need not dispute about words. Don't we understand each other? I should have thought it was high time we did. You wound me, my child. You do not believe that I am ready to do absolutely anything to secure your future.
Zina looked at her mother sarcastically and with annoyance.
You don't want to marry me to that prince to secure my future, do you?
She asked with a queer smile.
I have not said a word of that, but since you have mentioned it, I will say that if it were your lot to marry the prince, it would be a great happiness for you, and not at all senseless. And I consider that's simply nonsense,
cried Zina passionately.
Nonsense, nonsense! I also think, Mamma, that you have too much romantic inspiration. You are a poetess in the fullest sense of the word. That's what they call you here. You are continually having projects. Their impossibility and absurdity do not deter you. I had a foreboding while the prince was sitting here that you had this in your mind. When Mozgliakov began playing the fool and declaring that we ought to find a wife for the old man, I read all you were thinking in your face. I am ready to bet that you are thinking of that, and that is what you are leading up to with me. But as your incessant scheming on my behalf is beginning to bore me to death, is beginning to torture me, I beg you not to say one word about it to me. Do you hear, Mamma? Not one word, and I should be glad if you would remember that.
She was breathless with anger.
You are a child, Zina, a sick, irritable child,
answered Marya Alexandrovna in a tearful voice full of emotion.
You speak disrespectfully to me and hurt my feelings. No mother would put up with what I endure from you every day. But you are nervous, you are ill, you are suffering, and I am a mother, and above all a Christian. I must bear it and forgive. But one word, Zina, if I really were dreaming of that union, why do you look upon it as nonsense? To my mind, Mozgliakov never spoke more sensibly than just now when he pointed out that it was essential for the prince to marry. Of course, not that slut Nastasia. He was talking wildly about that. Listen, Mamma. Tell me straight out. Are you questioning me like this out of curiosity, or with a motive? I only ask you, why does it seem to you such nonsense? Oh, how annoying! What a life!
exclaimed Zina, stamping with impatience.
I'll tell you why, if you still don't know, to say nothing of all the other absurdities. To take advantage of a wretched old man's having fallen into dotage, to deceive him, to marry him, a wreck, in order to get hold of his money, and then every day, every hour, to long for his death, to my mind is not simply nonsense, but so base, that I can't congratulate you on such ideas, Mamma.
The silence lasted for a minute.
Zina, do you remember what happened 2 years ago?
Marya Alexandrovna asked suddenly. Zina started.
Mamma,
she said in a severe voice,
you promised me solemnly never to speak of that again. And now I solemnly beg you, my child, to allow me only once to break that promise which I have never broken till now, Zina. The time has come for a full explanation between us. These 2 years of silence have been awful. It can't go on like this. I am ready to beg you on my knees to let me speak. Listen, Zina, your own mother begs you on her knees. At the same time, I give you my solemn promise, the promise of an unhappy mother who adores her daughter, that I will never, under any circumstances whatever, even if it were a question of my life, I will never speak of it again. This shall be the last time, but now it is essential."
Marya Alexandrovna was calculating on her words having their full effect.
"Speak,"
said Zina, turning perceptibly pale.
"Thank you, Zina. 2 years ago, poor dear Mitya, your little brother, had a tutor—" "But why do you begin in this solemn way, Mamma? Why all this fine speaking, all these details, which are utterly unnecessary, which are painful, which are only too well known to both of us?"
Zina cut her short with a kind of angry repulsion.
"Because, my child, I, your mother, am compelled to justify myself before you. Because I want to put it all before you from an absolutely different point of view, and not from the mistaken point of view from which you are in the habit of looking at it. In fact, that you might understand better the conclusion I am meaning to draw from all this. Do not imagine, my child, that I want to play with your feelings. No, Zina, you will find in me a true mother, and perhaps shedding tears at my feet, the feet of the base woman you have just called me, you will yourself implore the reconciliation you have so long, so haughtily rejected. That is why I wish to speak out the whole truth, Zina, the whole from the very beginning. Otherwise I will be silent."
"Speak," Zina repeated, cursing her mother's love of fine speeches from the bottom of her heart.
"I will continue, Zina. How this district school teacher, hardly more than a boy, made an impression upon you, I could never understand. I put too much confidence in your good sense, in your honourable pride, and above all in his utter insignificance, for one must tell the whole truth, to suspect there could be anything between you. And all of a sudden you come to me and announce that you intend to marry him. Zina, it was a dagger in my heart. I uttered a shriek and fell into a swoon. But you remember all that. I need not say I thought it needful to use all my authority, which you call tyranny. Only think, a boy, the son of a sacristan, hired for 12 roubles a month, a scribbler of wretched doggerel, published out of kindness in the library of good reading, a fellow who could talk of nothing but that cursed Shakespeare. That boy, your husband, the husband of Zinaida Moskalev. Why, it is worthy of Florian and his shepherdesses. Forgive me, Zina, but the mere remembrance moves me to frenzy. I refused him, but no authority could keep you in check. Your father could do nothing but blink his eyes, and did not even understand when I tried to explain to him. You maintained your relations with that boy, even had interviews with him, and most awful of all, you even ventured to correspond with him. Rumors were spreading all over the town. Our neighbors began stabbing me with hints. They were already in high glee. They were already blowing their trumpets. And suddenly all my predictions were fulfilled in the most flagrant way. You quarreled over something. He showed himself utterly unworthy of you, the wretched boy, I cannot call him a man, and threatened to show your letters about the town. At that threat, full of indignation, you were wild with anger and gave him a slap in the face. Yes, Zina, that circumstance too is known to me. I know all about it, all. That very day the miserable boy showed one of your letters to that scoundrel Zaushin, and within an hour that letter was already in the hands of Natalia Dmitrievna, my deadly enemy. The same evening that madman, overcome with remorse, made an absurd attempt to poison himself. In a word, there was a most appalling scandal. That slut Nastasia ran to me in alarm with the terrible intelligence. The letter had been for a full hour in Natalia Dmitrievna's hands. Within 2 hours the whole town would know of your disgrace. I controlled myself. I did not swoon, but with what blows you struck at my heart, Zina! That shameless hussy, that monster Nastasia, demanded 200 roubles, and for that sum swore to get the letter back. I myself ran through the snow in my thin slippers to the Jew Bumstein, and pawned my jewel case, a keepsake from my sainted mother. Within 2 hours the letter was in my hands. Nastasia had stolen it. She broke open a box, and your reputation was saved. There was nothing to prove the story. But in what anxiety you made me pass that awful day! The next day I noticed for the first time in my life some grey hairs in my head, Zina. You have formed your own judgment now of that boy's conduct. You will agree now yourself, and perhaps with a bitter smile, that it would have been the acme of folly to entrust your future to his keeping. But from that time you have been fretting, you have been tormenting yourself, my child. You cannot forget him, or rather not him, he was always unworthy of you, but the phantom of your past happiness. That unhappy youth is lying on his deathbed now. I am told he is in consumption. And you, angel of goodness, you will not marry during his lifetime, that you may not lacerate his feelings. For to this day he is tortured by jealousy, though I am persuaded that he never loved you with true exalted love. I know that when he heard of Mozgliakov's attentions, he spied on you, sent to find out, made inquiries. You are sparing him, my child. I have guessed your secret, and God knows with what bitter tears I have wetted my pillow. Oh, do drop all that, mamma, Zina interrupted in unspeakable misery. I think you might have left your pillow out, she added bitingly. You can't speak without all this declamation and flourish. You do not believe me, Zina. Do not look upon me with antagonism, my child. My eyes have not been dry for these 2 years, but I hid my tears from you, and I swear that I, too, have greatly changed during that time. I have long understood your feelings, and I regret to say that it is only now that I have realized all the depth of your grief. Can you blame me, my dear, for looking on this attachment as a romantic folly inspired by that cursed Shakespeare who will poke his nose where he is not wanted? What mother will blame me for my terror, for the steps I took, for the sternness of my decision? But now, after seeing your suffering for these 2 years, I understand and appreciate your feelings. Believe me that I understand you, perhaps far better than you understand yourself. I am persuaded you love not him, that unnatural boy, but your golden dreams, your lost happiness, your exalted ideals. I, too, have loved, and perhaps more ardently than you. I have suffered myself. I, too, have had my exalted ideals. And so who can blame me now, And above all, can you blame me for regarding a match with the prince as the thing best fitted to save you, most essential for you in your present position?"
Zina had been listening with wonder to this long tirade, knowing perfectly well that her mother would not take up this tone without some object. But the unexpected conclusion in her mother's last words utterly amazed her.
"Can you really propose to marry me to that prince?" she cried, looking at her mother in astonishment and almost alarm. "Then it is not a mere dream, not a project, but your firm intention. So I guessed right. And in what way will such a marriage save me and be essential in my position? And in what way is all this worked in with what you have been saying just now, with all this story? I really don't understand you, Mamma."
"And I wonder how anyone can fail to understand, mon ange," exclaimed Marya Alexandrovna, growing excited in her turn.
"In the first place, the mere fact that you will move into a different society, a different world. You will leave forever this detestable little town, full of terrible memories for you, where you have no friend, no welcome, where you have been slandered, where all these magpies hate you for your beauty. You may even go abroad this spring, to Italy, to Switzerland, to Spain. To Spain, Zina, to Spain, where there is the Alhambra and the Guadalquivir, not this wretched, miserable river here with its unseemly name." "But excuse me, Mamma, you are talking as if I were already married, or at least as though the prince had made me an offer." "Don't trouble about that, my angel. I know what I am talking about. But allow me to proceed. I have already mentioned the first point. Now for the second. I understand, my child, with what repugnance you would give your hand to that Mozgliakov. I know without your telling me that I never shall be his wife," Zina answered with heat, and her eyes flashed. "And if you knew how well I understand your repugnance, my dear, it is an awful thing to swear before the altar of God to love one for whom you can feel no love. It is awful to belong to one whom you cannot even respect. And he will have your love. It is for that he will marry you. I can tell that by the look in his eyes when you turn away from him. How awful to keep up the pretense! I have endured that trial for 25 years. Your father has wrecked my life. He has, so to speak, sapped my youth, and how often you have seen my tears." "Papa is in the country. Please let him alone," answered Zina. "I know you always take his part. Ah, Zina, my heart ached when from motives of prudence I desired your marriage with Mozgliakov. But there would be no need to dissemble with the prince. Of course I need not say that you cannot care for him with love, and indeed he is not capable of requiring such love." "My goodness, what nonsense! But I assure you that you are mistaken from the very beginning upon the most essential point. Let me tell you that I don't want to sacrifice myself for no reason that I know of. Let me tell you that I don't want to be married to anybody, and that I shall remain single. For the last 2 years you have been nagging at me for not getting married. Well, you will have to make up your mind to accept it. I don't want to, and that is all. And so it shall be." "But, Sinochka, darling, for goodness' sake, don't fly into a passion before you have heard what I have to say. What a hot-headed child you are, to be sure. Allow me to look at it from my point of view, and you will agree with me at once. The prince will live for a year or two at the utmost, and to my mind it is better to be a young widow than an old maid, to say nothing of your being at his death a princess, free, wealthy, and independent. My dear, you may look with contempt on these calculations on his death. But I am a mother, and what mother would condemn me for my far-sightedness? Finally, if like an angel of goodness you still feel compassion for that boy, such compassion that you are unwilling to be married so long as he lives, as I conjecture is the case, reflect that you will give him fresh courage and relieve his mind by marrying the prince. If he has a spark of common sense, he will understand, of course, that jealousy of the prince would be misplaced, absurd. He will understand that you have married from motives of prudence, from necessity. He will understand, indeed, that is, I merely mean to say, you can marry anyone you like when the prince is dead. To put it plainly, it comes to this: marry the prince, plunder him, reckoning on his death to marry a lover afterwards. You balance your accounts cleverly. You try to tempt me, offering me— I understand you, mamma, I quite understand you. You never can resist a display of noble sentiments, even in the nastiest action. You had better have said simply and straightforwardly, Zina, it is base, but it is profitable, and so consent to do it. That would be more candid, anyway. But why, my child, persist in looking at it from that point of view? From the point of view of deception, artfulness, self-interest. You regard my calculation as base, deceitful. But by all that is holy, what deceit is there about it? Where is the baseness? Look at yourself in the glass. You are so lovely that one might give up a kingdom for your sake. And you, a beauty, sacrificed your best years to an old man. Like a lovely star you will shed light on his declining hours. You, like the green ivy, will twine about his age. You, and not that nettle, that abominable woman who has cast a spell on him, from greed is sapping his existence. Do you think that his money, his princely rank, is more precious than you? Where is the deceit? Where is the baseness in that? You don't know what you are saying, Zina. They evidently are more precious, since I have to marry a decrepit wreck. Deceit is always deceit, mamma, whatever the object may be. On the contrary, my dear, on the contrary. You may look at it from a lofty, indeed from a Christian point of view, my child. You said yourself on one occasion, in a moment of frenzy, that you would like to be a sister of mercy. Your heart had suffered, had grown hard. You said, I know this, that it could not love now. If you do not believe in love, turn your feelings to another loftier subject. Turn it genuinely, like a child with all faith and reverence, and God will bless you. This old man has suffered too. He is unhappy. He is persecuted. I have known him for some years, and have always cherished for him an incomprehensible sympathy, akin to love, as though I had a presentiment. Be his friend, be his daughter, be perhaps even his plaything, if one is to speak plainly, but warm his heart, and you will be doing an act godly and virtuous. He is ridiculous, don't think of that. He is half a man. Have compassion on him. You are a Christian. Master yourself. Such deeds are done by self-mastery. To our minds it is hard to bandage wounds in a hospital. It is revolting to breathe the infected air of the sick room. But there are angels of mercy who do that, and thank God for their vocation. Here is balm for your wounded heart, occupation, self-sacrifice, and you will heal your own wounds. Where is the egoism in it? Where is the baseness? But you don't believe me. You imagine, perhaps, that I am dissimulating when I talk of duty, of self-sacrifice. You can't conceive that I, a frivolous worldly woman, can have the heart, feelings, principles. Well, refuse to believe, insult your mother, but admit that what she says is reasonable and helpful. Imagine that it is not I who am speaking, but someone else. Shut your eyes, turn round to the corner, imagine that some unseen voice is speaking to you. What troubles you most is that it is all for the sake of money, as though it were some sale or purchase. Well, renounce the money if money is so hateful to you. Keep only what is barely necessary for yourself, and give away the rest to the poor. Help him, for instance, that luckless boy lying now on his deathbed. He will take no help, Zina said softly, as though to herself. He will not take it, but his mother will take it, Marya Alexandrovna answered triumphantly. She will take it without his knowing. You sold your earrings, your aunt's present, and helped her 6 months ago. I know that. I know the old woman takes in washing to keep her unhappy son. He will soon have no need of help. I know what you are hinting at, too. Marya Alexandrovna caught her up, and an inspiration, a genuine inspiration, dawned upon her. I know what you are alluding to. They say he is in consumption and he will not live long. But who says that? The other day I purposely questioned Kalist Stanislavich. I was anxious about him because I have a heart, Zina. Kalist Stanislavich answered me that the illness was, of course, serious, but that he was convinced that, so far, the poor boy was not in consumption, but that it was only a rather severe affection of the chest. Question him yourself. He told me, as a fact, that under different circumstances, especially with the change of climate and surroundings, the patient might recover. He told me that in Spain, and I had heard it before and even read it, that in Spain there is some extraordinary island, I believe it is called Malaga, like some wine, in fact, where not only persons with weak lungs, but even consumptives recover simply from the climate, and that people go there on purpose to be treated, people of rank and consequence, of course, or commercial people too, if only they are rich. But the magical Alhambra, the myrtles, the lemons, the Spaniards on their mules, that alone would make an extraordinary impression on a poetical nature. You think he will not take your help, your money for the journey? Well, deceive him then, if you are sorry for him. Deception is pardonable when it is to save a man's life. Give him hope, even promise him your love. Tell him you will marry him when you are left a widow. Anything in the world can be said in an honourable way. Your mother will not teach you anything dishonourable, Zina. You will do this to save his life, so anything is permissible. You will restore him to life through hope. He will begin to take trouble over his health, to try and cure himself, to obey the doctors. He will try to regain his health for the sake of happiness. If he recovers, even though you do not marry him, anyway he will be well again, and anyway you will have saved him, you will have brought him back to life. And indeed one may even look at him with sympathy. Perhaps fate has taught him a lesson and changed him for the better, and if only he is worthy of you, marry him if you like, when you are left a widow. you will be wealthy and independent. If you restore him to health, you can give him a position in the world, a career. Your marriage will be more excusable then than now, when it is out of the question. What would be in store for you both if you were to venture on such madness now? Universal contempt, beggary, the task of pulling the nasty urchin's ears, for that is part of his duties, the reading of Shakespeare together, staying on for ever and more to solve, and lastly, his speedy and inevitable death. While if you restore him to health, you will be restoring him for a useful, virtuous life. If you forgive him, you will make him adore you. He is fretting over his abominable action, and opening a new life to him, forgiving him, you will give him hope and reconcile him to himself. He may enter the service, may rise to a good grade, and indeed, even if he does not recover, he will die happy, at peace with himself, in your arms, for you will be able to be with him at that moment, trusting in your love, forgiven by you, in the shade of the myrtles and lemons, under the azure exotic sky. O Zina, all that is in your power. There is every advantage for you in it, and all that through marriage with the prince."
Marya Alexandrovna had finished. Rather a prolonged silence followed. Zina's agitation was inexpressible. We will not undertake to describe Zina's feelings. We cannot even conjecture them. But it seemed that Marya Alexandrovna had found the way to her heart. Not knowing what was the present state of her daughter's feelings, she had gone over every mood in which she might possibly be, and guessed that she had at last hit on the true path. She coarsely touched upon the sorest spot in Zina's heart. And, from old habit, she could not refrain from the exhibition of noble sentiments, which, of course, did not hoodwink Zina.
"What does it matter if she does not believe me?" thought Marya Alexandrovna. "If only I have made her think things over. If only I have clearly hinted at what I could not say outright."
So she argued, and she attained her object. The effect was produced. Zina listened greedily. Her cheeks glowed, her bosom heaved.
"Listen, Mamma,"
she said resolutely at last, though the sudden pallor of her face betrayed what that resolution cost her.
"Listen, Mamma."
But at that moment a sudden noise in the entrance hall and a harsh, shrill voice asking for Marya Alexandrovna made Zina pause. Marya Alexandrovna jumped from her seat.
"Oh, my goodness!" she cried. "The devil has sent that magpie, the colonel's wife. Why, I all but turned her out of the house a fortnight ago," she added, almost in despair. But it is impossible not to receive her now. Impossible. She most likely has news, or she would not have dared to come. It is important, Zina. I must know. We must neglect nothing now. "Oh, how grateful I am for your visit," she cried, hastening to meet her guest. "How did you come to think of me, my precious Sophia Petrovna? What an enchanting surprise!"
Zina ran out of the room. Breaking in. To my mind, the sequence of arguments on display in this chapter is one of the more significant features of the novel. We'll see more of its like later, and I'll return to it in my closing remarks. End of comments. Chapter 6. The colonel's wife, Sophia Petrovna Karpuhin, had only a moral resemblance to a magpie. Physically, she was more like a sparrow. She was a little lady, about 50, with sharp little eyes, with freckles and yellow patches all over her face. On her little dried-up body, perched on strong, thin, sparrow-like little legs, was a dark silk dress which was always rustling, for the colonel's lady could not keep still for 2 seconds. She was a spiteful and malignant gossip. She was mad on the fact of being a colonel's wife. She very often fought with her husband, the retired colonel, and used to scratch his face. Moreover, she used to drink 4 glasses of vodka in the morning, and as many in the evening, and had an insane hatred for Anna Nikolaevna Antipov, who had turned her out of her house the week before, as well as for Natalia Dmitrievna Paskudin, who had assisted in the operation.
"I have only looked in for a minute, mon ange," she twittered. "I really ought not to have sat down. I have only come to tell you what marvellous things are going on among us. The whole town has gone off its head about that prince. Our wily ones, vous comprenez, are chasing him, hunting him down, snatching him from one another, regaling him with champagne. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. How could you bring yourself to let him go? Do you know that he is at Natalia Dmitrievna's now?"
"At Natalia Dmitrievna's?" cried Marya Alexandrovna, jumping up from her seat. "Why, he was only going to see the governor, and afterwards perhaps to Anna Nikolaevna's, and was not going to stay long even there."
"Not for long, I dare say. Catch him now if you can. He did not find the governor at home. Then he went to Anna Nikolaevna's, promised to dine with her, and Natalia Dmitrievna, who is always with her nowadays, has carried him off to her house for lunch. There's your prince."
"And what about Mozgliakov? Why, he promised—"
"Yes, your Mozgliakov indeed. You think a lot of him, don't you? Why, he has gone with him. You see if they don't get up a game of cards there, and he loses all his money as he did last year. Yes, and they'll make the prince take a hand too, and strip him like bark. And the things she is spreading about, that Natalia. She is crying aloud that you are trying to ensnare the prince, you know, with certain objects. Vous comprenez? She is talking to him about it. Of course he doesn't understand. He sits like a wet cat and says, oh yes, at every word. And she brought out her Sanka, only fancy, 15, and she still keeps her in short skirts, only down to the knees, so you can imagine. They sent for that little orphan, Mashka. She is in short skirts too, only above the knee. I looked through my lorgnette. They put some sort of red caps with feathers on their heads. I really don't know what it was meant for. And they made the 2 little magpies dance the Cossack dance to the piano before the prince. Well, you know his weakness. He was melting with ecstasy. Contours. He looked at them through his lorgnette, and they did distinguish themselves, the magpies. They got red in the face, they twirled their legs, and it was such an exhibition that I was shocked, and that was all about it. Phoo! Call that a dance? I've danced myself, the shawl dance, at the breaking-up party at Madame Jarny's select boarding school, and it really was a distinguished performance. I was applauded by senators. The daughters of princes and counts were educated there. But this was simply a can. I grew hot with shame. I grew hot. I simply could not sit it out.
But surely you have not been at Natalia Dmitrievna's yourself? Why,
yes, she did insult me last week. I say that straight out to everyone. Mais, ma chère, I wanted to have a peep at that prince, if it was only through a crack in the door. I did go. For where else could I have seen him? I shouldn't have been to see her if it hadn't been for that horrid old prince. Only fancy, chocolate was handed round to everyone, but not offered to me, and they did not say a word to me all the time. She did that on purpose, you know. The tub of a woman. I'll pay her out. But goodbye, mon ange. I am in a hurry now, a great hurry. I must find Akulina Panfilovna and tell her. Only you may as well say goodbye to the prince now. He won't come back to you. You know he has no memory, so Anna Nikolaevna will certainly carry him off. They are all afraid that you, do you understand, on Zina's account.
Quelle horreur!
I assure you the whole town is talking of it. Anna Nikolaevna is set on keeping him to dinner and then to stay altogether. She is doing that to spite you, mon ange. I peeped into the servants' quarters. Such a bustle going on there. They are preparing the dinner. Such a clatter of knives. They have sent for champagne. Make haste, and catch him on the road when he is on his way to her. Why, he promised to dine with you first. He is your visitor, and not hers. To think of her having the laugh of you, the sly jade, the marplot, the filthy slut. Why, she is not worth the sole of my shoe, though she is the prosecutor's wife. I am a colonel's wife myself. I was brought up at Madame Jarny's select establishment. Pooh! Mais adieu, mon ange. I have my own sledge waiting, or I would have gone with you.
The walking newspaper vanished. Marya Alexandrovna was all of a tremble with excitement, but her visitor's advice was extremely clear and practical. There was no reason to delay, and indeed no time to be lost. But the chief difficulty still remained. Marya Alexandrovna flew to Zina's room. Zina, pale and troubled, was walking up and down the room, with her arms crossed and her head bowed. There were tears in her eyes, but there was a gleam of determination in the look she cast upon her mother. She made haste to hide her tears, and a sarcastic smile came on to her lips. "Mamma," she said before her mother could speak, "you wasted a great deal of your eloquence on me just now, far too much. But you did not blind me. I am not a child. To persuade myself that I am sacrificing myself like a sister of mercy, though I have no vocation for such a life, to justify the base deeds one commits from simple egoism with the pretense of honorable motives, all that is casuistry which cannot deceive me. Do you hear? That could not deceive me, and I want you to know that." "But, mon ange," cried Marya Alexandrovna, crestfallen. "Do not speak, mamma. Have the patience to hear me to the end. Though I fully recognize that it is Jesuitical casuistry, though I fully realize the utter baseness of such a proceeding, I fully accept your proposition. Do you hear? Fully. And I tell you I am ready to marry the prince, and even ready to second all your efforts to induce him to marry me. With what object I do so, there is no need for you to know. It is enough that I have made up my mind. I have made up my mind to everything. I will put on his boots for him. I will be his servant. I will dance to please him, to make up for my baseness to him. I will do anything in the world that he may not regret having married me. But in return for my decision, I insist that you tell me openly by what means you are going to arrange it all. Since you have begun speaking so insistently about it, you could not, I know you, have done so without having some definite plan in your head. Be open for once in your life at least. Openness is the indispensable condition. I cannot decide without knowing exactly how you intend to do it all." Marya Alexandrovna was so much taken aback by Zina's unexpected conclusion that for some time she stood facing her, dumb and motionless with amazement, and stared at her open-eyed. She had prepared herself to combat the obstinate romanticism of her daughter, of whose severe rectitude she stood in constant dread, and now she suddenly heard that her daughter agreed with her, and was ready to do anything, even in opposition to her principles. The whole affair was, in consequence, immensely simplified, and there was a gleam of joy in her eyes. "Zinotchka,"
she cried enthusiastically. "Zinotchka, you are my own flesh and blood." She could say no more, but flew to embrace her daughter. "Oh, my goodness, I did not ask for your endearments, Mamma," cried Zina with impatient repulsion. "I don't want your raptures. I ask you for an answer to my question, and nothing more." "But, Zina, I love you. I adore you, and you repulse me. You know I am doing my best for your happiness." And unfeigned tears glistened in her eyes. Marya Alexandrovna really did love Zina in her own way, and on this occasion, in her success and her excitement, she was brimming over with sentimental emotion. In spite of a certain narrowness in her outlook, Zina understood that her mother loved her, and that love was burdensome to her. She would have been more at ease indeed if her mother had hated her. "Well, don't be angry, Mamma. I am so agitated," she said to soothe her. "I am not angry. I am not angry, my angel," Marya Alexandrovna twittered, reviving instantly. "Of course I know that you are agitated. Well, my dear, you insist on openness. Certainly I will be open, entirely open, I assure you. If only you would trust me. And to begin with, I must tell you that I have not yet a definite plan. That is, in full detail, Zinotchka, and indeed I could not have. A clever girl like you will see why. I foresee some obstacles, in fact. That magpie just now babbled all sorts of nonsense. Oh, my goodness, I must make haste. You see, I am entirely open. But I swear I will attain my object," she added with enthusiasm. "My confidence is not romancing, as you called it just now, my angel. It rests on a basis of reality. It is founded on the absolute feeble-mindedness of the prince. That is the canvas on which I can embroider what I like. The great thing is that they should not prevent me, as though those fools could outwit me," she cried, banging her hand down on the table with a gleam in her eye. "That is my affair, and what is most necessary is to begin as quickly as we can, so as to settle what is most important today, if only it is possible." "Very good, Mamma. Only listen to one more piece of openness. Do you know why I am so interested to know your plan and have no faith in it? Because I cannot rely upon myself. I have said already that I have made up my mind to this base action, but if the details of your plan are really too revolting, too dirty, I warn you that I shan't be able to endure it, and I shall fling it all up. I know that that is only an added baseness, to resolve upon vileness and to be afraid of the filth in which it is swimming, but there is no help for it. It will inevitably be so." "But, Zinotchka, what is there particularly vile in it, mon ange?" Marya Alexandrovna was protesting timidly. "It is nothing but making an advantageous marriage, and everybody does that, you know. You have only to look at it from that point of view, and it all seems perfectly honorable. Ah, Mamma, for God's sake, don't try to deceive me. You see, I agreed to anything. What more do you want? Please don't be alarmed if I call things by their names. That is perhaps my only comfort now." And a bitter smile came upon her lips. Well, that's all right, my angel. We can differ in our opinions and yet mutually respect each other. Only if you are anxious about the details and are afraid they will be nasty, leave all that business to me. I assure you that not a speck of dirt shall fall on you. Should I be willing to compromise you in people's eyes? Only rely on me, and everything shall be settled capitally with the utmost decorum. Above all, with the utmost decorum. There shall not be the slightest scandal, and if there should be the tiniest unavoidable little bit of scandal, well, what of it? Why, we shall be far away then. We shan't stay here, you know. They can talk as much as they like. We can despise them. They will be envious, and they are not worth worrying about. I wonder at you, Zinotchka. But don't be angry with me. How can you, with your pride, be afraid of them?" "Oh, Mamma, I am not in the least afraid of them. You don't understand me a bit," Zina answered irritably. "Well, well, my love, don't be angry. All I mean is that they are contriving some nasty plots every day of their lives, and here, just for once in your life— But how silly I am! What am I saying? It is not nasty at all. What is there nasty about it? On the contrary, it is perfectly honourable. I will prove that to you conclusively, Zina. I repeat, it all depends on how you look at it." "Oh, do leave off, Mamma, with your arguments!" Zina cried wrathfully, and she stamped impatiently. "Well, my love, I'll say no more. I have said something foolish again."
A brief silence followed. Marya Alexandrovna meekly waited for Zina to speak, and looked uneasily into her eyes, as a little dog who has done wrong watches its mistress.
"I don't understand how you are going to set to work," Zina continued with repugnance. "I feel sure that you will only meet with ignominy. I despise their opinion, but for you it will mean disgrace." "Oh, if that's all that is worrying you, my angel, please don't worry yourself. I beg you, I entreat you. If only we are agreed, you need not be anxious about me. Oh, if only you knew the storms I have weathered unharmed, the scrapes I have had to get out of. Well, only let me have a try. In any case, we must lose no time in getting the prince tete-a-tete. But that is the very first thing, and all the rest will depend on it. But I can foresee the rest. They will all be up in arms, but that does not matter. I'll settle their business. I am frightened of Mozgliakov, too." "Mozgliakov?" Zina pronounced with contempt. "Why, yes, Mozgliakov. Only don't you be frightened, Zinotchka. I declare I'll bring him to such a pass that he will help us of himself. You don't know me, Zinotchka. You don't know what I am equal to in an emergency. Ah, Zinotchka, darling, when I heard about the prince a little while ago, the thought flashed upon my brain even then. My whole mind seemed full of light at once. And who could expect that he would come to us? Why, such an opportunity might not occur once in 1,000 years. Zinotchka, my angel, there is no dishonour in your marrying an old man and a broken-down cripple. But there would be in your marrying a man you could not endure, though you would really be his wife. And you won't be a real wife to the prince, you know. Why, it is not marriage. It is only a domestic contract. Why, of course, it will be a benefit to him, the fool. Why, it is bestowing priceless happiness on an old fool like that. Ah, how beautiful you are today, Zinotchka. Not beautiful, but a queen of beauty. Why, if I were a man, I would win you half a kingdom if you wanted it. They are all asses. How resist kissing this hand?" And Marya Alexandrovna kissed her daughter's hand warmly. "Why, this is my flesh and blood. We will marry him by force if need be, the old fool. And how we will arrange life, you and I, Zinotchka. You won't drive away your old mother when you are in luck, will you? Though we do quarrel, my angel, you have never had another friend like me, anyway. Mamma, if you have decided, perhaps it is time you were doing something. You are simply wasting time here," said Zina impatiently. "It is time, Zina, it is. Oh, I have been letting myself chatter too long," cried Marya Alexandrovna, catching herself up. "They are trying to entice the prince away altogether. I'll get into the sledge and set off at once. I'll drive round, call Mozgliakov out, and then... Yes, I'll bring him away by force if need be. Goodbye, Zinochka, goodbye, darling. Don't grieve, have no doubts, don't be sad. Above all, don't be sad. Everything will turn out splendidly. Everything shall be done with dignity and decorum. It makes all the difference how you look at it. Well, goodbye, goodbye.
Marya Alexandrovna made the sign of the cross over Zina, whisked out of the room, twisted and turned before the looking-glass in her own room for a brief instant, and 2 minutes later was being whirled along the streets of Mordassov in her sledge, which was always at the door at that hour in readiness for paying calls. Marya Alexandrovna lived on Grand.
No, you won't outwit me, she thought as she sat in her sledge. Zina consents, and that means half my task is done. And break down now? Nonsense! Ah, that Zina! She has agreed anyway at last. So some considerations do affect even her darling brain. I drew a tempting prospect for her. I touched her. But it is terrific how beautiful she is today. With her beauty I would have had Europe upside down to suit me. Oh, well, we'll wait and see. Shakespeare will fade away when she becomes a princess and gets to know a thing or two. What does she know? Mordassov and her schoolmaster. But what a princess she will be! I love in her that pride, that boldness. She is so unapproachable. She glances at you. It is the look of a queen. Why, how could she fail to see her advantage? She saw it at last. She'll see the rest. I shall be with her, of course. In the end she will agree with me on every point, and she won't be able to get on without me. I shall be a princess myself. I shall be known in Petersburg. Farewell, horrid little town. The prince will die, and that boy will die, and then I will marry her to a reigning prince. Only one thing I am afraid of. Didn't I confide too much in her? Wasn't I too open? Didn't I let myself be carried away by my feelings? She frightens me. Oh, she frightens me. And Marya Alexandrovna became engrossed in her meditations. Needless to say that they were of an active nature. But as the proverb has it, a good will does more than compulsion. Left alone, Zina spent a long time walking up and down the room with her arms crossed. She pondered over many things. Often and almost unconsciously she repeated, "It's time, it's time, it's high time." What did that fragmentary exclamation mean? More than once tears glistened on her long, silky eyelashes. She did not think of checking them or wiping them away. But there was no need for her mother to be anxious and to try to penetrate into her daughter's thoughts. Zina had fully made up her mind and was prepared for all the consequences. "Wait a bit," thought Nastasya Petrovna, threading her way out of the lumber room on the departure of the colonel's wife. "And I was meaning to put on a pink ribbon for the benefit of that wretched prince, and was fool enough to believe that he would marry me. Ah, Marya Alexandrovna, I am a slut. I am a beggar. I take bribes of 200 roubles, do I? I dare say I ought to have let you off and taken nothing from a swell like you. I took the money honorably. I took it for the expenses connected with the job. I might have had to give a bribe myself. What do you care that I demeaned myself to break the lock with my own hands? I did the dirty work for your benefit, while you sit with your hands in your lap. You have only to embroider on the canvas. Wait a bit, I'll show you the canvas. I'll show you both whether I am a slut. You will appreciate Nastasya Petrovna and her kindness."
Breaking in. In case you may have missed it, in this last scene, Nastasya Petrovna, who has been eavesdropping for the last 2 chapters, is responding to the scornful way in which Marya Alexandrovna described her role in the affair of Zina's letter to the schoolteacher. Nastasia Petrovna had saved the Moskalev family at the price of 200 rubles, but apparently received no gratitude from the bargain. By this point in our story, not only do we have the conflict in characters pretty thoroughly defined, but we also have a healthy, representative sample of what this little novel has to offer. The next 8 chapters will continue in the same vein, as we see various moves and countermoves in this petty strategy game, while the plot builds to its climax. Chapter 15, the final chapter, is the outlier, with a notable tonal shift as the narrator ties up loose ends. End of comments. Chapter 7. But Marya Alexandrovna was led by her good genius. The project she was planning was a grand and daring one: to marry her daughter to a wealthy man, to a prince and to a wreck, to marry her without anyone's knowing it, taking advantage of the feeble-mindedness and defenselessness of her guest, to do this by stealth like a thief, as Marya Alexandrovna's enemies would say, was not only bold but audacious. It was, of course, a profitable scheme, but in case of failure the schemers would be covered with disgrace. Marya Alexandrovna knew this, but she did not despair. "You don't know what storms I have weathered unharmed," she had said to Zina, and she had spoken truly. Otherwise she would not have been much of a heroine. There is no disputing that all this was something like highway robbery, but Marya Alexandrovna did not take much notice of that. On that score she had one wonderful and unfailing reflection. Once married, you can't be unmarried. A simple thought, but alluring the imagination with such extraordinary advantages that the mere conception of them sent thrills and shudders all over her. Altogether she was in great excitement, and sat in her sledge as though she were on thorns. Like a woman of inspiration with an unmistakable creative gift, she had already formed a plan of action. But this plan was still a rough sketch, altogether en grande, and still loomed somewhat dimly before her. A mass of details and unforeseen possibilities of all sorts awaited her. But Marya Alexandrovna had confidence in herself. She was agitated not by fear of failure. No, she longed only to begin the fray as soon as possible. Impatience, a laudable impatience, fired her at the thought of delays and obstacles. But as we are speaking of obstacles, we will ask leave to explain our meaning more fully. The chief trouble Marya Alexandrovna foresaw and expected was from her excellent fellow citizens, and especially from the highly respectable ladies of Mordassov. She knew by experience their implacable hatred for herself. She was perfectly certain, for instance, that at that moment every one in the town probably knew of her designs, although no one had been told anything about them. She knew from bitter experience on more than one occasion that no incident, even the most private nature, happened in her house in the morning without being known by the evening to the humblest market-woman, the humblest individual sitting behind a counter. Of course, Marya Alexandrovna, so far, had only a presentiment of trouble, but such presentiments had never deceived her. She was not deceived now. This was what had actually happened, though she knew nothing positive about it. About midday, that is, just 3 hours after the prince's arrival in Mordassov, strange rumors were circulating about the town. No one knew where they had begun, but they spread instantly. All began assuring one another that Marya Alexandrovna had already made a match between the prince and her Zina, her portionless 23-year-old Zina, that Mozgliakov had been dismissed, and that it was all signed and settled. What was the cause of these rumors? Could it be that everyone knew Marya Alexandrovna so well that they instantly hit on the very center of her secret thoughts and ideals? Neither the incongruity of such a rumor with the usual order of things, for such affairs can very rarely be settled in an hour, nor the obvious lack of any foundation for the story, for no one could discover whence it had arisen, could shake the conviction of the people of Mordassov. The rumors grew and took root with extraordinary obstinacy. What is most remarkable is that they began to circulate at the very time when Marya Alexandrovna was beginning her conversation with Zina on that very subject. So sharp are the noses of the provincials. The instinct of provincial newsmongers sometimes approaches the miraculous, and of course there is some reason for it. It is founded on the closest and most interested study of one another, pursued through many years. Every provincial lives, as it were, under a glass case. There is no possibility of concealing anything from your excellent fellow citizens. They know you by heart. They know even what you don't know about yourself. The provincial ought, one would think, by his very nature, to be a psychologist and a specialist on human nature. That is why I have been sometimes genuinely amazed at meeting in the provinces not psychologists and specialists on human nature, but a very great number of asses. But that is aside. That is a superfluous reflection. The news was like a thunderclap. A marriage with the prince appeared to everyone so advantageous, so dazzling, that even the strangeness of the affair did not occur to anyone. We will observe one other circumstance. Zina was almost more hated than Marya Alexandrovna. Why, I cannot tell. Possibly Zina's beauty may have been partly the reason. Perhaps the fact, too, that Marya Alexandrovna was anyway recognized as one of themselves by all the ladies of Mordassov. She was a berry off the same bush. If she had vanished from the town, who knows, they might have regretted her. She enlivened their society by her goings-on. It would have been dull without her. Zina, on the contrary, behaved as if she were living in the clouds and not in Mordassov. She was somehow not on a level with these people, not their equal, and, possibly without being aware of it, behaved with insufferable haughtiness in their company. And now, all of a sudden, that Zina, concerning whom there was a scandalous story, that proud, that haughty Zina, was becoming a millionaire and a princess, was rising to rank and distinction. In a couple of years, when she would be a widow, she would marry a duke or maybe a general, who knows, perhaps a governor. And the governor of Mordassov was, as luck would have it, a widower with a great weakness for the fair sex. Then she would be the lady of the greatest consequence in the province, and of course the mere thought of that was insufferable, and no news could ever have aroused more indignation in Mordassov than the news of Zina's marrying the prince. Instantly a furious outcry rose on all sides. People declared that it was wicked, positively vile, that the prince was out of his mind, that the old man was being deceived, that they were taking advantage of his feeble-mindedness to deceive him, to dupe him, to cheat him, that the old man must be saved from their bloodthirsty claws, that it was robbery and immorality, and finally that other girls were just as good as Zina, and other girls might just as well marry the prince. All these objections and opinions Marya Alexandrovna so far only surmised, But that was enough for her. She knew for certain that everyone, absolutely everyone, was ready to do everything possible, and even impossible, to frustrate her designs. Here they were trying to kidnap the prince so that she would have to get him back by force. Besides, if she did succeed in catching the prince and luring him back, she could not keep him forever on the lead. Besides, who can guarantee that that day, within a couple of hours, the whole solemn conclave of Mordassov ladies would not be sitting in her drawing-room, would not call on her on some pretext which would make it impossible to refuse to see them. If they were refused admittance at the door, they would climb in at the window, a feat almost impossible, though it did happen in Mordassov. In short, there was not an hour, not a second to be lost, and meanwhile nothing had yet been begun. All at once an idea that was a stroke of genius flashed upon Marya Alexandrovna's brain and was instantly matured there. Of that new idea we shall not neglect to speak in its proper place. Here we will only say that at that moment our heroine was dashing along the streets of Mordassov full of menace and inspiration, resolving even upon actual violence should it prove necessary in order to get the prince back. She did not yet know how it would be done and where she would meet him, but she did know positively that Mordassov would sink into the earth sooner than one jot of her present plans should fail of accomplishment. Her first step could not have been more successful. She succeeded in waylaying the prince in the street and taking him back to dinner. If I am asked how, in spite of all her enemy's devices, she managed to insist on getting her own way, so making Anna Nikolaevna look rather a fool, I am bound to say that I regard such a question as insulting to Marya Alexandrovna. Could she fail to triumph over any Anna Nikolaevna Antipov? She simply stopped the prince on his way to her rival's house, and in spite of everything, including the protests of Mozgliakov, who was afraid of a scandal, transferred the old gentleman to her sledge. It was this that distinguished Marya Alexandrovna from her rivals, that on critical occasions she did not hesitate for fear of a scandal, taking as her motto that success justifies everything. The prince, of course, made no great resistance, and, as usual, quickly forgot all about it, and was highly delighted. At dinner he babbled away without ceasing, was exceedingly lively, made jokes and puns, began telling anecdotes which he did not finish, or jumped from one story to another without being aware of it. At Natalia Dmitrievna's he had drunk 3 glasses of champagne. At dinner he drank more, and was completely fuddled. Marya Alexandrovna herself kept filling up his glass. The dinner was a very good one. The monster Nikita had not spoilt it. The lady of the house enlivened the party with the most fascinating graciousness. But the others, as though of design, seemed extraordinarily depressed. Zina maintained a sort of solemn silence. Mozgliakov was evidently put out and ate little. He was absorbed in thought, and as that was very exceptional with him, Marya Alexandrovna felt very uneasy. Nastasia Petrovna sat glum, and actually made signs to Mozgliakov, which the latter entirely failed to observe. Had it not been for the enchanting suavity and vivacity of the hostess, the dinner would have been like a funeral. Yet Marya Alexandrovna was inexpressibly excited. Zina alarmed her dreadfully with her mournful air and tear-stained eyes. And another difficulty was that there was need of haste, of prompt action, and that accursed Mozgliakov sitting on like a blockhead, troubling about nothing, and simply in the way. It was, of course, impossible to begin on such a subject before him. Marya Alexandrovna rose from the table in terrible uneasiness. What was her amazement, her delighted horror, if one may use such an expression, when, as soon as they arose from the table, Mozgliakov came up to her and suddenly, quite unexpectedly, announced that, to his great regret, of course, he was absolutely forced to take leave of them at once.
"Where are you going?"
Marya Alexandrovna asked with a note of extreme regret. "Well, you see, Marya Alexandrovna," Mozgliakov began with some uneasiness and even hesitation, "a very queer thing has happened to me. I really don't know how to tell you. For goodness' sake, give me advice."
"Why, what is it?"
"My godfather, Borodoev, the merchant, you know, met me today. The old fellow was quite huffy. He scolded me and said I had grown proud. This is the third time I have been in Mordasov without his having a glimpse of me. 'Come to tea today,' he said. It is 4 o'clock now, and he drinks tea in the old-fashioned way, when he wakes up. What am I to do? It is a bore, of course, Marya Alexandrovna, but think, he saved my poor father from hanging, you know, when he gambled away the government money. It was owing to that he stood godfather to me. If I am so happy as to marry Zinaida Afanasievna, I have only 150 serfs, while he has 1,000,000, people say, even more. He is childless. 70, think of it. If one pleases him, he may leave one 100,000 in his will."
"Oh, my goodness, what are you about? Why are you delaying?"
cried Marya Alexandrovna, scarcely concealing her relief.
"Go to him, go to him! You must not let it slip. To be sure, I was noticing at dinner, you seemed so dull. Go, mon ami, go. Why, you ought to have paid a call in the morning to show that you appreciate, that you value his kindness. Ah, you young people, you young people!"
"Why, Marya Alexandrovna," cried Mozgliakov in amazement,
"you yourself attacked me for that acquaintance. Why, you said that he was a peasant with a great beard, connected with innkeepers, low-class people, and attorneys." "Oh, mon ami, we say a great many thoughtless things. I may make mistakes like anyone else. I am not a saint. I don't remember, but I may have easily been in that mood. Besides, you were not at that time paying your addresses to Zina. Of course, it is egoism on my part, but now I am forced to look at it from a different point of view, and what mother could blame me in the circumstances? Go, do not delay for a minute. Spend the evening with him, too. And listen, say something to him about me. Tell him that I have a great regard, a great liking, a respect for him. And do it tactfully, nicely. Oh, my goodness, why, it quite went out of my head. I ought to have thought to suggest it to you."
"You have quite reassured me, Marya Alexandrovna," Mozgliakov cried, enchanted. "I swear I will obey you in everything now. Why, I was simply afraid to tell you. Well, goodbye, I am off. Make my apologies to Zinaida Afanasievna, though I shall certainly— I give you my blessing, mon ami. Be sure you speak of me to him. He certainly is a very dear old man. I changed my opinion of him long ago, though indeed I have always liked in him all those old-fashioned, truly Russian ways of his. Au revoir, mon ami, au revoir." "Oh, what a blessing that the devil has taken him off! No, it was the hand of God helping us," she thought, breathless with joy. Pavel Alexandrovitch went out into the hall and was putting on his fur coat when Nastasya Petrovna seemed suddenly to spring from nowhere. She was lying in wait for him. "Where are you going?" she said, holding him by the arm. To see Borodoev, my godfather, Nastasya Petrovna, who graciously stood sponsor at my christening. He's a wealthy old man. He will leave me something. I must make up to him." Pavel Alexandrovitch was in the best of spirits.
"To see Borodoev? Very well, then, say good-bye to your bride," Nastasya Petrovna said abruptly.
"How do you mean good-bye?"
"Why, what I say. You imagine that she is yours already. Well, they are trying to marry her to the prince. I have heard it myself."
"To the prince? Mercy on us, Nastasya Petrovna."
"Mercy on us, to be sure. Now, wouldn't you like to look on and overhear? Put down your coat and come this way."
Pavel Alexandrovitch, petrified, put down his fur coat and followed Nastasya Petrovna on tiptoe. She led him to the same little lumber room in which she had listened that morning. "But upon my word, Nastasya Petrovna, I really don't understand."
"Oh, well, you'll understand when you bend down and listen. The farce will begin at once, no doubt."
"What farce?"
"Shh! Don't speak so loud. The farce is that they are simply hoaxing you. This morning, when you had gone away with the prince, Marya Alexandrovna was a whole hour persuading Zina to consent to marry this prince. She said that nothing would be easier than to get round him and force him to get married, and she pitched such a fine tale that I felt quite sick. I overheard it all from here. Zina consented. How flattering they both were to you! They look upon you simply as a fool, and Zina said straight out that nothing would induce her to marry you. I am a fool, too. I meant to pin on a pink ribbon. Listen now, listen."
"But I say it's the most unholy treachery if so," whispered Pavel Alexandrovitch, looking into Nastasya Petrovna's face in the most foolish way.
"Well, you only listen, and that's not all you'll hear."
"But listen where?"
"Why, stoop down here, to this keyhole."
"But, Nastasya Petrovna, I am really not capable of listening at keyholes."
"Pooh, it's a bit late to think of that. It's a case of putting your honor in your pocket. Since you've come, you had better listen."
"But really—"
"If you are incapable of it, then be made a fool of. One takes pity on you, and you give yourself airs. What is it to me? I am not doing it for my own sake. I shall be gone from here before evening."
Pavel Alexandrovitch, overcoming his scruples, stooped down to the keyhole. His heart was beating. There was a throbbing in his temples. He scarcely understood what was happening to him. Chapter 8. "So you had a very gay time at Natalia Dmitrievna's, Prince?" queried Marya Alexandrovna, surveying the field of the approaching conflict with a predatory eye, and desiring to begin the conversation as innocently as possible. Her heart was beating with excitement and anticipation. After dinner they had taken the prince at once to the salon in which he had been received that morning. All solemn functions and receptions at Marya Alexandrovna's took place in this salon. She was proud of the room. The old man seemed rather limp after his 6 glasses of wine, and could hardly keep on his legs, but he chattered away without ceasing. His garrulousness was only intensified. Marya Alexandrovna realized that this spurt of excitement was only momentary, and that her guest, heavy from his potations, would soon be drowsy. She must seize the moment. Scanning the field of battle, she noticed with satisfaction that the lascivious old man was fixing upon Zina glances of peculiar avidity, and her maternal heart fluttered with joy.
"Exceedingly gay,"
answered the prince,
And you know Natalia Dmitrievna is an absolutely incomparable woman. Incomparable.
Though Marya Alexandrovna was so absorbed in her great plans, yet such ringing praise of her rival stabbed her to the heart.
"Upon my word, Prince," she cried with flashing eyes, "I really don't know what to think if your Natalia Dmitrievna is an incomparable woman. You say that because you don't know our society. You don't know it at all. Why, it is a mere exhibition of fictitious qualities, of noble sentiments, a farce, an outer husk of gold. Remove that husk, and you will find a perfect hell under the flowers, a perfect wasp's nest, where you will be devoured to the last bone."
"Is it possible?" exclaimed the prince. "You surprise me."
"But I vow that it is so. Ah, mon prince, do you know, Zina, I really ought to tell the prince that absurd and undignified incident with Natalia Dmitrievna last week. Do you remember?" "Yes, Prince. It is about your vaunted Natalia Dmitrievna, with whom you are so fascinated. Oh, my dearest Prince, I vow I am not a scandalmonger, but I certainly must tell you this simply to amuse you, to show you in a living instance, in a magnifying glass, so to speak, what people here are like. A fortnight ago, Natalia Dmitrievna came to see me. Coffee was served, and I went out of the room for something. I remember perfectly well how much sugar there was in my silver sugar basin. It was quite full. I came back and looked. There were only 3 lumps lying at the bottom of the basin. No one had been left in the room but Natalia Dmitrievna. What do you say to that? She has a brick house of her own and heaps of money. It's an absurd, comical incident, but you can judge from that the lofty tone of our society."
"Is it possible?" exclaimed the prince, genuinely surprised. "What unnatural greediness! Did she eat it all up alone?"
"So you see what an incomparable woman she is, Prince. How do you like that disgraceful incident? I believe I should have died on the spot if I had brought myself to commit such a revolting action."
To be sure. But you know she really is such a belle femme."
"Natalia Dmitrievna? Upon my word, Prince, she is a perfect tub. Oh, Prince, what are you saying? I did expect better taste from you."
"To be sure, a tub. Only, you know, she is such a fine figure. And that girl who danced, she is such a good figure, too."
"Sonitchka? But she is quite a child. She is only 14.
"To be sure, only, you know, she is so agile, and she has such contours, too. They are developing. Such a charming girl. And the other who danced with her, she is developing, too."
"Ah, that is a luckless orphan, Prince. She often stays with them."
"An orphan? She's a dirty girl, though. She might wash her hands anyway. Though she was attractive, too."
As he said this, the prince scrutinized Zina through his lorgnette with a sort of growing avidity.
"Mais quelle charmante personne!"
he muttered in an undertone, melting with gratification.
"Zina, play us something, or better still, sing. How she sings, Prince! She is equal to a professional. And if you only knew, Prince,"
Marya Alexandrovna went on in a low voice when Zina had moved away to the piano with her soft, swimming gait, which sent a thrill through the poor old man.
"If only you knew what a daughter she is, what a loving nature she has, how tender she is with me, what feeling, what heart."
"To be sure, feeling.
And do you know, I have only known one woman in my life who could be compared with her for beauty," the prince interrupted, with his mouth watering. "That was Countess Ninsky. She died 30 years ago. A most fascinating woman she was, an indescribable beauty. Afterwards she married her cook." "Her cook, Prince?" "To be sure, her cook. A Frenchman abroad. She got a count's title for him abroad. He was a good-looking man, extremely well-educated, with little moustaches like this." And how did they get on together, Prince?" "To be sure, they got on very well together, though they separated soon afterwards. He robbed her and went off. They quarrelled about some sauce." "Mamma, what shall I play?" asked Zina. "You had better sing us something, Zina. How she sings, Prince! Are you fond of music?" "Oh, yes, charmant, charmant. I am very fond of music. I used to know Beethoven when I was abroad." "Beethoven? Only fancy, Zina, the prince used to know Beethoven," Marya Alexandrovna cried rapturously. "Oh, Prince, did you really know Beethoven?" "To be sure, we were quite friends, and he always had his nose in the snuff-box. Such a funny fellow." "Beethoven?" "To be sure, Beethoven, but perhaps it was not Beethoven, though, but some other German. There are such a lot of Germans out there. I believe I have mixed them up." "What am I to sing, Mamma?" asked Zina. "Oh, Zina, sing that song in which there is so much chivalry, the one in which there is the lady of the castle and her troubadour. Oh, Prince, how I love all that age of chivalry, those castles, that medieval life, those troubadours, heralds, tournaments. I will accompany you, Zina. Come here closer, Prince. Ah, those castles. "To be sure, those castles. I love castles too," muttered the prince rapturously, transfixing Zina with his solitary eye. "But, my goodness," he exclaimed, "that song! Why, I know that song. I heard that song long ago. It brings back such memories. Ah, my goodness!"
I will not undertake to describe what happened to the prince while Zina was singing. She sang an old French song which had once been in fashion. Zina sang it beautifully. Her pure, resonant contralto went straight to the heart. Her lovely face, her wonderful eyes, the wonderful delicately molded fingers with which she turned the music, her thick, brilliant black hair, her heaving bosom, her whole figure, proud, lovely, noble, all this bewitched the poor old man completely. He did not take his eyes off her while she was singing. He gasped with emotion. His aged heart, warmed by the champagne, the music, and rising memories — what man has not favourite memories? — was throbbing faster and faster, as it had not beat for ages. He was ready to fall on his knees before Zina, and was almost weeping when she had finished.
"Oh, ma charmante enfant," he cried, kissing her fingers. "Vous me ravissez. Only just now I remembered. But, oh, ma charmante enfant."
And the prince could not go on. Marya Alexandrovna felt that her moment had come.
"Why are you wasting your life, Prince?" she exclaimed solemnly. "What feeling, what vital energy, what spiritual riches, and to bury yourself for your whole life in solitude, to run away from people, from your friends. But it is unpardonable. Think better of it, Prince. Look at life, so to speak, with a fresh eye. Evoke from your heart your memories of the past, the memories of your golden youth, of those golden days free from care. Bring them back to life. Restore yourself to life. Begin to live again in society among your fellows. Go abroad. Go to Italy, to Spain. To Spain, Prince. You want someone to guide you, a heart that would love you, that would honor you and feel with you. But you have friends. Summon them, call them to you, and they will flock in crowds to your side. I would be the first to throw up everything and fly at your summons. I remember our friendship, Prince. I would abandon my husband and follow you. And indeed, if I were younger, if I were as good and as lovely as my daughter, I would be your travelling companion, your friend, your wife, if that was your wish. And I am sure you were une charmante personne in your day, said the prince, blowing his nose. His eyes were moist with tears. We live again in our children, Prince, Marya Alexandrovna answered with lofty feeling. I, too, have my guardian angel, and that is my daughter, the friend of my heart, the partner of my thoughts, Prince. She has already refused 7 offers, unwilling to part from me. So she would come with you when you accompany me abroad? In that case I will certainly go abroad, cried the prince, growing more animated. I will certainly go, and if I might flatter myself with the hope. But she is a fascinating child. Oh, ma charmante enfant. And the prince began kissing her hand again. The poor man would have liked to drop on his knees before her. But, Prince, you say, can you flatter yourself with hope? Marya Alexandrovna caught him up, conscious of a fresh rush of eloquence. But you are strange, Prince. Can you consider yourself unworthy of a woman's devotion? It is not youth that makes a man handsome. Remember that you, so to speak, are a scion of the old aristocracy. You are the embodiment of the most refined, the most chivalrous sentiments and manners. Did not Maria love Mazeppa in his old age? I remember I have read that Luzon, that enchanting marquis at the court of Louis I have forgotten which, in his declining years, when he was an old man, won the heart of one of the leading court beauties. And who has told you that you are old? Who has instilled that idea into you? Men like you do not grow old. You, with such wealth of feeling, of gaiety, of wit, of vital energy, of brilliant manners. Only show yourself at some spa abroad with a young wife as beautiful as my Zina, for instance. I am not speaking of her, I only mention her for example, and you will see what a colossal sensation it will make. You are a scion of the aristocracy, she a queen of beauty. You will walk with her on your arm in triumph. She will sing in brilliant society. You, for your part, will scintillate with wit, and all the visitors at the spa will flock to look at you. All Europe will be ringing with your name, for all the newspapers, all the feuilletons at the watering places will tell the same story. The feuilleton! Oh yes, that's in the newspapers, muttered the prince, not understanding half Marya Alexandrovna's babble, and growing more and more limp every moment. But, my child, if you are not tired, Sing that song you sang just now once more." "Oh, Prince, but she has other songs better still. Do you remember l'Hirondelle, Prince? No doubt you have heard it." "Yes, I remember, or rather I have forgotten it. No, the same song as before, the same that she sang just now. I don't want l'Hirondelle, I want the same song," said the prince, entreating like a child. Zina sang it over again. The prince could not restrain himself, and sank on his knees before her. "Oh, ma belle chatelaine," he cried in a voice quavering with age and excitement. "Oh, ma charmante chatelaine, oh, my sweet child, you have reminded me of so much, of what was in the distant past. I thought then that everything would be better than it was afterwards. In those days I used to sing duets with the Vicomtesse, that very song, and now I don't know what now." All this speech the prince uttered breathless and gasping. His tongue was perceptibly faltering. Some words were almost impossible to understand. It could only be seen that he was in an extremely maudlin state. Marya Alexandrovna promptly threw oil on the flames. "Prince, but perhaps you are falling in love with my Zina?" she cried, feeling that it was a solemn moment. The prince's answer surpassed her highest expectations. "I am madly in love with her," cried the old man, suddenly reviving, still on his knees and trembling all over with excitement. "I am ready to devote my life to her, and if I could only hope... But lift me up, I feel rather weak. If I could only hope to offer her my heart, then she would sing me songs every day, and I could always look at her, always look at her. Oh, my goodness!" Prince, you offer her your hand? You want to rob me of my Zina, my darling, my angel Zina. But I will not let you go, Zina. You will have to tear her from my arms, from the arms of her mother." Marya Alexandrovna rushed at her daughter and folded her tightly in her arms, though she was conscious of being somewhat violently repulsed. The mamma was rather overdoing it. Zina felt that in every fibre of her being, and looked on at the farce with indescribable disgust. She was silent, however, and that was all Marya Alexandrovna wanted. "She has refused 9 offers, simply to avoid being parted from her mother," she cried. "But now my heart forebodes separation. This morning I noticed how she looked at you. You impressed her with your aristocratic ways, Prince, with that refinement. Oh, you are parting us. I have a presentiment of it." "I adore her," muttered the prince, still quivering like an aspen leaf. "And so you will forsake your mother?" exclaimed Marya Alexandrovna, dashing at her daughter once again. Zina was in haste to put an end to the painful scene. She held out her lovely hand to the prince, and even forced herself to smile. The prince took the hand with reverence, and covered it with kisses. "Only now I begin to live," he muttered, gasping with ecstasy. "Zina," Marya Alexandrovna pronounced solemnly, "look at this man. He is the noblest, the most honorable of all the men I know. He is a medieval knight. But she knows that, prince, she knows it to my sorrow. Oh, why did you come? I am giving you my treasure, my angel. Take care of her, prince. That is the earnest prayer of a mother, and what mother will censure me for my sorrow?" "Mamma, that is enough," whispered Zina. "You will protect her from insult, prince. Your sword will flash in the face of any slanderer or backbiter who dare malign my Zina." "That is enough, mamma, or I'll—"
Yes, it will flash," muttered the prince. "Only now I begin to live. I want the wedding to be at once, this minute. I want to send to Duhanovo at once. I have diamonds there. I want to lay them at her feet."
"What fire, what fervour, what nobility of feeling!" exclaimed Marya Alexandrovna. "And you could waste yourself, withdrawing from the world. I shall say that 1,000 times over. I am beside myself when I think of that diabolical—"
"How could I help it? I was so frightened," muttered the prince, whimpering and growing maudlin. "They wanted to put me in a madhouse. I was frightened."
"In a madhouse? Oh, the monsters! Oh, the inhuman creatures! Oh, the base treachery! Prince, I had heard that, but that was insanity on the part of those people. What for? Whatever for?"
"I don't know myself what for," answered the old man, feeling weak and sitting down in an easy chair. "I was at a ball, you know, and I told some anecdote, and they did not like it, and so there was a fuss."
"Really? Only for that, prince?"
"No, I played cards afterwards with Prince Pyotr Dementievich. I couldn't make any tricks. I had 2 kings and 3 queens, or rather 3 queens and 2 kings. No, 1 king, and afterwards I had the queens."
"And for that, oh, the fiendish inhumanity! You are weeping, prince. But now that will not happen again. Now I shall be at your side, my prince. I shall not part from Zina, and we shall see if they dare to say a word. And indeed, you know, prince, your marriage will impress them. It will put them to shame. They will see that you are still quite competent. That is, they will realize that such a beauty would not have married a madman. Now you can hold up your head proudly. You can look them straight in the face."
"Oh, yes, I will look them straight in the face," muttered the prince, closing his eyes.
"He's nearly asleep, though," thought Marya Alexandrovna. "It is merely wasting words." "Prince, you are agitated. I see that. You absolutely must be quiet. Rest after your emotion," she said, bending over him maternally.
"Oh, yes, I should like to lie down a little," he said.
Yes, calm yourself, prince. This agitation— Stay, I will accompany you myself. I will put you to bed myself if need be. Why are you looking at that portrait, prince? It is the portrait of my mother, an angel, not a woman. Oh, why is she not with us now? She was a saintly woman, prince, a saintly woman. I can call her nothing else."
"A saintly woman? C'est joli. I had a mother too, princess, and only fancy she was an extraordinarily fat woman. But that wasn't what I meant to say.
I am a little tired. Adieu, ma charmante enfant. I delighted today, tomorrow, but no matter. Au revoir, au revoir.
At this point he tried to wave a kiss, but slipped and almost fell down in the doorway.
Take care, Prince. Lean on my arm,
cried Marya Alexandrovna.
Charmant, charmant, he muttered as he went out. Only now I am beginning to live.
Zina was left alone. Unutterable bitterness weighed upon her heart. She felt sick with repulsion. She was ready to despise herself. Her cheeks were burning. Clenching her fists and setting her teeth, she stood motionless with bowed head. Tears of shame gushed from her eyes. At that moment the door opened, and Mozgliakov ran into the room. Breaking in. Part of the joke in the early portion of this chapter concerns the prince's indiscriminate admiration of the opposite sex. But of course it's not just a joke. His apparent pedophilia is another one of those sobering moments that slides seamlessly into his foppish presence on the stage. Once again, the cultural references here are from an earlier age, and Marya Alexandrovna uses them with uneven accuracy to woo the prince. The young Maria does fall for the elderly Mazepa in Tchaikovsky's operatic version of Ukrainian history. But while the Duc de Luzon was involved with Louis XIV's court, his most famous romance was with a woman who was older than him. Late in life, however, he did marry a 14-year-old girl. Of course, accuracy is hardly Marya Alexandrovna's goal. End of comments. Chapter 9. He had heard all. He did not walk into the room, but actually ran in, pale with emotion and with fury. Zina gazed at him in amazement. "So that's how it is!" he shouted, panting. "At last I have found out what you are!" "What I am?" repeated Zina, staring at him as though he were mad, and all at once her eyes flashed with anger. "How dare you speak like that to me?" she cried, going up to him. "I have heard it all," Mozgliakov repeated solemnly, though he involuntarily drew back a step. "You heard? You've been listening," said Zina, looking at him disdainfully. "Yes, I've been listening. Yes, I brought myself to do a low thing, but I learned what you are, the most... I don't know what words to use to tell you, what you have shown yourself to be," he answered, quailing more and more before Zina's eyes. "If you have heard, what can you blame me for? What right have you to blame me? What right have you to speak so rudely to me?" "I? What right have I? And you can ask that? You are going to marry the prince, and I have no right? Why, you gave me your word." "When?" "How can you ask when?" "Why, only this morning, when you were pestering me, I told you straight out that I could say nothing positive." "But you did not drive me away. You did not refuse me altogether. So you were keeping me in reserve. So you were drawing me on." A look of suffering, as though from an acute, piercing internal pain, came into Zina's irritated face, but she mastered her feeling. "That I did not drive you away," she said clearly and emphatically, though there was a scarcely perceptible quiver in her voice, "was solely through pity.
You implored me yourself to take time, not to say no, but to get to know you better, and then, you said, then, when you are convinced that I am an honourable man, perhaps you will not refuse me. Those were your own words when first you pressed your suit. You cannot draw back from them. You had the insolence to say just now that I drew you on. But you saw yourself my aversion when I met you today, a fortnight earlier than you promised. That aversion I did not conceal from you. On the contrary, I displayed it. You noticed it yourself, for you asked me whether I was angry with you for coming back sooner. You know one is not drawing a man on if one cannot and does not care to conceal one's aversion. You have had the insolence to say that I was keeping you in reserve. To that I will answer that what I thought about you was, though he is not endowed with very much intelligence, he may yet be a good man, and so one might marry him. But now I am convinced, to my relief, that you are a fool, and what's more, an ill-natured fool. I have only now to wish you every happiness, and bon voyage. Goodbye.
Saying this, Zina turned from him and walked slowly towards the door. Mozgliakov, guessing that all was lost, boiled with rage. "Ah, so I am a fool!" he cried. "So now I am a fool! Very well. Goodbye. But before I go away, I'll tell the whole town how you and your mamma have tricked the old prince after making him drunk. I'll tell everyone. I'll show you what Mozgliakov can do." Zina shuddered and was stopping to answer. But after a moment's thought, she merely shrugged her shoulders contemptuously and slammed the door after her. At that moment, Marya Alexandrovna appeared in the doorway. She had heard Mozgliakov's exclamation, in an instant guessed what it meant, and shuddered with alarm. Mozgliakov had not gone yet. Mozgliakov near the prince. Mozgliakov would spread it all over the town, and secrecy for a short time at least was essential. Marya Alexandrovna had her own calculations. She instantly grasped the situation, and the plan for subduing Mozgliakov was already formed.
"What is the matter, mon ami?"
she said, going up to him and holding out her hand affectionately. "What? Mon ami?" he cried furiously. "After what you have been plotting, you call me mon ami? You don't catch me, honored madame. And do you suppose you can deceive me again?"
"I am grieved, very much grieved, to see you in such a strange state of mind, Pavel Alexandrovitch. What an expression to use! You do not even curb your language before a lady."
"Before a lady? You may be anything you like, but not a lady," cried Mozgliakov. I don't know what he meant to express by this exclamation, but probably something very tremendous. Marya Alexandrovna looked blandly into his face.
"Sit down,"
she said mournfully, motioning him to the chair on which a quarter of an hour before the prince had been reposing. "But do listen, Marya Alexandrovna," cried Mozgliakov in perplexity. "You look at me as though you were not to blame in any way, but as though I had treated you badly. You can't go on like that, you know. Such a tone! Why, it is beyond all human endurance. Do you know that?"
"My friend,"
answered Marya Alexandrovna,
"you must still allow me to call you that, for you have no better friend than I. My friend, you are unhappy, you are distressed, you are wounded to the heart, and so it is not to be wondered at that you speak to me in such a tone. But I am resolved to reveal to you everything, to open my whole heart, the more readily as I feel myself somewhat to blame in regard to you. Sit down, let us talk."
There was a sickly softness in Marya Alexandrovna's voice. There was a look of suffering in her face. Mozgliakov, astounded, sat down in an easy-chair beside her.
"You have been listening?"
she said, looking reproachfully into his face. "Yes, I have been listening. If I hadn't listened, I should have been a duffer. Anyway, I have found out all that you were plotting against me," Mozgliakov answered rudely, growing bolder and working himself into a passion.
"And you, with your breeding, with your principles, could bring yourself to such an action? Oh, good heavens!"
Mozgliakov positively jumped up from his chair. "But, Marya Alexandrovna," he cried, "it is insufferable to listen to this. Think what you have brought yourself to do with your principles, and then you judge other people."
"Another question," she said without answering him. "Who put you up to listening? Who told you? Who was the spy here? That's what I want to know."
"Excuse me, but I won't tell you that."
"Very well, I shall find out for myself. I said, Paul, that I had treated you badly. But if you go into all the circumstances, you will see that, even if I am to blame, it is solely through a desire for your good."
"Mine? My good? That is beyond everything. I warn you, you won't delude me again. I am not such a child as that." And he writhed in the armchair with such violence that it creaked.
"Please, my dear boy, keep cool if you can. Listen to me attentively, and you will agree with everything yourself. To begin with, I intended to tell you about it at once, everything, and you would have heard the whole business from me in the fullest details without demeaning yourself to listen. That I did not explain it to you before was simply because it was only a project. It might not have come off. You see, I am being perfectly open with you. Secondly, do not blame my daughter. She loves you madly, and it cost me incredible effort to draw her away from you and to induce her to consent to accept the prince.
I have just had the happiness to receive the fullest proof of that mad love," Mozgliakov pronounced ironically.
"Very good. But how were you speaking to her? Was that the way that a lover should speak? Was that the way, indeed, for a well-bred man to speak? You wounded and irritated her."
"It is not a question of breeding now, Marya Alexandrovna. And this morning, after you had both treated me to such honeyed looks, I went off with the prince, and you blackguarded me behind my back. You called me names, let me tell you that. I know all about it, I know."
"And no doubt from the same foul source?"
said Marya Alexandrovna with a contemptuous smile.
"Yes, Pavel Alexandrovitch, I did disparage you. I did talk against you, and I must confess I had a hard struggle. But the very fact that I had to abuse you to her, even to slander you, that very fact proves how hard it was for me to extort her consent to abandon you. You short-sighted man! If she did not care for you, would there have been any need for me to blacken your character, to put you in an undignified and ridiculous light, to resort to such extreme measures? But you do not know everything yet. I had to use my maternal authority to eradicate you from her heart, and after incredible efforts I wrung from her only the appearance of agreement. If you were listening just now, you must have noticed that she did not support me with the prince by one word, one gesture. Throughout the whole scene she scarcely uttered a single word. She sang like an automaton. Her whole soul was aching with despondency, and it was from pity for her that at last I got the prince away. I am sure that she wept as soon as she was alone. When you came in here, you must have noticed her tears."
Mozgliakov did, in fact, remember that when he ran into the room, he had noticed that Zina was in tears.
"But why were you against me, Marya Alexandrovna?" she cried. "Why did you blacken my character? Why did you slander me, as you yourself confess you did?" "Ah, that is a different matter. If you had asked that question sensibly in the beginning, you would have had an answer to it long ago. Yes, you are right. It has all been my doing, and only mine. Don't mix Zina up in it. What was my object? I answer, in the first place, it was for Zina's sake. The prince is a man of rank and fortune. He has connections, and marrying him, Zina would make a splendid match. Besides, if he dies, perhaps before long indeed, for we are all more or less mortal, then Zina will be a young widow, a princess in the highest society, and perhaps very wealthy. Then she can marry anyone she likes. She would be able to make a still wealthier match. But of course she will marry the man she loves, the man she loved before, whose heart she wounded by marrying the prince. Remorse alone would force her to atone for her treatment of the man she loved before."
Mumbled Mozgliakov, looking thoughtfully at his boots.
"And the second thing is, and I will only mention it briefly," Marya Alexandrovna went on, "for perhaps you will not understand it. You read your Shakespeare and draw all your lofty sentiments from him, but in real life, though you are very good, you are too young, and I am a mother, Pavel Alexandrovitch. Listen, I am giving Zina to the prince partly for his sake, to save him by this marriage. I loved that noble, most kindly, chivalrously honourable old man in the past. We were friends. He is unhappy in the claws of that hellish woman. She will bring him to his grave. God is my witness that I only persuaded Zina to consent to marry the prince by putting before her all the greatness of her heroic self-sacrifice. She was carried away by the nobility of her feelings, by the fascination of an act of sacrifice. There is something chivalrous in her, too. I put before her what a lofty Christian act it was to be the prop, the comfort, the friend, the child, the lovely idol of one who has perhaps but 1 year yet to live. No hateful woman, no terror, no despondency should be about him in the last days of his life, but brightness, affection, love. These last declining days would seem like paradise to him. Where is the egoism in that? Tell me, pray. It is more like the noble deed of a sister of mercy than egoism."
"So you are doing this simply for the sake of the old prince, simply as the sacrifice of a sister of mercy?" muttered Mozgliakov in an ironical voice.
"I understand that question, Pavel Alexandrovitch. It is clear enough. You imagine, perhaps, that the interests of the prince are Jesuitically intertwined with our own advantage. Well, Possibly these considerations were present in my brain, only they were not Jesuitical, but unconscious. I know that you will be amazed at so open a confession, but one thing I do beg of you, Pavel Alexandrovitch, don't mix Zina up in that. She is pure as a dove. She is not calculating. She is capable of nothing but love, my sweet child. If anyone has been calculating, it is I, and I alone. But in the first place, search your own conscience sternly, and tell me, who would not calculate in my position in a case like this? We consider our interests even in the most magnanimous, even in the most disinterested of our actions. Inevitably, involuntarily, we consider them. No doubt we all deceive ourselves when we assure ourselves that we are acting solely from noble motives. I don't want to deceive myself. I admit that for all the purity of my motives, I was calculating. But ask yourself, am I interested on my own behalf? I want nothing, Pavel Alexandrovitch. I have lived my life. I am calculating for her sake, for the sake of my angel, for my child, and what mother can blame me for it?
Tears glistened in Marya Alexandrovna's eyes. Pavel Alexandrovitch listened in astonishment to this candid confession, and blinked incredulously. "Well, yes, what mother would?" he said at last. "You pitch a fine tale, Marya Alexandrovna, but you know, you gave me your word. You gave me hopes. How about me? Only think, you've made me look a pretty fool, haven't you?" "But surely you don't imagine that I haven't thought of you, mon cher Paul? The advantage for you in all this was so immense that it was that, indeed, that chiefly impelled me to undertake it all." "Advantage for me?" cried Mozgliakov, completely dumbfounded this time. "How so?" "My goodness, can anyone be so simple and short-sighted?" cried Marya Alexandrovna, turning up her eyes to the ceiling. "Oh, youth, youth! That is what comes of burying oneself in that Shakespeare, of dreaming, and of imagining that one is thinking for oneself when one is following the thoughts and the mind of others. You ask, my good Pavel Alexandrovitch, where your advantage is to be found in it. Allow me, for the sake of clearness, to make a digression. Zina loves you, that is beyond doubt. But I have noticed that, in spite of her obvious feeling for you, she has a secret lack of confidence in you, in your good feelings, in your propensities. I have noticed that at times she behaves to you, as it were intentionally, with coldness, the result of uncertainty and lack of confidence. Have you noticed that yourself, Pavel Alexandrovitch?" "I have noticed it, and today indeed. But what do you mean to say, Marya Alexandrovna?" "There, you see you have noticed it yourself. So I was not mistaken then. She has a strange lack of confidence in the stability of your character. I am a mother, and is it not for me to divine the secrets of my child's heart? Imagine now that instead of rushing into the room with reproaches, and even with abuse, irritating her, wounding and insulting her in her purity, her goodness, and her pride, and so unwittingly confirming her suspicions of your evil propensities, imagine that you had accepted it all mildly, with tears of regret, perhaps even of despair, but with lofty nobility of feeling. No, do not interrupt me, Pavel Alexandrovitch. I want to paint the whole picture which will strike your imagination. Imagine that you had gone to her and said,
Zenaida, I love you more than life itself, but family reasons divide us. I understand those reasons. They are for your happiness, and I do not venture to rebel against them, Zenaida. I forgive you. Be happy if you can." And at that point you would fix your gaze upon her, the gaze of a lamb at the sacrifice, if I may so express myself. Imagine all that, and only think what effect such words would have had on her heart.
"Yes, Marya Alexandrovna, let us suppose all that. I understand all that. But after all, if I had said all that, I should have gained nothing by it."
"No, no, no, my dear, don't interrupt me. I want to picture the scene in every detail, that it may make the right impression on you. Imagine that you meet her again a little later in the highest society. Meet her at some ball, in a brilliantly lighted room, to the intoxicating strains of music, in the midst of magnificent women, and in the midst of this gay festival, you alone, mournful, melancholy, pale, leaning somewhere against a column, but so that you can be seen. Watch her in the whirl of the ball. She dances. Around you flow the intoxicating strains of Strauss and the scintillating wit of the highest society, while you stand alone, pale and crushed by your passion. What will Zenaida feel then, do you suppose? With what eyes will she look at you? And she will think, I doubted of that man who has sacrificed for me all, and has rent his heart for my sake. Her old love would, of course, rise up again with irresistible force."
Marya Alexandrovna stopped to take breath. Mozgliakov wriggled in his easy chair with such violence that it creaked again. Marya Alexandrovna went on.
"For the prince's health, Zina will go abroad, to Italy, to Spain, where there are myrtles, lemons, where the sky is blue, where there is the Guadalquivir, the land of love, where one cannot live without loving, the land of roses, where kisses, so to speak, float in the air. You will follow her there. You will sacrifice your past in the service, your connections, everything. There your love will begin with irresistible force. Love, youth, Spain, my God! Your love, of course, is untainted, holy, though you will languish gazing at one another. You understand me, mon ami? Of course there will be base, treacherous people, monsters who would declare that you have not been tempted abroad by family feeling for a suffering old relation. I have purposely called your love untainted, because such people will perhaps give it a very different significance. But I am a mother, Pavel Alexandrovitch, and am I likely to lead you astray? Of course the prince will not be in a condition to look after you both. But what of that? Could such an abominable calumny be based on that? At last he will die, blessing his fate. Tell me, whom would Zina marry if not you? You are such a distant relation of the prince's that can be no hindrance to your marriage. You will wed her, young, wealthy, distinguished, and only think, when the grandest of our noblemen would be proud to marry her. Through her you will gain a footing in the highest circles of society. Through her you will gain the highest rank and position. Now you have 150 serfs, but then you will be rich. The prince will arrange everything in his will. I will see to that. And lastly, and most important, she will have gained complete confidence in you, in your heart, in your feelings, and you will become in her eyes a hero of goodness and self-sacrifice. And after that you ask where your advantage comes in? Why, you must be blind not to reflect, not to consider that advantage, when it stands not 2 steps from you, staring you in the face, smiling at you and crying out to you, 'Here I am, your advantage!' Pavel Alexandrovitch, upon my word!"
"Marya Alexandrovna!" cried Mozgliakov in extraordinary excitement. "Now I understand it all. I have behaved coarsely, basely, and caddishly." He leapt up from his seat and clutched his hair.
"And unreflectingly," added Marya Alexandrovna, "above all, unreflectingly."
"I am an ass, Marya Alexandrovna!" he cried, almost in despair.
"Now all is lost, because I loved her so madly." "Perhaps all is not lost," said Madame Moskolev softly, as though pondering something.
"Oh, if that were possible! Help me! Teach me! Save me!" And Mozgliakov burst into tears.
"My dear," said Marya Alexandrovna with commiseration, giving him her hand, "you have acted from excess of ardour, from the fervour of your passion, that is, from love for her. You were in despair, you did not know what you were doing. She ought to understand all that."
"I love her to madness, and am ready to sacrifice anything to her," cried Mozgliakov.
"I tell you what, I will set you right with her."
"Marya Alexandrovna?"
"Yes, I will undertake to do that. I will bring you together. You must tell her everything, everything as I have told it you just now."
"Oh, God, how kind you are, Marya Alexandrovna! But would it be impossible to do it at once?"
"God forbid! Oh, how inexperienced you are, my dear! She is so proud. She will take this as a fresh insult, as insolence. Tomorrow I will arrange it all. But now go away, to see that merchant, for instance. Come in the evening, perhaps, but I would not advise you to."
"I will go away, I will.
My God, you bring me back to life. But one more question. What if the prince doesn't die so soon?" "Oh, my God, how naive you are, mon cher Paul! On the contrary, you must pray for his health. We must, with all our hearts, hope for length of days for that dear, kind, chivalrously honourable old man. I shall be the first to pray night and day with tears in my eyes for my daughter's happiness. But alas, I fear the prince's health is hopeless. Moreover, he will have now to visit Petersburg to take Zina into society. I fear, oh, I fear that this may be too much for him. But we will pray for the best, cher Paul, and the rest is in God's hands. You are going now. I bless you, mon ami. Hope, be patient, be manly above all things, be manly. I never doubted the nobility of your sentiments." She pressed his hand warmly, and Mozgliakov walked out of the room on tiptoe. "Well, I have got rid of one fool," she said triumphantly. "There are others left." The door opened, and Zina came in. She was paler than usual. Her eyes were flashing. "Mamma," she said, "finish it quickly, or I can't endure it. It's all so vile and nasty that I am ready to run out of the house. Don't torture me, don't irritate me. I feel sick, do you hear? Sick of all this filth." "Zina, what is the matter with you, my angel? You have been listening,"
cried Marya Alexandrovna, looking intently and uneasily at Zina.
"Yes, I have been listening. Do you want to put me to shame as you did that fool? Listen, I swear that if you go on torturing me like this, and assign to me all sorts of low parts in this low farce, I will throw it all up and make an end of it at one blow. It is enough that I have brought myself to do the vile thing that is most important. But I did not know myself. I shall be stifled in this filth."
And she went out, slamming the door. Marya Alexandrovna gazed after her and pondered.
"Haste, haste!" she cried, starting. "She is the chief trouble, the chief danger, and if all these scoundrels won't let us alone, if they spread it all over the town, as they probably have done by now, all is lost. She will never endure the hubbub and will refuse. At all costs we must take the prince into the country, and promptly too. I will fly off first myself, will haul along my blockhead and bring him here. He must make himself useful at last. Meanwhile the old man will have had his sleep out, and we will set off."
She rang the bell.
"The horses?"
she asked the servant who came in. "They have been ready a long while," answered the footman. The horses had been ordered at the moment when Marya Alexandrovna was taking the prince upstairs. She dressed, but first ran into Zina to tell her in rough outline her decision and to give her some instructions. But Zina could not listen to her. She was lying on her bed with her face in her pillow and her white arms bare to the elbows. She was shedding tears and tearing her long, exquisite hair. At moments she shuddered all over as though a cold shiver were running over her limbs. Marya Alexandrovna began talking, but Zina did not even lift her head. After standing for some time beside her, Marya Alexandrovna went out in confusion, and to vent her feelings got into the carriage and told her coachman to drive as fast as he could.
"It's a nuisance that Zina overheard it,"
she thought as she got into the carriage.
"I brought Mozgliakov round with the same words that I used with her. She is proud, and perhaps was wounded. But the great thing is to make haste and settle it all before they have got wind of it. It's a pity. Well, and what if by ill luck the fool is not at home?"
And at the mere thought of that, she was overcome with the fury that boded nothing pleasant to Afanasy Matveyitch. She could hardly sit still for impatience. The horses whirled her along full speed. Breaking in. The parallelism between the arguments presented here to Mozgliakov and the ones used with Zina in Chapter 5 should be obvious. But of course Marya Alexandrovna switches out the romantic image which she employs in her peroration. In this case, she seems to be channeling a scene in a lengthy narrative poem by Pushkin entitled Evgeny Onegin. Pushkin's story involves two ball scenes, one in the country and one in Petersburg, where the passions of two star-crossed lovers are rekindled. Pushkin's version, however, does not end so happily as the narrative that Marya Alexandrovna invites Mozgliakov to imagine. This image will be relevant later. End of comments. Chapter 10. The carriage flew along. We mentioned before that an idea that was a stroke of genius had flashed into Marya Alexandrovna's brain that morning when she was hunting over the town for the prince. We promised to refer to that idea in its proper place.
But the reader knows it already. The idea was to kidnap the prince in her turn, and to carry him off as quickly as possible to their estate in the neighborhood, where the blissful Afanasy Matveyich flourished in tranquillity. There is no disguising the fact that Marya Alexandrovna was more and more overcome by an inexplicable uneasiness. This does happen at times to real heroes at the very moment when they are attaining their object. Some instinct suggested to her that it was dangerous to remain at Mordassov. "But once we are in the country," she thought, "the whole town may be upside down for all I care." Of course, no time was to be lost even in the country. Anything might happen. Anything, absolutely anything. Though, of course, we put no faith in the rumors, circulated later about my heroine by her enemies, that at this juncture she was actually afraid of the police. In short, she saw that she must get the marriage of Zina and the prince solemnized as quickly as possible. She had the means for doing so at hand. The village priest could celebrate the nuptials in their own home. The ceremony might actually be performed the day after tomorrow, in the last resort even tomorrow. There were cases of weddings within 2 hours of the betrothal. They could present the haste, the absence of festivities, of betrothal, of bridesmaids, to the prince as essentially comme il faut. They could impress upon him that it would be more in keeping with decorum and aristocratic style. In fact, it might all be made to appear as a romantic adventure, and so the most susceptible chord in the prince's heart would be struck. If all else failed, they could always make him drunk, or, still better, keep him in a state of perpetual drunkenness. And afterwards, come what may, Zina would anyway be a princess. Even if they did not get off afterwards without a scandal, in Petersburg or Moscow, for instance, where the prince had relations, even that had its consolations. In the first place, all that was in the future, and in the second, Marya Alexandrovna believed that in the best society scarcely anything ever happened without a scandal, especially in the matrimonial line. That this was, in fact, chic, though the scandals of the best society were, she imagined, necessarily all of a special stamp, on a grand scale, something after the style of Monte Cristo or Les Mémoires du Diable. That, in fact, Zina need only show herself in the best society, and her mamma need only be there to support her, and everyone, absolutely everyone, would instantly be conquered, and that not one of all those countesses and princesses would be capable of withstanding the sousing which Marya Alexandrovna alone was capable of giving them, collectively or individually, in true Mordassov style. In consequence of these reflections, Marya Alexandrovna was now flying to her country seat to fetch Afanasy Matveyich, whose presence, she calculated, was now indispensable. Indeed, to take the prince to the country would mean taking him to see Afanasy Matveyich, whose acquaintance the prince might not be anxious to make. If Afanasy Matveyich were to give the invitation, it would put quite a different complexion upon it. Moreover, the arrival of an elderly and dignified paterfamilias in a white cravat and a dress coat, with a hat in his hand, who had come from distant parts at once on hearing about the prince, might produce a very agreeable effect, might even flatter the amour-propre of the latter. It would be difficult to refuse an invitation so pressing and so ceremonious, thought Marya Alexandrovna. At last the carriage had driven the 2.5 miles, and Sofron, the coachman, pulled up his horses at the front door of a rambling wooden building of 1 story,
somewhat dilapidated and blackened by age, with a long row of windows and old lime trees standing round it on all sides. This was the country house and summer residence of Marya Alexandrovna. Lights were already burning in the house.
"Where is the blockhead?" cried Marya Alexandrovna, bursting into the rooms like a hurricane. "What is that towel here for? Ah, he has been drying himself. Have you been to the baths again? And he is forever swilling his tea. Well, why are you staring at me like that, you perfect fool? Why hasn't his hair been cut? Grishka! 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 Why haven't you cut your master's hair, as I told you to last week?"
As she went into the room, Marya Alexandrovna intended to greet her spouse far more gently. But seeing that he had just come from the bathhouse and was sipping his tea with great enjoyment, she could not refrain from the bitterest indignation. And indeed her cares and anxieties were only equalled by the blissful quietism of the useless and incompetent Afanasy Matveyitch. The contrast instantly stung her to the heart. Meanwhile the blockhead, or to speak more respectfully, he who was called the blockhead, sat behind the samovar, and in senseless panic gazed at his better half with open mouth and round eyes, almost petrified by her appearance. The drowsy and clumsy figure of Grishka, blinking at this scene, was thrust in from the entry.
"He wouldn't let me. That is why I didn't cut it," he said in a grumbling and husky voice. "A dozen times I went up to him with the scissors and said, 'The mistress will be coming directly, and then we shall both catch it, and what shall we do then?' 'No,' he said, 'wait a little. I am going to curl it on Sunday, so I must have my hair long.'" "What? So he curls his hair? So you have begun curling your hair while I am away? What new fashion is this? Why does it suit you? Does it suit your wooden head? My goodness, how untidy it is here! What is this smell? I am asking you, you monster, what is this horrid smell here?" shouted his wife, scolding her innocent and completely flabbergasted husband more and more angrily. Mother," muttered her panic-stricken spouse, gazing with imploring eyes at his domineering tyrant, and not getting up from his seat. Mother? How often have I knocked into your ass's head that I am not to be called mother? Mother indeed, to you, a pygmy! How dare you use such a mode of address to a refined lady, whose proper place is in the best society, instead of beside an ass like you? But you know, Marya Alexandrovna, you are my lawful wedded wife, and so I speak to you as to my wife," Afanasy Matveyitch protested, and at the same moment put up both hands to his head to protect his hair. "Oh, you ugly creature! Oh, you aspen post! Was anything ever more stupid than your answer? Lawful wedded wife! Lawful wedded wife indeed nowadays! Does anybody in good society make use of that stupid, clerical, that revoltingly vulgar expression, lawful wedded? And how dare you remind me that I am your wife when I am doing my best, my very utmost, to forget it? Why are you putting your hands over your head? Look what his hair is like, sopping, absolutely sopping. It won't be dry for another 3 hours. How can I take him now? How can I let people see him? What's to be done now?"
And Marya Alexandrovna wrung her hands in fury, running backwards and forwards in the room. The trouble, of course, was a small one, and could easily be set right. But the fact was that Marya Alexandrovna could not control her all-conquering and masterful spirit. She felt an irresistible craving to be constantly venting her wrath upon Afanasy Matveyitch, for tyranny is a habit which becomes an irresistible craving. And we all know what a contrast some refined ladies of a certain position are capable of at home behind the scenes, and it is just that contrast I wish to reproduce. Afanasy Matveyich watched his wife's evolution with a tremor and positively broke into a perspiration as he looked at her.
"Grishka," she cried at last, "dress your master at once. His dress coat, his trousers, his white tie, his waistcoat. Look sharp. But where is his hairbrush? Where is the brush?" "Mother, why, I have just come from the bath. I shall catch cold if I drive to the town." "You won't catch cold." "But my hair is wet." "Well, we will dry it directly. Grishka, take the hairbrush. Brush him till he is dry. Harder, harder, harder. That's it, that's it."
At this command, the zealous and devoted Grishka began brushing his master's hair with all his might, clutching him by the shoulder to get a more convenient grip, and pressing him down to the sofa. Afanasy Matveyich frowned and almost wept. "Now come here, lift him up, Grishka. Where is the pomatum? Bend down, you good-for-nothing. Bend down, you sluggard." And Marya Alexandrovna set to work to pomade her husband's head with her own hands, ruthlessly tugging at his thick grizzled locks, which, to his sorrow, he had not had cut. Afanasy Matveyich cleared his throat, gasped, but did not scream, and endured the whole operation submissively. "You have sucked the life-blood out of me, you sloven," said Marya Alexandrovna. "Bend down more, bend down." "How have I sucked your life-blood, mother?" mumbled her husband, bending his head as far as he could. "Blockhead! He doesn't understand allegory. Now comb your hair, and you dress him and look sharp." Our heroine sat down in an easy-chair and kept an inquisitorial watch on the whole ceremony of arraying Afanasy Matveyich. Meanwhile he succeeded in getting his breath and recovering himself a little, and when the tying of his cravat was reached, he even ventured to express an opinion of his own on the style and beauty of the knot. Finally, putting on his dress-coat, the worthy man was restored to cheerfulness, and looked at himself in the glass with some respect. "Where are you taking me, Marya Alexandrovna?" he said, prinking before the looking-glass. Marya Alexandrovna could not believe her ears. "Tear him! Oh, you dummy! How dare you ask me where I am taking you?" "Mother, but you know, one must know." "Hold your tongue! Only I tell you, if you call me mother once more, especially where we are going now, you shall be cut off tea for a month." The panic-stricken husband held his tongue. "Ugh, not a single decoration has he gained, the sloven," she went on, looking at Afanasy Matveyich's black coat contemptuously. At last her husband was offended. "It's the government gives decorations, mother, and I am a councillor and not a sloven," he said with honourable indignation. What? So you have learnt to argue out here? Ah, you peasant! Ah, you sniveller! It's a pity I haven't time to see to you, or I'd... But I shan't forget it later on. Give him his hat, Grishka. Give him his overcoat. While I'm away, get these 3 rooms ready. Get the green corner room ready, too. Fetch your brooms instantly. Take the covers off the looking-glasses, off the clocks, too, and within an hour let everything be ready, and put on your swallow-tail yourself, and give the servants gloves. Do you hear, Grishka? Do you hear?" They got into the carriage. Afanasy Matveyich was puzzled and wondering.
Meanwhile, Marya Alexandrovna was deliberating how she could most intelligibly knock into her husband's brain certain admonitions indispensable in his present position. But her husband anticipated her. "Do you know, Marya Alexandrovna, I had a most original dream this morning," he informed her quite unexpectedly in the midst of silence on both sides. "Phoo, you confounded dummy! Goodness knows what I thought you were going to say. Some stupid dream. How dare you interrupt me with your loutish dreams? Original? Do you understand what original means? Listen, I tell you for the last time, if you dare to say one word today about your dream or anything else, I don't know what I'll do to you. Listen attentively. Prince K has come to stay with me. Do you remember Prince K?
I remember him, Mother. I remember him. What has he come for?
Be quiet. That is not your business. You must, as master of the house, invite him with special politeness to stay with us in the country. That is what I am taking you for. We shall set off and drive back today. But if you dare to utter one single word the whole evening, or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, or at any time, I'll set you to herd the geese for a whole year. Don't say anything, not a single word. That's the whole of your duty. Do you understand?
But if I am asked a question?
Never mind. Hold your tongue.
But you know it's impossible to hold one's tongue all the while, Marya Alexandrovna.
In that case, answer in monosyllables. Something, for instance, such as or something of that kind, to show you are a sensible man and think before you speak. Understand me, I am taking you because you have heard about the prince, and, delighted at his visit, have hastened to pay your respects to him and to ask him to visit you in the country. Do you understand? None of your humming now, you idiot! You answer me!
Very good, Mother, it shall all be as you say. Only, why am I to invite the prince?
What? Arguing again? What business is it of yours, what for? And how dare you ask questions about it?
But I keep wondering, Mother, how I am to invite him if I hold my tongue, as you tell me.
I will speak for you, and you've simply got to bow. Do you hear? To bow, and hold your hat in your hand. Do you understand?
I understand, Marya Alexandrovna.
The prince is extremely witty. If he says anything, even though it is not to you, you must respond to everything with a bright and good-humoured smile. Do you understand? Humming again. Don't say to me. Answer simply and directly. Do you hear?
I hear, Marya Alexandrovna. Of course I hear. And I am saying to practice saying it as you told me. Only I keep wondering about the same thing, Mother, how it is to be. If the prince says anything, you tell me to look at him and smile. Well, but if he asks me something...
You slow-witted dolt! I have told you already, hold your tongue. I will answer for you. You simply look at him and smile.
Why, but he'll think I am dumb, grumbled Afanasy Matveyitch.
As though that mattered. Let him think it. You'll conceal the fact that you are a fool anyway.
But what if other people ask me some question?
Nobody will ask you. No one will be there. But in case, which God forbid, somebody does come in, and if anybody does ask you a question or say anything to you, you must answer at once by a sarcastic smile. Do you know what is meant by a sarcastic smile?
It means witty, doesn't it, Mother?
I'll teach you to be witty, you blockhead. And who would ask a fool like you to be witty? A mocking smile, don't you understand? Mocking and contemptuous. Oh, I do feel uneasy about this blockhead, Marya Alexandrovna murmured to herself. He certainly has taken a vow to be the death of me. It really would have been better not to have brought him at all.
Absorbed in such reflections, in regret and anxiety, Marya Alexandrovna was continually popping her head out of the window and urging on the coachman. The horses raced along, but still it seemed too slow for her. Afanasy Matveyitch sat silently in his corner, inwardly repeating his lesson. At last the carriage drove into the town and stopped at Marya Alexandrovna's house. But our heroine had hardly had time to alight at the front door, when all at once she saw driving up to the house a two-seated sledge with a hood, the very sledge in which Anna Nikolaevna Antipov usually drove about. In the sledge were sitting two ladies. One of them was, of course, Anna Nikolaevna herself, the other Natalia Dmitrievna, who had of late been her devoted friend and follower. Marya Alexandrovna's heart sank. But before she had time to cry out, another carriage drove up, a sledge in which there was evidently another visitor. There was a sound of joyful exclamations.
Marya Alexandrovna, and with Afanasy Matveyitch too. You have just arrived. Where from? How lucky! And we have come to spend the whole evening. What a surprise!
The visitors sprang out at the front door and chattered like swallows. Marya Alexandrovna could not believe her eyes or her ears.
I'll see you further, she thought to herself. It looks like a plot. I must inquire into it. But you won't outwit me, you magpies. You wait a bit.
Chapter 11. As Mozgliakov left Marya Alexandrovna, he was apparently quite comforted. She had completely inflamed his imagination. He did not go to see Broduev, feeling that he wanted to be alone. A perfect flood of heroic and romantic dreams would not let him rest. He dreamed of a solemn explanation with Zina, then of generous tears of forgiveness on his part, pallor and despair at the gorgeous ball in Petersburg, Spain, the Guadalquivir, love and the dying prince joining their hands on his deathbed. Then his lovely wife devoted to him and forever lost in admiration of his heroism and lofty feelings. Incidentally, on the quiet, the attentions of some countess belonging to the best society, into which he would certainly be brought by his marriage with Zina, the widow of Prince K. A post as vice-governor, money, in fact everything so eloquently described by Marya Alexandrovna passed once more through his gratified soul, caressing and attracting it, and, above all, flattering his vanity. But, and I really don't know how to explain it, as he began to be wearied by these raptures, the extremely vexatious reflection occurred to him that all this was in any case in the future, while now anyway he had been made a fool of. When this thought came into his mind, he noticed that he had wandered a long way into some solitary and unfamiliar suburb of Mordassov. It had grown dark. In the streets, with their rows of little houses sunk into the earth, there was a savage barking of the dogs which abound in provincial towns in alarming numbers, precisely in those quarters where there is nothing to guard and nothing to steal. Snow was beginning to fall and melting as it fell. From time to time he met a belated workman or a peasant woman in a sheepskin and high boots.
All this, for some unknown reason, began to irritate Pavel Alexandrovitch. A very bad sign, for when things are going well, everything strikes us in a charming and attractive light. Pavel Alexandrovitch could not help remembering that hitherto he had always been a leading figure in Mordassov. He had been highly gratified when in every house he had heard it hinted that he was an eligible parti, and had been congratulated on that distinction. He was actually proud of being an eligible young man. And now he would appear before everyone as on the shelf. There would be laughter at his expense. Of course he could not enlighten them. He could not talk to them about Petersburg ballrooms with columns, and about the Guadalquivir. Thinking of all this, full of dejection and regret, he stumbled at last upon a thought which had for a long while been rankling unnoticed in his heart. Was it all true? Would it all come to pass as Marya Alexandrovna had described it? At that point he remembered very opportunely that Marya Alexandrovna was a very designing woman, that however worthy of general respect she might be, she was gossiping and lying from morning till night, that in getting rid of him now she probably had her own reasons, and that drawing fancy pictures of the future was a thing that anybody could do. He thought of Zina, too, recalled her parting look at him, which expressed anything rather than concealed passion, and therewith appropriately remembered that an hour before she had called him a fool. At that recollection Pavel Alexandrovitch stopped short, as though rooted to the spot, and flushed with shame till the tears came into his eyes. As ill luck would have it, the next minute he had an unpleasant adventure. He stepped back and went flying from the wooden pavement into a heap of snow. While he was floundering in the snow, a pack of dogs, which had been pursuing him with their barking for some time, flew at him on all sides. One of them, the smallest and the most aggressive, hung on to him, fastening its teeth into his fur coat. Fighting off the dogs, swearing aloud, and even cursing his fate, Pavel Alexandrovitch, with a torn coat and insufferable despondency in his heart, reached the corner of the street, and only then realized that he had lost his way. We all know that a man who has lost his way in an unknown part of the town, especially at night, can never walk straight along the streets. Some unknown force seems at every moment to impel him to turn down every side street he comes to on his way. Following this system, Pavel Alexandrovitch was soon hopelessly lost. "Deuce take all these exalted notions," he said to himself, spitting with anger, "and the devil himself take you with your lofty feelings and your Guadalquivirs." I cannot say that Mozgliakov was attractive at that moment. After wandering about for a couple of hours, he arrived exhausted and harassed at Marya Alexandrovna's front door. He was surprised at seeing a number of carriages. "Can there be visitors? Can it be an evening party?" he thought. "What's the object of it?" Questioning a servant he met, and learning that Marya Alexandrovna had been to their country house and had brought back with her Afanasy Matveyitch in a white cravat, and that the prince was awake but had not yet come downstairs to join the visitors, Pavel Alexandrovitch went upstairs to his uncle without saying a word to anyone. He was at the moment in that state of mind when a man of weak character is capable of committing some horrible, malignant, and nasty action from revenge, without considering that he may have to regret it all his life afterwards. Going upstairs, he saw the prince sitting in an easy-chair before his travelling dressing-case, with an absolutely bald head, though he had his imperial and whiskers on.
The wig was in the hands of his grey-haired old valet and favourite, Ivan Pahomych. Pahomych was combing it with an air of deep reflection and respect. As for the prince, he presented a very sorry spectacle, having hardly recovered from his recent potations. He was sitting, as it were, all of a heap, blinking, crumpled and out of sorts, and he looked at Mozgliakov as though he did not recognize him. "How are you feeling, uncle?" asked Mozgliakov. "What? That's you," said his uncle at last. "I've had a little nap, my boy. Oh, my goodness!" he cried, suddenly reviving. "Why, I haven't got my wig on." "Don't disturb yourself, uncle. I will help you if you like." "But now you've learnt my secret. I said we ought to lock the door. Come, my dear, you must give me your word of honour at once that you won't give away my secret and won't tell anyone that my hair is false." "Upon my word, uncle, can you think me capable of anything so base?" cried Mozgliakov, anxious to please the old gentleman with ulterior aims. Oh yes, and as I see you are an honourable man, so be it, I will surprise you, and will tell you all my secrets. How do you like my moustaches, my dear?" "They are superb, uncle, marvellous. How can you have preserved them so long?" "Don't deceive yourself, my dear, they are artificial," said the prince, looking with triumph at Pavel Alexandrovitch. "Is it possible? I can hardly believe it. And the whiskers? Confess, uncle, you must darken them." "Darken them? They are not dyed, they are artificial." "Artificial? No, uncle, you may say what you like, but I don't believe it. You are laughing at me." "Pardonnez, mon ami," the prince cried triumphantly. "And only fancy, everyone is deceived like you. Even Stepanida Matveyevna cannot believe it, though she sometimes fixes them on herself. But I am sure, my boy, you will keep my secret. Give me your word of honour." "On my word of honour, uncle, I will keep it. I ask you again, can you think me capable of anything so base?" "Oh, my dear, what a fall I have had while you were away today. Theophil upset me out of the carriage again." "Upset you again? When?" "We were on our way to the monastery." "I know, uncle, this morning." No, 2 hours ago, not more. I set off to the monastery, and he upset me. How frightened I was! Even now my heart isn't right." "But you've been asleep, uncle," said Mozgliakov, wondering. "Oh, yes, I've been asleep, and afterwards I drove out, though perhaps Oh, how strange it is." "I assure you, uncle, that you have been dreaming it. You have been quietly dozing ever since dinner." "Really?" And the prince pondered. "Oh, yes, perhaps I really did dream it, though I remember everything I dreamed. At first I dreamt of a very dreadful bull with horns, and then I dreamt of some public prosecutor who seemed to have horns too." "I suppose that was Nikolai Vassilitch Antipov, uncle?" "Oh, yes, perhaps it was he. And then I dreamt of Napoleon Bonaparte. Do you know, my dear, they all tell me that I am like Napoleon Bonaparte.
And in profile I am strikingly like some pope of old days. What do you think, my dear? Am I like a pope?"
"I think you are more like Napoleon, uncle."
"Oh, yes, full face. I think so myself too, my dear. And I dreamt about him when he was on the island, and you know he was so talkative, so sprightly, such a jolly fellow that he quite amused me."
"Are you speaking of Napoleon, uncle?" said Pavel Alexandrovitch, looking at the old man reflectively. A strange idea was beginning to dawn upon his mind, an idea which he could not yet define clearly to himself.
"Oh, yes, of Napoleon. We were discussing philosophy together. And do you know, my dear, that I am really sorry the English treated him so harshly? Of course, if he had not been kept on the chain, he would have been attacking people again. He was a desperate man, but still I am sorry for him. I wouldn't have treated him so. I would have put him upon an uninhabited island."
"Why on an uninhabited one?" asked Mozgliakov absent-mindedly.
"Well, perhaps on an inhabited one, but inhabited only by sensible people. And I would have got up entertainments of all sorts for him, a theatre, concerts, ballets, and all at the government expense. I would have let him go for walks under supervision, of course, or else he would have slipped away at once. He was very fond of little pies. Well, I would have made him little pies every day. I would have looked after him like a father, so to speak. He would have repented in my care."
Mozgliakov listened absent-mindedly to the babble of the old man, not yet fully awake, and bit his nails with impatience. He wanted to turn the conversation upon marriage, though he scarcely yet knew why. An unbounded anger was surging in his heart. All at once the old man cried out in surprise.
"Oh, mon ami! Why, I forgot to tell you. Only fancy, I made a proposal today."
"A proposal, uncle?" cried Mozgliakov, waking up.
"Why, yes, a proposal. Pahomich, are you going? Very good. C'est une charmante personne. But I confess, my dear boy, I acted thoughtlessly. I only see that now. Oh, dear me."
"But excuse me, uncle, when did you make this proposal?"
"I own, my dear boy, that I really don't quite know when it was. Didn't I dream it, perhaps? Ah, how queer it is, though."
Mozgliakov shuddered with delight. A new idea flashed upon his mind. "But who was it you made an offer to, and when did you make it, uncle?" he repeated impatiently.
"The daughter of the house, mon ami. Cette belle personne. I have forgotten her name, though. Only you see, my dear, I really can't get married. What am I to do now?"
"Yes, it will certainly be your ruin if you get married. But allow me to ask you one other question, uncle. You seem to be convinced that you really have made an offer?"
"Oh, yes, I am sure of it."
"But what if you have dreamed it all, just as you dreamed you had been upset out of your carriage a second time?"
"Oh, my goodness! Perhaps this really was a dream, too, so that I really don't know how to behave with them. How is one to find out for certain, my dear boy, whether I did make a proposal or not? But now fancy what a position I am in."
"Do you know, uncle, I fancy there is no need to find out."
"How so?"
"I feel sure that you dreamed it."
"I think so too, my dear, especially as I often have dreams of that sort."
"There, you see, uncle. Remember that you had a little wine at lunch, and then again at dinner, and in the end—"
"Oh, yes, my dear, it very likely was due to that."
"Besides, uncle, however exhilarated you may have been, you couldn't possibly, under any circumstances, have made such a nonsensical proposal in reality. As far as I know you, uncle, you are a man of the greatest good sense, and—"
"Oh, yes, oh, yes."
"Only consider one point. If your relations, who have nothing but ill will for you in any case, were to hear of it, what would happen then?"
"Oh, my goodness!" cried the prince in alarm. "What would happen then?"
"Upon my word, why, they would all cry out in chorus that you were out of your mind when you did it, that you had gone mad, that you must be put under restraint, that you had been taken advantage of, and perhaps they would put you somewhere under supervision." Mozgliakov knew what would frighten the prince most.
"Oh, my God!" cried the prince, trembling like a leaf. "Could they possibly shut me up?"
"And then only think, uncle, could you possibly have made such an imprudent offer when you were awake? You understand your own interests. I assure you solemnly that it was all a dream."
"It certainly must have been a dream. It certainly must," the prince repeated in a panic. "Oh, how sensibly you've thought it out, my dear boy. I am sincerely grateful to you for setting me right."
"I am awfully glad, uncle, that I have met you today. Only fancy, if I had not been here, you might really have been muddled, have thought you were engaged, and have gone down to them as though you were. Think how dangerous."
"Oh, yes, yes, dangerous."
"Remember that young lady is 23. Nobody wants to marry her, and all at once you, a man of wealth and rank, appear as a suitor. Why, they would snatch at the idea at once, would assure you were engaged, and would force you perhaps into marriage. And they would calculate on the possibility of your dying before long."
"Really?"
"And remember, uncle, a man of your qualities—"
"Oh, yes, with my qualities."
"With your intelligence, with your politeness—"
"Oh, yes, with my intelligence, yes."
"And last but not least, you are a prince. What a splendid match you might make if, for some reason, you really did want to marry. Only think what your relations would say."
"Oh, my dear, why, they would be the death of me. I have endured such treachery, such ill treatment at their hands. Would you believe it? I suspect they wanted to put me into a lunatic asylum. Upon my word, my dear, wasn't that absurd? Why, what could I have done there, in a lunatic asylum?"
"Quite so, uncle, and so I won't leave your side when you go downstairs. There are visitors there now."
"Visitors? Oh, my goodness!"
"Don't be uneasy, uncle. I will keep with you."
"But how grateful I am to you, my dear. You are simply my savior. But do you know, I think I had better go away."
"Tomorrow morning, uncle, at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. But today you can take leave of everyone and tell them you are going away."
"I will certainly go away.
to Father Misail. But, my dear boy, what if they do make a match of it?
Don't be afraid, uncle. I shall be with you, and whatever they say to you, whatever they hint at, you say straight out that it was all a dream, as it certainly was.
Oh, yes, it certainly must have been a dream. Only do you know, my dear, it was a most enchanting dream. She is wonderfully good-looking, and do you know, such a figure.
Well, farewell, uncle. I am going downstairs, and you—
What? Are you going to leave me alone?
cried the prince in alarm. No, uncle, we'll both go down, but separately. I'll go first, and then you. That will be better.
Oh, very well. And by the way, I must jot down an idea.
Quite so, uncle. Jot down your idea, and then come down. Don't delay. Tomorrow morning—
And tomorrow morning to Father Misail, certainly to Father Misail. Shaman, shaman. But do you know, my dear, she is wonderfully good-looking, such contours, and if I really had to be married—
God preserve you, uncle.
Oh, yes, God preserve me. Well, goodbye, my dear. I'll come directly. Only I will just jot down. Apropos, I have been meaning to ask you for a long time. Have you read the memoirs of Casanova?
Yes, I have, uncle. Why?
Oh, well, I have forgotten now what I meant to say.
You will think of it later, uncle. Goodbye for the present.
Goodbye, my dear, goodbye. Though it really was a fascinating dream, a fascinating dream.
Breaking in. Giacomo Casanova's memoirs, which so interest the prince, would detail 18th century upper-class life in Italy and elsewhere in Europe, and they would of course involve a number of complicated erotic adventures. The prince's absurd ramblings on Napoleon probably refer to his second exile, to the island of St. Helena in the Atlantic, rather than to Elba in the Mediterranean, after the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Of course, we are now in a position to understand the title of our novel. We will see how Uncle's dream is received by the social gaggle downstairs in the climactic scenes ahead. End of comments. Chapter 12.
We've all come to see you, all of us, and Praskovia Ilinichka is coming too, and Luisa Karlovna meant to come too, twittered Anna Nikolaevna, walking into the salon and looking about her greedily. She was a rather pretty little lady, dressed expensively but in gaudy colours, and very well aware that she was pretty. She fancied that the prince was hidden somewhere in a corner with Zina. And Katerina Petrovna is coming, and Felisata Mihailovna meant to be here too, added Natalia Dmitrievna, the lady of colossal proportions, remarkably like a grenadier, whose appearance had so delighted the prince. She had on an extraordinarily small pink hat perched on the back of her head. For the last 3 weeks she had been the devoted friend of Anna Nikolaevna, whose good graces she had long been trying to win, and whom, to judge by appearances, she could have swallowed up at one gulp, bones and all. I won't speak of the delight, I may call it, of seeing you both here, and in the evening too, Marya Alexandrovna chanted, recovering from her first stupefaction. But tell me, please, What miracle has brought you to me tonight, when I quite despaired of such an honour?" "Oh, my goodness, Marya Alexandrovna, what a forgetful lady you are!" said Natalia Dmitrievna in honeyed accents, mincing and speaking in a bashful and squeaky voice, which was a very curious contrast to her appearance. "Mais ma charmante," twittered Anna Nikolaevna, "we must, you know, we really must complete our arrangements for these theatricals. Only today Pyotr Mihailovitch said to Kalist Stanislavitch that he was very much disappointed that it was not coming off well, and that we did nothing but fall out over it. So we met together this evening and thought, let us go to Marya Alexandrovna's and settle it all right away. Natalia Dmitrievna, let the others know. They are all coming. So we will talk it all over together, and all will go well. We won't let them say that we do nothing but quarrel, will we, mon ange?" she added playfully, kissing Marya Alexandrovna. "Oh, my goodness, Zinaida Afanasievna! Why, you grow prettier every day!" Anna Nikolaevna flew to shower kisses on Zina. "Indeed, she has nothing else to do but grow prettier," Natalia Dmitrievna added in sugary accents, rubbing her huge hands. "The devil take them! I did not think about those theatricals. They have been sharp, the magpies," Marya Alexandrovna murmured, beside herself with fury. "Especially, my angel, since that darling prince is staying with you. You know there used to be a theatre at Duhanovo in the time of the late owners. We have made inquiries already, and know that all the old scenery, the curtain, and even the costumes are put away somewhere. The prince called on me today, and I was so surprised at seeing him that I quite forgot to speak of it. Now we will introduce the subject of the theatre. You must help us, and the prince will order all the old trappings to be sent us. For who is there here you can trust to make anything like scenery? And what is more, we want to interest the prince in our theatricals. He must subscribe. You see, it is for charity. Perhaps he will even take a part. He is so sweet and obliging. Then it will be a wonderful success." "Of course he will take a part. Why, he can be made to play any part," Natalia Dmitrievna added with vast significance. Anna Nikolaevna had not misinformed Marya Alexandrovna. Ladies kept arriving every minute. Marya Alexandrovna hardly had time to receive them and utter the exclamations demanded on such occasions by propriety and the rules of comme il faut. I will not undertake to describe all the visitors. I will only mention that each one wore a look of extraordinary wiliness. Anticipation and a sort of wild impatience was expressed on every face. Some of the ladies had come with the express object of witnessing an extraordinary and scandalous scene, and would have been exceedingly wroth if they had had to drive home again without having seen it. On the surface they behaved with the utmost amiability, but Marya Alexandrovna resolutely prepared herself for the attack. There was a shower of questions about the prince. They sounded most natural, yet each seemed to contain an allusion or innuendo. Tea was brought in. Everyone sat down. One group took possession of the piano. On being asked to play and sing, Zina answered that she did not feel quite well. The paleness of her face confirmed her words. Sympathetic inquiries were showered upon her, and the ladies even seized the opportunity to ask questions and drop hints. They inquired about Mozgliakov, too, and addressed these inquiries to Zina. Marya Alexandrovna displayed 10 times her usual energy at that moment.
She saw everything that was going on in every corner of the room, heard what was said by each one of her visitors, though there were nearly a dozen of them, and answered every question immediately, without hesitating for a word. She was trembling for Zina, and was surprised that she did not go away, as she had always done before on such occasions. She kept her eye, too, on Afanasy Matveyitch. Everybody always made fun of him in order to pique Marya Alexandrovna through her husband. On this occasion it might be possible to learn something from the simple-minded and open-hearted Afanasy Matveyitch. Marya Alexandrovna looked with anxiety at the way in which her husband was being besieged. Moreover, to every question he answered, with an expression so unhappy and unnatural that it might well have driven her to fury.
"Marya Alexandrovna, Afanasy Matveyitch won't talk to us at all," cried one bold, sharp-eyed little lady who was afraid of nobody and never embarrassed by anything. "Do tell him to be more polite with ladies."
"I really don't know what has come over him today," answered Marya Alexandrovna, interrupting her conversation with Anna Nikolaevna and Natalia Dmitrievna with a gay smile. "He certainly is uncommunicative. He has scarcely said a word to me. Why don't you answer Felisata Mihailovna, Athanas? What did you ask him?" But, you know, mother, you told me yourself," Afanasy Matveyitch began muttering in his surprise and confusion. At that moment he was standing by the lighted fire, with his hands thrust into his waistcoat in a picturesque attitude which he had chosen for himself. He was sipping tea. The lady's questions so embarrassed him that he blushed like a girl. When he began justifying himself, he caught such a terrible glance from his infuriated wife that he almost lost consciousness from terror. Not knowing what to do, anxious to put himself right and regain respect, he took a gulp at his tea, but the tea was too hot. Having taken it so hastily, he burnt himself terribly, dropped the cup, spluttered and choked so violently that he had to go out of the room, to the surprise of all present. In fact, everything was clear. Marya Alexandrovna realized that her visitors knew all about it and had met together with the worst intentions. The position was dangerous. They might talk to the feeble-minded old man and turn him from his purpose even in her presence. They might even take the prince away from her, set him against her that very evening, and entice him away with them. She might expect anything. But fate had another ordeal in store for her. The door opened, and she beheld Mozgliakov, whom she had believed to be at Borodov's, and did not in the least expect that evening. She started as though something had stabbed her. Mozgliakov stopped in the doorway, and looked round at everyone a little confused. He was not able to control his emotion, which was clearly apparent in his face. "Oh, my goodness, Pavel Alexandrovitch!" cried several voices.
"Oh, my goodness! Why, it is Pavel Alexandrovitch! How was it you told us he had gone to Borodov's, Marya Alexandrovna? We were told you were hiding at Borodov's, Pavel Alexandrovitch," Natalia Dmitrievna piped.
"Hiding?" repeated Mozgliakov with a rather wry smile. "It is a strange expression. Excuse me, Natalia Dmitrievna, I don't conceal myself from anyone, and I don't want to conceal anybody else either," he added, looking significantly at Marya Alexandrovna. Marya Alexandrovna was in a tremor. "Can the blockhead be mutinous?"
she wondered, looking searchingly at Mozgliakov. "No, that will be worse than anything."
"Is it true, Pavel Alexandrovitch, that they have given you the sack? At your office, I mean, of course?"
the impudent Felisata Mihailovna asked pertly, sarcastically looking him straight in the face. "The sack? What sack? I am simply transferring from one branch to another. I have a post in Petersburg," Mozgliakov answered coldly.
"Oh, I congratulate you, then,"
Felisata Mihailovna went on.
"We were positively scared when we heard you were trying to get a post in Mordassov. The posts here can't be relied upon, Pavel Alexandrovitch. There is no keeping them." "It is only as a teacher in the district school that you might find a vacancy," observed Natalia Dmitrievna.
The hint was so obvious and so crude that Anna Nikolaevna, confused, gently nudged her malicious friend with her foot.
"Do you imagine that Pavel Alexandrovitch would be willing to take the place of a wretched teacher?"
put in Felisata Mihailovna. But Pavel Alexandrovitch could not find an answer. He turned round and jostled against Afanasy Matveyitch, who held out his hand to him. Mozgliakov very stupidly did not take his hand, but gave him a low and ironical bow. Exceedingly irritated, he went up to Zina, and looking angrily into her face, muttered, "This is all thanks to you. Wait a bit, I'll show you this very evening whether I am a fool." "Why put it off? One can see that now," Zina answered aloud, looking her former suitor up and down with an air of aversion. Mozgliakov turned away hurriedly, frightened by her loud voice. "Have you been to see Borodoev?" Marya Alexandrovna ventured to inquire at last. "No, I have been seeing Uncle." "Uncle? So you have just been with the prince, then?"
"Oh, my goodness, then the prince is awake, and we were told that he was still resting,"
added Natalia Dmitrievna with a malignant look at Marya Alexandrovna. "Don't trouble about the prince, Natalia Dmitrievna," answered Mozgliakov. "He is awake, and now, thank God, he has all his senses about him. This morning he was given too much wine, first when he was with you, and afterwards here, till his head, never over-strong, was completely muddled. But now, thank God, we have had a little talk, and he has recovered his common sense. He will be here directly to take leave of you, Marya Alexandrovna, and thank you for all your hospitality. Tomorrow at daybreak we are setting off together to the monastery, and then I shall certainly escort him back to Duhanovo myself, to avoid a second accident like that of today. And then I shall hand him over to Stepanida Matveyevna, who by that time will certainly be back from Moscow, and will not let him go on his travels a second time. I can answer for that." As he said this, Mozgliakov looked spitefully at Marya Alexandrovna. She was sitting as though petrified with amazement. I admit with grief that my heroine was, perhaps for the first time in her life, cowed.
"So he is going away at daybreak tomorrow? How's that?"
said Natalia Dmitrievna, addressing Marya Alexandrovna. "How is that?" the visitors were heard saying naively. "Why, we heard that. Why, that's very odd." But their hostess did not know what answer to make. Suddenly the general attention was diverted in the most strange and eccentric way. In the adjoining room a strange noise was heard, and abrupt exclamations, and all at once, utterly unexpectedly, Sophia Petrovna Karpuchin dashed into Marya Alexandrovna's salon. Sophia Petrovna was unquestionably the most eccentric lady in Mordasov, so eccentric that it had even been decided of late not to receive her in society. It must be observed, too, that regularly every evening at 7 o'clock it was her habit to take a nip of something, for the sake of her stomach, as she explained, and after it she was as a rule in an emancipated state of mind, to put it mildly. She was in that state of mind now at that moment when she so unexpectedly burst in upon Marya Alexandrovna.
"So this is the way, Marya Alexandrovna," she shouted to be heard all over the room. "So this is the way you treat me. Don't disturb yourself. I have only come for a minute. I won't sit down. I've come on purpose to find out whether it is true what I am told. So, you have balls, banquets, a betrothal party, but Sophia Petrovna must sit at home and knit a stocking. You've asked the whole town, but not me. Though this morning I was your friend and mon ange when I came to tell you what they were doing with the prince at Natalia Dmitrievna's. And now here's Natalia Dmitrievna, whom you were abusing like a pickpocket, and who was abusing you, paying you a visit. Don't disturb yourself, Natalia Dmitrievna. I don't want your chocolate à la santé at 2 pence a stick. I have better to drink at home. Foo!"
"One can see you have," observed Natalia Dmitrievna. "But upon my word, Sophia Petrovna," cried Marya Alexandrovna, flushing with vexation, "what is the matter with you? Do control yourself at least."
"Don't trouble about me, Marya Alexandrovna. I know all about it, cried
Sophia Petrovna in her harsh, shrill voice. She was surrounded by the other visitors, who seemed to be enjoying this unexpected scene.
"I have found out all about it. Your Nastasia ran round and told me the whole story. You pounced on this wretched prince, made him drunk, made him propose to your daughter, whom nobody wants to marry now, and you imagine that you'll become a fine bird now yourself, a duchess in lace. Foo! Don't disturb yourself. I am a colonel's wife myself. I don't care if you don't invite me to your betrothal party. I have mixed with better people than you. I have dined with Countess Zalovatsky. The head commissary Kurochkin paid me his addresses, as though I wanted your invitation. Foo!"
"Come, Sophia Petrovna," answered Marya Alexandrovna, losing patience. "I must tell you, this is not the way to burst into a lady's house, especially in such a condition, and if you do not relieve me of your presence and your eloquent remarks, I shall promptly take steps to get rid of you."
"I know you will tell your nasty servants to turn me out. Don't excite yourself. I can find the way for myself. Goodbye. Make any marriage you like. And you, Natalia Dmitrievna, don't laugh at me, if you please. I don't care a damn about your chocolate. Though I am not invited here, I don't go dancing jigs to amuse princes. What are you laughing at, Anna Nikolaevna? Sushilov has broken his leg. They've just carried him home. And you, Felisata Mihailovna, if you don't tell your bare-legged Matryoshka to drive your cow home in good time so she's not mooing under my window every day, I will break her legs. Goodbye, Marya Alexandrovna. Good luck to you. Foo!"
Sophia Petrovna vanished. The visitors laughed. Marya Alexandrovna was thrown into extreme embarrassment.
"I think the lady has had a little too much,"
Natalia Dmitrievna brought out in her sugary voice. "But what insolence! Quelle abominable femme! How funny she was, though! Ah, what shocking things she said!"
"But what was it she said about a betrothal party? What betrothal party?"
Felisata Mihailovna asked sarcastically. "But this is awful!" Marya Alexandrovna burst out at last. "It is these monsters who scatter these absurd rumours by handfuls. It is not so strange, Felisata Mihailovna, that such ladies are to be found in our midst. No, What is more surprising is that these ladies are sought after, are listened to, are encouraged, are believed, are—" "The prince! The prince!" all voices cried suddenly at once. "Oh, my goodness, le cher prince!"
"Oh, thank goodness! Now we shall find out all the details," Felisata Mihailovna whispered to her neighbour.
Chapter 13. The prince came in with a honeyed smile on his lips. The alarm which Mozgliakov had inspired in his chicken heart entirely disappeared at the sight of the ladies. He melted at once like a sweetmeat. The ladies greeted him with shrill cries of delight. Ladies always made a great deal of our old friend, and were very familiar with him. He was able to afford them incredible entertainment. Felisata Mihailovna had declared that morning, not in earnest, of course, that she was ready to sit on his knee if that would give him any pleasure,
because he was a darling, darling old man, sweet beyond all bounds.
Marya Alexandrovna transfixed him with her eyes, trying to read something from his face and to divine from it the way out of her critical position. It was evident that Mozgliakov had said horrible things about her, and that her plans were in jeopardy. But nothing could be read from the prince's face. He was the same as he had been that morning, and as he always was.
"Ah, my goodness, here is the prince! We have been waiting and waiting for you!"
cried several of the ladies.
"With impatience, prince, with impatience!"
piped others.
"That's extremely flattering,"
lisped the prince, sitting down at the table on which the samovar was boiling. The ladies immediately surrounded him. Anna Nikolaevna and Natalia Dmitrievna were the only ones left by the side of Marya Alexandrovna. Afanasy Matveyevich smiled respectfully. Mozgliakov smiled too, and with a defiant air looked at Zina, who, without taking the slightest notice of him, went and sat down by her father near the fire.
"Oh, Prince, is it true what they say, that you are leaving us?"
piped Felisata Mihailovna.
"Oh, yes, madame, I am going away. I want to go abroad immediately."
"Abroad, prince, abroad!"
they all cried in chorus.
"What an idea!"
"Abroad," repeated the prince, prinking. "And do you know, I want to go abroad particularly for the sake of the new ideas."
"How do you mean for the sake of the new ideas? New ideas about what?"
said the ladies, exchanging glances with one another.
"Oh, yes, for the sake of the new ideas," repeated the prince with an air of the deepest conviction. "Everyone now goes abroad for the sake of the new ideas, and so I too want to gain new ideas."
"Don't you want, perhaps, to enter a Masonic lodge, uncle?" put in Mozgliakov, who evidently wished to impress the ladies by his wit and his ease.
"Oh, yes, my dear, you are quite right," the old man answered unexpectedly. "In the old days I really did belong to a Masonic lodge abroad, and I too had a number of noble ideas. I intended, indeed, at that time to do a great deal for the enlightenment of the people, and I quite decided at Frankfurt to set free my man Fyodor, whom I had brought with me from Russia. But to my surprise, he ran away from me himself. He was an extremely odd man.
Afterwards I met him in Paris, such a swell with whiskers. He was walking along the boulevard with a mamselle. He looked at me, gave me a nod, and the mamselle with him was such a brisk, sharp-eyed, alluring creature.
Come, uncle, why, you'll be setting all your peasants free next if you go abroad this time, cried Mozgliakov, laughing loudly.
You have guessed perfectly right, my dear boy, what I desire to do, the prince answered without hesitation. I do want to set them all free.
But upon my word, prince, they will all run away from you directly, and then where will you get your money?
cried Felisata Mikhailovna.
Of course they would all run away,
Anna Nikolaevna echoed with a note of alarm.
Oh, dear me, do you really think they would run away?
cried the prince in astonishment.
They would run away. They would all run away at once and would leave you alone,
Natalia Dmitrievna confirmed.
Oh, dear me. Well, then I shall not set them free. But of course I did not mean it.
So much the better, uncle, Mozgliakov said approvingly. Till then, Marya Alexandrovna had been listening and watching in silence. It seemed to her that the prince had entirely forgotten her, and that was not natural.
"Allow me, prince,"
she began in a loud and dignified voice,
"to introduce my husband, Afanasy Matveyitch. He came expressly from our country house as soon as he heard you were staying with us."
Afanasy Matveyitch smiled and looked dignified. It seemed to him as though he were being praised.
"Ah, I am delighted," said the prince. "Afanasy Matveyitch. To be sure, I believe I remember something. Afanasy Matveyitch. To be sure, that is a gentleman in the country. Charmant, charmant, delighted. My dear," cried the prince, turning to Mozgliakov, "why, that's the very man, do you remember, who was in that rhyme this morning. How did it go? The husband's on the stair, and the wife is gone. Oh, yes, the wife has gone away to some town. Oh, prince, why, that's true. The husband's on the stair, while the wife has gone to Tver, the very vaudeville the actors played here last year," Felisata Mikhailovna put in. "Oh, yes, precisely, to Tver. I always forget. Charmant, charmant. So you are that very man? Extremely glad to make your acquaintance," said the prince, holding out his hand to the smiling Afanasy Matveyitch without getting up from his chair. "Well, I hope you are well."
"He is quite well, prince, quite well," Marya Alexandrovna answered hurriedly.
"Oh, yes, one can see he is quite well. And are you always in the country? Well, I am delighted. Why, what red cheeks he has, and how he keeps laughing!"
Afanasy Matveyitch continued smiling, bowing, and even scraping with his foot. But at the prince's last observation he could not restrain himself, and all of a sudden, apropos of nothing, in the most foolish way, burst into a loud laugh. Everybody laughed. The ladies squealed with delight. Zina flushed, and with flashing eyes looked at Marya Alexandrovna, who in her turn was bursting with anger. It was high time to change the conversation.
"How did you sleep, prince?"
she asked in a honeyed voice, at the same time turning a menacing look upon Afanasy Matveyitch to indicate that he should take himself off as quickly as possible.
"Oh, I had a very good sleep," answered the prince. "And do you know, I had a most enchanting dream, an enchanting dream." "A dream? I love to hear people tell their dreams," cried Felisata Mihailovna. "And I, too, I love it," added Natalia Dmitrievna. "An enchanting dream," repeated the prince with a mawkish smile. "But the dream is a dead secret."
"How so, Prince? Do you really mean you can't tell it us? It must have been a wonderful dream," observed Anna Nikolaevna.
"A dead secret," repeated the prince, gleefully tantalizing the lady's curiosity.
"Oh, then it must be very interesting," cried the ladies.
"I bet that the prince dreamed that he fell on his knees before some beautiful young lady and made her an offer of marriage," cried Felisata Mihailovna. "Come, prince, own up that that's right. Darling prince, confess."
"Confess, Prince, confess,"
the others chimed in on all sides.
The prince listened triumphantly and ecstatically to all their outcries. The lady's supposition flattered his vanity extremely, and he almost licked his lips.
"Though I said that my dream was a dead secret," he answered at last, "yet I must admit, madame, that to my great surprise you have guessed almost perfectly right." "Guessed right?" cried Felisata Mihailovna rapturously. "Well, prince, well, now you absolutely must tell us who the beautiful young lady was."
"You must tell us. Does she live in these parts? Darling prince, do tell us. You must tell us, whatever happens," they cried on all sides.
"Madame, madame, if you are so very insistent to know, I can only tell you one thing, that it was the most fascinating, and I may say the most virtuous young lady I know," mumbled the prince, melting like wax.
"Most fascinating, and someone living here? Who could it be?"
the ladies kept asking, exchanging significant glances and winking at one another.
"Of course, that one who is considered the chief belle here,"
said Natalia Dmitrievna, rubbing her huge red hands and looking with her cat-like eyes at Zina. All the others looked at Zina with her.
"Well, prince, if you have such dreams, why don't you get married in reality?"
asked Felisata Mihailovna, with a significant look at the others.
"What a splendid match we would make for you," another lady put in. "Prince, darling, do get married," piped a third. Get married," they cried on all sides. "Why shouldn't you get married?"
"Oh, yes, why not get married?"
the prince assented, completely confused by these outcries.
"Uncle!"
cried Mozgliakov.
"Oh, yes, my dear, I understand. I meant to tell you, madame, that I am not able to get married, and that when I have spent a delightful evening with our fascinating hostess, I shall set off tomorrow to Father Misail at the monastery, and then I am going straight abroad so as to keep up with the progress of European enlightenment."
Zina turned pale and looked at her mother with inexpressible misery. But Marya Alexandrovna had already made up her mind. Hitherto she had only been waiting, testing things, though she did realize that her project was ruined and that her enemies had circumvented her successfully. At last she grasped the whole position. She made up her mind at one blow to crush the many-headed hydra. She got up from her easy chair majestically, and with resolute steps approached the table, scanning with haughty eyes her pygmy foes. There was the light of inspiration in that look. She determined to impress, to disconcert all these venomous scandal-mongers, to squash Mozgliakov as though he were a beetle, and by one bold, resolute stroke to recapture all her lost influence over the imbecile prince. Exceptional audacity was of course needed, but Marya Alexandrovna had no lack of audacity.
"Madame,"
she began solemnly and with dignity. Marya Alexandrovna was particularly fond of a solemn manner.
"Madame, I have been listening for some time to your conversation, to your gay and witty jests, and I think it is time for me to put in my word. You know we have met together this evening, quite by chance, and I am so glad of it. I should never have brought myself of my own accord to announce to you an important family secret, and to publish it abroad sooner than the most ordinary feeling of decorum would dictate. Especially I must beg the forgiveness of my dear guest, but I fancied that he himself, by indirect hints at the very circumstance, gives me to understand that a formal and ceremonious announcement of our family secret will not be disagreeable, that, in fact, he desires this announcement. Is it not so, Prince? I am not mistaken?" "Oh, yes, you are not mistaken, and I am delighted," said the prince, without the faintest idea of what she was talking about. For the sake of greater effect, Marya Alexandrovna stopped to take breath, and looked round at the whole company. All the visitors were listening to her words with spiteful and uneasy curiosity. Mozgliakov started. Zina flushed crimson and got up from her chair. Afanasy Matveyitch, in anticipation of something extraordinary, blew his nose to be ready for anything. "Yes, madame, I am ready joyfully to confide to you my family secret. After dinner today, the prince, captivated by the beauty and virtues of my daughter, did her the honor of offering her his hand. Prince," she concluded in a voice quivering with tears and emotion, "dear Prince, you cannot be angry with me for my indiscretion. Nothing but my great joy as a mother could have torn from my heart this precious secret before the fitting time, and what mother could blame me in this case?"
I cannot find words to describe the effect produced by Marya Alexandrovna's unexpected outburst. Everyone seemed as though petrified with amazement. The treacherous visitors, who had thought they would frighten Marya Alexandrovna by their knowledge of her secret, had expected to crush her by the premature disclosure of that secret, who had expected to torment her, at first simply by allusions, were dumbfounded by such audacious candour. Such fearless audacity was a sure sign of power.
Then was the prince really going to marry Zina of his own free will? Then they had not allured him, made him drunk, deceived him? Then he was not being forced into marriage in an underhand, dishonest way? Then Marya Alexandrovna was not afraid of anybody? Then it would be impossible to prevent the marriage, since the prince was not being forced into it?
For a moment there was a sound of whispering which turned at once into shrill cries of delight. Natalia Dmitrievna was the first to embrace Marya Alexandrovna. Anna Nikolaevna followed her example, and after her Felisata Mihailovna. They all jumped up from their seats. They were all thrown into confusion. Some of the ladies were pale from spite. They began to congratulate the embarrassed Zina. They even fastened on Afanasy Matveyitch. Marya Alexandrovna held out her arms in a picturesque attitude, and almost by force enfolded her daughter in her embrace.
The prince alone looked on at the scene with strange surprise, though he went on smiling as before. The scene pleased him in a way, however. At the sight of the mother embracing the daughter, he took out his handkerchief and wiped his eyes, in which there gleamed a tear. Of course, people rushed to congratulate him, too.
"We congratulate you, Prince! We congratulate you!"
the ladies cried on all sides.
"So you are going to get married? So you are really going to get married? Darling Prince, so you are going to get married?"
Oh, yes, answered the prince, extremely delighted with their raptures and their congratulations. "And I must say that nothing gives me more pleasure than your kind sympathy, which I shall never forget, never forget. Charmant, charmant, you've brought tears into my eyes." "Kiss me, Prince," Felisata Mihailovna cried, louder than all the rest. "And I must say," the prince went on, interrupted on all sides, "I am most of all surprised that Marya Ivanovna, our honored hostess, has guessed my dream with such extraordinary insight. It is as though she had dreamed it instead of me. Extraordinary insight, extraordinary insight."
"Oh, Prince, the dream again! Come, confess, Prince, confess!"
they all cried, surrounding him.
"Yes, Prince, there is no need for concealment. The time has come to reveal our secret,"
Marya Alexandrovna said sternly and resolutely.
"I understand your subtle allegory, the enchanting delicacy with which you tried to hint to me your desire to make public your engagement. Yes, madame, it is true. This afternoon the prince went down on his knees to my daughter, and not in a dream, but reality, and made her a formal offer."
"Exactly as though it were real, and actually with the very same circumstances," repeated the prince. "Mademoiselle," he said, turning with marked courtesy to Zina, who had not yet recovered from her amazement. "Mademoiselle, I swear that I would never have made so bold as to pronounce your name if others had not uttered it before me. It was a fascinating dream, and I am doubly happy that I am now permitted to tell it to you. Charmant, charmant."
"But upon my word, how is this? He is still talking about a dream,"
whispered Anna Nikolaevna to Marya Alexandrovna, who was somewhat flustered and had turned a little pale. Alas, there was an ache and a tremor in Marya Alexandrovna's heart already, apart from those warning words.
"How is this?"
whispered the ladies, looking at one another.
"Why, Prince,"
began Marya Alexandrovna with a wry and sickly smile,
"I protest, you surprise me. What is this strange idea about a dream? I confess I thought till now that you were jesting, but if it is a joke, it is rather an inappropriate one. I should wish to put it down to your absent-mindedness, but perhaps it really is the result of his absent-mindedness," hissed Natalia Dmitrievna.
"Oh, yes, perhaps it is absent-mindedness," the prince assented, still not fully grasping what they were trying to get out of him. "And only fancy, I must tell you an anecdote. In Petersburg I was invited to a funeral to some people, maison bourgeoise, mais honnête, and I muddled it up and thought it was a name-day party. The name-day party had been the week before. I got ready a bouquet of camellias for the lady whose name-day it was. I go in, and what do I see? A respectable, dignified man lying on the table, so that I was quite surprised. I simply did not know what to do with myself and the bouquet."
"Come, Prince, this is not a time for anecdotes," Marya Alexandrovna interrupted with vexation. "Of course my daughter has no need to run after suitors, but this afternoon, beside that piano, you made her a proposal. I did not invite you to do so. I was, I may say, astounded. I was, of course, struck by one idea at the time, and I put it all off till you should wake. But I am a mother. She is my daughter. You spoke yourself just now of a dream, and I thought that you wished, under the guise of allegory, to tell us of your engagement. I know very well that you will be dissuaded, and I suspect who it is. But explain yourself, Prince. Make haste and explain satisfactorily. You cannot jest like this with a respectable family."
"Oh, no, one cannot jest like this with a respectable family," the prince assented mechanically, though he was beginning to be a little uneasy.
"But that is no answer, Prince, to my question. I beg you to give a definite answer. Repeat at once, repeat before everyone that you did make my daughter an offer this afternoon."
"Oh, yes, I am ready to repeat it, though I have already told the whole story, and Felisata Yakovlevna guessed my dream exactly."
"It was not a dream, it was not a dream!" cried Marya Alexandrovna in exasperation. "It was not a dream, it was reality, Prince! Reality! Do you hear? Reality!"
"Reality?" cried the prince, getting up from his chair in his surprise. "Well, my dear, it is just as you foretold upstairs," he added, turning to Mozgliakov. "But I assure you, honoured Marya Stepanovna, that you are in error. I am quite persuaded that I only dreamed it."
"Lord have mercy upon us!"
cried Marya Alexandrovna.
"Don't upset yourself, Marya Alexandrovna,"
Natalia Dmitrievna put in.
"Perhaps the prince has forgotten. He will remember." "I wonder at you, Natalia Dmitrievna," retorted Marya Alexandrovna indignantly. "Can such things be forgotten? Can one forget it? Upon my word, Prince, are you laughing at us? Or you are, perhaps, playing the part of a profligate beau of the days of the Regency depicted by Dumas, some fair liqueur illusion. But apart from that not being in keeping with your years, I assure you that you will not succeed in it. My daughter is not a vicomtesse. Here, this afternoon, on this spot, she sang to you, and carried away by her singing, you dropped on your knees and made her an offer. Can I be dreaming? Can I be sleeping? Speak, Prince, am I awake or sleeping?"
"Oh, yes, or rather, perhaps no," answered the bewildered prince. "I mean that I believe I am not dreaming now. You see, I was asleep this afternoon, and so I had a dream that in my sleep—"
"Pooh! My goodness, what does it mean? Not asleep, asleep dreaming, not dreaming! Why, goodness knows what it means. Are you raving, Prince?"
"Oh, yes, goodness knows, though I believe I am utterly at sea now," said the prince, turning uneasy glances around him.
"But how could you have dreamed it?"
Marya Alexandrovna insisted in distress.
"When I tell you your own dream in such detail, though you had not yet told any one of us about it."
"But perhaps the prince did tell somebody," said Natalia Dmitrievna. "Oh, yes, perhaps I did tell somebody," the prince repeated, utterly bewildered. "Here's a farce," whispered Felisata Mihailovna to her neighbour. Good heavens, this is past all endurance!" cried Marya Alexandrovna, wringing her hands in a frenzy. "She sang to you! She sang a ballad! Did you dream that too?"
"Oh, yes, indeed, I fancy she did sing a ballad," the prince muttered meditatively.
And his face lighted up at some sudden recollection.
"My dear," he cried, addressing Mozgliakov, "I forgot to tell you just now that there really was a ballad, and there were continually castles in that ballad, so that it seemed as if there were a great many castles, and then there was a troubadour. Oh, yes, I remember it all, so that I even shed tears. And now I am puzzled. It seems as if that really did happen and was not a dream."
"I must say, uncle," answered Mozgliakov, speaking as calmly as he could, though his voice quivered from some emotion, "I must say it seems to me that it is very easy to account for that and make it fit in. I believe you really did listen to singing. Zinaida Afanasievna sings beautifully. After dinner you were brought in here, and Zinaida Afanasievna sang the ballad to you. I was not there at the time, but you were probably touched by its recalling old days, perhaps remembering that very Vicomtesse with whom you used once to sing ballads, and about whom you told us this morning. And then afterwards, when you went to bed, in consequence of your pleasant impressions, you dreamed that you were in love and had made an offer." Marya Alexandrovna was positively petrified by this audacity.
"Ah, my dear, that is just as it really was," cried the prince, delighted. "It was just in consequence of those pleasant impressions. I certainly remember the ballad being sung to me, and it was because of that in my dream I wanted to get married. And it is true about the Vicomtesse, too. Oh, how clever of you, my dear, to see it all. Well, now I am quite convinced that I dreamed all that. Marya Vassilievna, I assure you that you are mistaken. It was a dream. Otherwise I should not be playing with your estimable feelings."
"Ah, now I see clearly who has been at work in this,"
cried Marya Alexandrovna, beside herself with fury, addressing Mozgliakov.
"It is you, sir, you dishonourable man. It is all your doing. You have muddled this unhappy imbecile because you were refused. But you shall pay for this insult, you blackguard. You shall pay for it. You shall pay for it."
"Marya Alexandrovna!" cried Mozgliakov, turning as red as a crab. "Your words are so... I really don't know what to say of your words. No well-bred lady would allow herself... I am defending my kinsman anyway. You must admit that to ensnare him like this...
"Oh, yes, to ensnare like this,"
the prince chimed in, trying to hide behind Mozgliakov.
"Afanasy Matveyitch!"
shrieked Marya Alexandrovna in an unnatural voice.
"Don't you hear how we are being outraged and dishonoured? Or have you lost all sense of your duties? Are you not the head of your family, but a repulsive wooden post? Why do you keep blinking? Any other husband would long ago have washed out such an insult to his family in blood."
"Wife," Afanasy Matveyitch began with dignity, proud that he was needed at last.
"Wife, didn't you perhaps dream it all, and afterwards, when you woke up, you muddled it all to suit yourself?"
But Afanasy Matveyitch was not destined to give full expression to his witty surmise. To that point the visitors had restrained themselves and had treacherously assumed an air of demure dignity. But at this point a loud burst of laughter that could not be restrained resounded through the room.
Marya Alexandrovna, forgetting all propriety, rushed at her husband, probably with the intention of immediately scratching his eyes out. But she was restrained by force. Natalia Dmitrievna took advantage of the occasion to add just one drop more of venom.
"Oh, Marya Alexandrovna, perhaps that is just how it was, and you are upsetting yourself,"
she said in a most honeyed voice. "What was? How was it?" cried Marya Alexandrovna, not yet fully understanding it.
"Oh, Marya Alexandrovna, you know it sometimes does happen."
"What happens? Do you want to drive me crazy?"
"Perhaps you really did dream it."
"Dream it? I dream it? And you dare to tell me that to my face?"
"Well, perhaps that is really how it was,"
responded Felisata Mihalovna.
"Oh, yes, perhaps that is how it really was,"
the prince too muttered. He too! Lord have mercy on us!" cried Marya Alexandrovna, clasping her hands.
"How you do upset yourself, Marya Alexandrovna. Remember that dreams are sent us from on high. If it is God's will, there is none can oppose him, and we are all in his hands. It's no use being angry about it."
"Oh, yes, it's no good being angry about it," the prince chimed in. "Do you take me for a lunatic?" Marya Alexandrovna articulated faintly, gasping from wrath. This was beyond human endurance. She hastily sought a chair and sank into a swoon. A hubbub followed.
"It was to do the correct thing that she fainted,"
Natalia Dmitrievna whispered to Anna Nikolaevna. But at that instant, at the moment when the general bewilderment was greatest and the position was at its tensest, a person who had hitherto remained silent suddenly stepped forward, and immediately the whole character of the scene was changed. Breaking in. Obviously, there is a lot going on in this chapter, but here I want to make two quick notes. First, the Dumas whom Marya Alexandrovna references in her tirade against the prince is, of course, Alexander Dumas, whose D'Artagnan romances, such as Three Musketeers and Man in the Iron Mask, all explore the intrigues of the French court of the 17th century. The Duc de Luzen was a part of this history, and is now referenced for the second time. Just a few hours earlier, Marya Alexandrovna had used Luzen to inspire the prince to romantic ambition in his old age. Here she uses him to chastise the prince for it. For her, arguments are never designed to track the truth. Second, despite the prince's senility, he is not so far gone as to be unaware of the social and political topics of his day. We know from Chapter 4 that he is afraid of the communists in Russia. In the early stages of the current chapter, we discover that he is aware that it is a fashionable thing to at least discuss liberating one's serfs. Indeed, in the late 1850s, this was one of the primary topics of public discussion. The reaction of the assembled gentry to the idea is worth noting. But we must get back to things. End of comments. Chapter 14. Zinaida Afanasievna was, speaking generally, of an extremely romantic disposition. I don't know whether this was, as Marya Alexandrovna maintained, due to too much reading of That Fool Shakespeare with her wretched little schoolmaster. But never in the course of her life at Mordassov had Zina permitted herself such an extraordinarily romantic, or rather heroic, action as the one we are just about to describe. Pale,
with a look of determination in her eyes, but almost shaking with excitement, wonderfully lovely in her indignation, she stepped forward. Scanning the whole company with a slow, challenging look in the midst of the sudden silence, she turned to her mother, who at her first movement had promptly recovered from her swoon and opened her eyes.
"Mamma," said Zina, "why keep up deception? Why defile ourselves further by lying? It has all been made so foul that it is not worth taking degrading pains to cover up that foulness." "Zina, Zina, what is the matter with you? Think what you are doing!" cried Marya Alexandrovna, leaping up from her chair. I told you beforehand, Mamma, that I could not bear all this disgrace," Zina went on. "Is it necessary to degrade oneself even more, to defile oneself still further? But do you know, Mamma, that I take it all upon myself, for I am more to blame than anyone. I, by consenting, set this vile intrigue going. You are a mother. You love me. You meant to secure my happiness in your own way, according to your own ideas. You may be forgiven, but I never." "Zina, surely you don't mean to speak? Oh, my God, I foresaw that dagger would stab me to the heart." "Yes, Mamma, I shall speak out. I am disgraced. We are all disgraced." "You are exaggerating, Zina. You are not yourself, and don't understand what you are saying. And what is the use of telling it? There is no sense in it. The disgrace is not ours. I will show at once that the disgrace is not ours." "No, Mamma," cried Zina, with an angry quiver in her voice. "I will not remain silent longer before these people, whose opinion I despise, and who have come to jeer at us. I will not endure insult from them. Not one of them has the right to throw dirt at me. They are all ready any minute to do 30 times worse than you or I. Dare they? Can they be our judges?" "That's a nice thing. Do you hear what she says? What does it mean? It's insulting us," was heard on all sides. "The young lady simply does not know what she is saying," said Natalia Dmitrievna. We may observe in parenthesis that Natalia Dmitrievna's remark was a true one. If Zina did not consider those ladies worthy to judge her, what was the object of rushing into such publicity, into such confessions before them? Zinaida Afanasievna was, in fact, extremely hasty. Such was the opinion of the best heads in Mordassov later on. Everything could have been set right. Everything could have been smoothed over. It is true that Marya Alexandrovna, too, had damaged their position that evening by her hastiness and presumption. They need only have derided the imbecile old gentleman and have sent him about his business. But as though of design, Zina, contrary to all good sense and Mordassov prudence, addressed herself to the prince. "Prince," she said to the old man, who was so impressed by her at that moment that he got up from his chair as a sign of respect. "Prince, forgive me, forgive us. We deceived you. We drew you on." "Oh, will you be silent, unhappy girl?" Marya Alexandrovna cried in a frenzy. "Madame, ma charmante enfant," muttered the prince, much impressed. But Zina's proud, impulsive, and extremely idealistic character carried her at that instant far away from every propriety demanded by the reality of the position. She even forgot her mother, who was writhing in agony at her confession. "Yes, we deceived you, Prince. Mamma, by determining to make you marry me, and I by consenting to it. You were given too much wine. I consented to sing and play a part before you. We, as Pavel Alexandrovitch has expressed it, have tricked you when you were weak and helpless, tricked you for the sake of your fortune, for the sake of your rank. All this was horribly base, and I repent of it. But I swear to you, Prince, that it was from no base impulse that I brought myself to that base act. I meant... But what am I saying? It is twice as base to justify oneself for a thing like that. But I assure you, Prince, that if I had taken anything from you, I would have paid for it by being your plaything, your handmaid, your dancing girl, your slave. I had vowed it, and would have kept my vow.
A lump in her throat prevented her from going on. All the visitors seemed petrified and listened with their eyes starting out of their heads. Zina's strange, and to them utterly unintelligible outbreak completely perplexed them. Only the prince was touched to tears, though he did not understand half of what Zina was saying.
"But I will marry you, ma belle enfant, if you wish it so much," he muttered, "and it will be a great honor to me. Only I assure you that it really was like a dream. Why, I dream all sorts of things. Why are you so troubled? I really don't understand it at all, mon ami," he went on, addressing Mozgliakov. "You explain to me, please."
"And you, Pavel Alexandrovitch,"
said Zina, turning to Mozgliakov.
"You on whom I once brought myself to look as my future husband, you who have now so cruelly revenged yourself on me, can you really have joined with these people to torture me and cover me with ignominy? And you told me you loved me. But it is not for me to preach to you. I am more to blame than you. I have injured you, for I really did lure you on with promises, and my statements were lies in a tissue of falsehoods. I never loved you, and if I had brought myself to marry you, it would simply have been to get away from here, from this accursed town, and to escape from all this corruption. But I swear to you that if I had married you, I would have made you a good and faithful wife. You have cruelly revenged yourself on me, and if that flatters your pride—"
"Zinaida Afanasievna!" cried Mozgliakov.
"If you still harbor a feeling of hatred for me—"
"Zinaida Afanasievna!"
"If you ever,"
said Zina, stifling her tears,
"if you ever did love me—"
"Zinaida Afanasievna!"
Zina, my daughter!"
wailed Marya Alexandrovna.
"I am a scoundrel, Zinaida Afanasievna. I am a scoundrel and nothing else,"
declared Mozgliakov, and general excitement followed. Cries of surprise and indignation were raised, but Mozgliakov stood as though rooted to the spot, incapable of thought or speech. For weak and shallow characters, accustomed to habitual subordination, who have dared at last to be moved to wrath and to protest, in short, to be resolute and consistent, there is always a line, a limit, to their resolution and consistency, which is soon reached. Their protest is apt at first to be most vigorous. Their energy even approaches frenzy. They fling themselves against obstacles as though with closed eyes, and always take upon themselves burdens beyond their strength. But reaching a certain point, the frenzied man, as though frightened at himself, stops short, dumbfounded with the awful question, "What is this that I have done?" Then at once he grows limp, whimpers, asks for explanations, drops on his knees, begs forgiveness, implores that all shall be as before, only quickly as possible.
This is almost exactly what happened now with Mozgliakov. After having been beside himself with fury, having invited trouble which now he ascribed entirely to himself alone, having satisfied his vanity and indignation, and beginning to hate himself for it, he stopped short, conscience-stricken, before Zina's unexpected outbreak. Her last words crushed him completely. To rush from one extreme to another was the work of a minute. "I am an ass, Zinaida Afanasievna!" he cried in a rush of frantic penitence. "No, what's an ass? An ass would be nothing. I am incomparably worse than an ass. But I will show you, Zinaida Afanasievna, I will show you that even an ass may be an honorable man. Uncle, I deceived you. It was I deceived you. You were not asleep. You really did make an offer. And I, like a scoundrel, out of revenge for having been refused, persuaded you that it had all been a dream." "Wonderfully interesting things are coming out," whispered Natalia Dmitrievna in Anna Nikolaevna's ear. "My dear," answered the prince, "please calm yourself. You really frighten me with your shouting. I assure you that you are mistaken. I am ready to be married by all means if it is necessary, but, you know, you assured me yourself that it was only a dream." "Oh, how can I convince you? Tell me how to convince him." Uncle, you know it's an important matter, most important, affecting family honor. Reflect, consider." "My dear, certainly I will reflect. Stay, let me recall it all in order. At first I dreamed of my coachman, Theophil." "Oh, it is not a question of Theophil now, uncle." "Oh, well, I suppose it is not a question of him now. Then there was Napoleon, and then we seemed to be drinking tea, and a lady came and ate up all the sugar." "But, uncle," Mozgliakov bawled in the confusion of his mind, "why, it was Marya Alexandrovna herself told us that this morning about Natalia Dmitrievna. Why, I was here and heard it myself. I was hiding and looking at you through the keyhole." "What, Marya Alexandrovna?" Natalia Dmitrievna broke in. "So you told the prince too that I stole the sugar out of your sugar basin? So I come to steal your sugar, do I?" "Get away with you!" cried Marya Alexandrovna, reduced to despair. "No, I won't go away, Marya Alexandrovna. Don't dare to speak to me like that. So I stole your sugar, did I? I have been hearing for a long time that you tell such nasty stories about me. Sophia Petrovna gave me an exact account of it. So I steal your sugar, do I?" "But, mesdames," cried the prince, "it was only a dream, you know. Why, I dream all sorts of things." "Cursed tub!" Marya Alexandrovna muttered in an undertone. "So I am a tub, am I?" shrieked Natalia Dmitrievna. "And who are you? I have known for ever so long that you called me a tub. I have got a husband anyway, while you've got a fool." "Oh, yes, I remember there was a tub, too," muttered the prince, unconsciously recalling his conversation with Marya Alexandrovna that morning. "So you're insulting a lady, too? How dare you, prince, insult a lady? If I am a tub, you have no legs." "Who? I have no legs?" "Yes, no legs and no teeth either, so that's what you are." "Yes, and only one eye, too," shouted Marya Alexandrovna. "You have stays instead of ribs," said Natalia Dmitrievna. "Your face is worked by springs." "You've no hair." "And the idiot has a false moustache," cried Marya Alexandrovna. Do at least leave me my nose, Marya Stepanovna, cried the prince, overwhelmed by such sudden candour. My dear, was it you gave me away? Did you tell them that my hair was false?
Uncle!
No, my dear, I really can't stay here any longer. Take me away. Quelle société! What have you brought me to, my goodness?
Imbecile! Scoundrel!
cried Marya Alexandrovna. Oh dear, said the poor prince, I've forgotten for the minute why I came here, but I shall remember directly. Take me away, dear boy, or they will tear me to pieces. Meanwhile, I must at once note down a new idea.
Let us go, uncle. It is not too late. I will take you at once to an hotel, and I will go with you.
Oh, yes, to an hotel. Adieu, ma charmante enfant. You alone are good and virtuous. You are an honourable girl. Come along, my dear boy. Oh dear, oh dear.
But I will not describe the conclusion of the unpleasant scene which took place on the prince's departure. The visitors dispersed with shrill scoldings and abuse. Marya Alexandrovna was left at last alone in the midst of the ruins of her former glory. Alas, power, glory, consequence, all had vanished in that one evening. Marya Alexandrovna realized that she could never rise to her former height. Her despotic rule over local society, which had lasted long years, was annihilated forever. What was left her now? To be philosophical? But she was not philosophical. She was in a paroxysm of rage all night. Zina was dishonored. There would be endless gossip and scandal. Horrors! As a faithful historian, I ought to mention that from this frenzy, the chief sufferer was Afanasy Matveyich, who took refuge at last in the lumber room and stayed there freezing till morning. At last the morning came, but it brought nothing good. Misfortunes never come singly. Chapter 15. If destiny once begins to pursue someone with misfortune, there is no end to its blows. That has been noticed long ago. Was the shame and disgrace of the previous day not enough for Marya Alexandrovna? No. Fate was preparing something more, something better. Before 10 o'clock in the morning, a strange and almost incredible rumor was suddenly all over the town, welcomed by all with the most spiteful and venomous glee, as we generally do welcome any extraordinary scandal connected with any of our neighbors. To be so lost to all shame and conscience, people cried on all sides, to demean herself to such a degree, to disregard all decorum, so utterly to cast off all restraint, and so on and so on. This was what had happened, however. Early in the morning, a little before 6 o'clock, a poor and pitiful-looking old woman in tears and despair ran up to Marya Alexandrovna's house and besought the maidservant to wake the young lady immediately, only the young lady, and in secret, so that Marya Alexandrovna should in no way hear of it. Zina, pale and shattered, ran out to the old woman at once. The latter fell at her feet, kissed them, bathed them with her tears, and besought her to come with her to her sick Vasya, who had been so bad all night that he might perhaps not last through the day. The old woman, sobbing, told Zina that Vasya himself begged her to go for a last farewell before he died,
implored her by all the holy angels, by all that had been in the past, and said that if she did not come, he would die in despair. Zina at once resolved to go, though yielding to this entreaty would obviously confirm all the old malicious gossip about the intercepted letter, about her scandalous behavior, and so on. Saying nothing to her mother, she threw on a cloak and at once hastened with the old woman right across the town to one of the poorest quarters of Mordassov, to the most out-of-the-way street, in which there was a little dilapidated house with little slits for windows, fallen aslant, as it were sunken into the ground and almost buried under huge drifts of snow. In this little house, in a little low-pitched, musty room in which the huge stove filled up half the floor space, a young man was lying covered with an old greatcoat on an unpainted wooden bed with a mattress as thin as a pancake. His face was pale and exhausted. His eyes glittered with a feverish glow. His hands were thin and dry as sticks. His breathing was labored and husky. It could be seen that he had once been handsome, but disease had disfigured the delicate features of his handsome face, which was terrible and pitiful to look at, as the face of a consumptive, or rather of a dying man, always is. His old mother, who had been for a whole year, almost to the last hour, hoping for her Vasya's recovery, saw at last that he was not long for this world. She stood over him, now crushed with grief, but tearless, clasping her hands and gazing at him as though she could never look at him enough. And though she knew it, she could not grasp that in a few days her Vasya, the apple of her eye, would be covered by the frozen earth out yonder under the snowdrifts in the wretched graveyard. But Vasya was not looking at her at that moment. His whole face, wasted and marked by suffering, was full of bliss. He saw before him, at last, her of whom he had been dreaming, asleep and awake, for the last year and a half in the long dreary nights of his sickness. He saw that she had forgiven him, coming to him like the angel of the Lord as he lay at death's door. She was pressing his hands, was weeping over him, smiling at him, looking at him again with her wonderful eyes, and all the past, never to return, rose up in the dying man's soul. Life glowed again in his heart, and seemed at parting from him as though it would make the sufferer feel how hard it was to part.
"Zina," he said, "Zinotchka, don't weep over me, don't mourn, don't grieve, don't remind me that I shall soon die. I shall look at you, yes, as I am looking at you now. I shall feel that our souls are together again, that you have forgiven me. I shall kiss your hands again as in old days, and die, perhaps, without noticing death. You have grown thin, Zinotchka. My angel, with what kindness you are looking at me now. And do you remember how you used to laugh in old days? Do you remember? Ah, Zina, I will not ask your forgiveness. I do not want to remember what happened, because, Zina, because though you have forgiven me, I shall never forgive myself. There have been long nights, Zina, long sleepless nights, awful nights. And in those nights on this bed I thought for long hours over many things, and made up my mind long ago that it is better for me to die. Yes, by God, it is better. I am not fit for life, Zinotchka."
Zina was weeping and mutely pressing his hands as though she would check his words.
"Why are you crying, my angel?"
the sick man went on.
"Because I am dying, only for that. But you know all the past has been dead and buried long ago.
You are cleverer than I. You are more pure-hearted, so you have known a long time that I am a bad man. Can you still love me? And what it has cost me to endure the thought that you know I am a bad and shallow man. And how much pride there was in that, perhaps honorable pride, I don't know. Oh, my dear, all my life has been a dream. I was always dreaming, forever dreaming, but did not live. I was proud, I despised the herd, and in what was I superior to other people? I don't know. Purity of heart, generosity of feeling. But all that was dreaming, Zina, when we read Shakespeare together. But when it came to action, I showed my purity and generosity of feeling. "Hush," said Zina, "hush! All that is not so. It is useless. You are killing yourself." "Why do you stop me, Zina? I know you have forgiven me, and perhaps you forgave me long ago, but you judged me and understood the sort of man I am. That is what torments me. I am unworthy of your love, Zina. You were honest and great-souled in action, too. You went to your mother and said that you would marry me and no one else, and you would have kept your word, because with you words were not apart from action. Well, I, when it came to action, do you know, Zina, I did not understand then what you would be sacrificing in marrying me. I did not even understand that marrying me you might die of starvation. I never even thought of it. I only thought that you would marry me, a great poet, a future one, that is. I would not understand the reasons you brought forward, begging me to put off our marriage. I tormented you, bullied you, reproached you, despised you, and it came at last to my threatening you with that letter. I was not even a scoundrel at that moment. I was simply a worm. Oh, how you must have despised me. Yes, it is well that I am dying. It is well that you did not marry me. I should have understood nothing of your sacrifice. I should have tormented you. I should have worried you over our poverty. The years would have passed, and who knows, perhaps I should have grown to hate you as a hindrance in my life. Now it is better. Now at least my bitter tears have purified my heart. Ah, Zinochka, love me a little as you used to love me once, in this last hour at least. I know, of course, that I do not deserve your love, but, oh, my angel." Several times in the course of this speech, Zina, sobbing herself, tried to stop him. But he did not listen to her. He was tormented by a longing to express himself, and he went on speaking, though with difficulty, gasping in a hoarse and choking voice. "If you hadn't met me, if you hadn't loved me, you would have lived," said Zina. "Oh, why did we meet?" "No, my darling, do not reproach yourself with my dying," the sick man went on. "I am the only person to blame for everything. How much vanity there was in it, romantic foolishness. Have they told you my foolish history, Zina? You see, 2 years ago there was a convict here, a criminal and murderer, but when it came to punishment, he turned out to be the most cowardly creature. Knowing that they would not flog a sick man, he got hold of some spirit, put tobacco in it, and drank it. He was attacked with such violent sickness, vomiting blood, and it lasted so long that it affected his lungs. He was moved to the hospital, and within a few months he died of rapid consumption. Well, my angel, I thought of that convict that very day, you know, after that note. and made up my mind to destroy myself in the same way. But why do you think I chose consumption? Why didn't I strangle myself or drown myself? Was I afraid of immediate death? Perhaps it was that, but I keep fancying, Zinotchka, that even in this I could not lay aside romantic foolishness. Anyway, I had in my mind at the time the thought, how picturesque it would be, here I should lie in bed dying of consumption, while you would be distressed and unhappy at having sent me into consumption. You would come to me confessing yourself guilty, would fall on your knees before me. I should forgive you, should die in your arms. It was silly, Zinotchka, silly, wasn't it? Don't speak of it, said Zina. Don't say that. You are not like that. Let us remember rather something else that was good and happy in our past.
It is bitter to me, my darling. That is why I talk of it. I haven't seen you for 1.5 years. I should like to open my heart to you now. You know, ever since then I have been utterly alone, and I think there has not been one moment when I have not thought of you, my precious one. And do you know what, Zinotchka? How I longed to do something, to deserve that you should change your opinion of me. Until lately I did not believe that I should die. You know I was not laid up at first. For a long time I was walking about after my lungs were affected. And what absurd projects I had! I dreamed, for instance, of becoming all at once a great poet, and publishing in the Notes of the Fatherland a poem unlike anything in the world. I thought of pouring into it all my feelings, all my soul, so that wherever you might be, I should be with you, always reminding you of me with my poem. And the very best of my dreams was that you would think at last and say, "No, he is not such a bad man as I thought." It was stupid, Zinotchka, wasn't it? "No, no, Vasya, no," said Zina. She fell on his breast and kissed his hands. "And how jealous I was of you all this time! I believe I should have died if I had heard of your marriage. I kept watch on you, I spied. She was constantly going," and he nodded toward his mother. "You did not love Mozgliakov, did you, Zinotchka? Oh, my angel! Will you remember me when I am dead? I know you will remember, but years will pass, the heart will grow harder, you will grow cold, there will be winter in your soul, and you will forget me, Zinotchka." "No, no, never! I shall not marry. You are my first, and mine forever." "Everything dies, Zinotchka, even memories, and our noble feelings die. Common sense takes their place. What is the use of repining? Make use of life, Zina. Live long, live happily. Love someone else if you can love. There is no loving the dead. Only think of me from time to time. Do not remember what was bad. Forgive the bad. But you know there was good too in our love, Zinotchka. Oh, golden days that never can return. Listen, my angel, I always loved the evening hour of sunset. Think of me sometimes at that hour. Oh, no, no, why die? Oh, how I long to come back to life again. Remember, my dear, remember that time. It was spring then. The sun was shining so brightly. The flowers were in blossom. It was like a holiday all round us. And now look, look." And with a wasted hand the poor fellow pointed to the dingy, frozen window.
Then he clutched Zina's hands, pressed them to his eyes, and sobbed bitterly, bitterly. His sobs almost lacerated his racked breast. And the whole day he was sobbing in anguish and misery. Zina did her best to comfort him, but she was half dead with misery. She told him that she would never forget him, and that she would never love another man as she loved him. He believed her, smiled, kissed her hands, but memories of the past only kindled fresh suffering in his soul. So passed the whole day. Meanwhile, Marya Alexandrovna, in alarm, sent 12 times to Zina, entreating her to return home and not to ruin herself completely in public opinion. At last, when it was getting dark, almost beside herself with horror, she made up her mind to go to Zina herself. Calling her daughter out into the other room, she besought her almost on her knees to turn aside this last worst dagger from her heart. Zina went out to her, feeling ill. Her head was burning. She listened and did not understand her mother. Marya Alexandrovna went away at last in despair, for Zina was determined to stay the night in the dying man's house. She did not leave his bedside all night. But the sick man grew worse and worse. The day came at last, but there was no hope that the sufferer would live through it. The old mother seemed frantic. She walked about as though she could not take it in, giving her son medicines which he would not take. His agony lasted a long time. He could not speak, and only incoherent, husky sounds broke from his throat. Up to the very last moment he gazed at Zina, still sought her with his eyes, and when the light in his eyes was beginning to grow dim, he still, with a straying, uncertain hand, felt for her hand to press it in his. Meanwhile the short winter day was passing, and when the last farewell gleam of sunshine gilded the solitary frozen window of the little room, the soul of the sufferer parted from his exhausted body and floated after that last ray. The old mother, seeing her adored boy lying dead before her, clasped her hands, uttered a shriek, and threw herself upon his breast. "It is you, you snake in the grass, have been his ruin! You, accursed girl, with your ill deeds have parted us, and been his undoing!" But Zina did not hear her. She stood over the dead man as though she had lost all comprehension. At last she bent down, made the sign of the cross over him, kissed him, and walked mechanically out of the room. Her eyes were burning, her head was going round. Her agonizing experiences, her 2 nights without sleep, almost deprived her of reason. She vaguely felt that all her past had been, as it were, torn out of her heart, and that a new life was beginning, gloomy and menacing. But before she had gone 10 paces, Mozgliakov seemed to spring out of the earth before her. He seemed to be purposely lying in wait for her at that spot. "Zinaida Afanasievna," he began in a timorous whisper, looking nervously around him, for it was hardly dark yet. "Zinaida Afanasievna, of course I am an ass. That is, if you like, I am not an ass now, for you see, anyway, I have behaved honorably. But still I am sorry for having been an ass. I am afraid I am muddled, Zinaida Afanasievna, but that is due to all sorts of reasons." Zina gazed at him almost unconsciously, and went on her way in silence. As it was difficult for 2 to go abreast on the raised wooden pavement, and as Zina did not move aside,
Pavel Alexandrovitch jumped off the pavement and ran by her side below, peeping up continually into her face.
"Zinaida Afanasievna," he went on, "I have reflected, and if you are willing, I am prepared to renew my offer. I am ready to forget everything, Zinaida Afanasievna, the whole disgrace, and to forgive it, but only on one condition. So long as we are here, let it all be kept secret. You will go away from here as soon as possible. I shall follow you secretly. We will be married in some remote place so that no one shall see it, and then at once we will go to Petersburg, travelling with posting horses, so you should only take a little portmanteau. Eh? Do you agree, Zinaida Afanasievna? Tell me quickly. I can't wait about. We might be seen together."
Zina made no answer. She only looked at Mozgliakov, but the look was such that he understood at once, took off his hat, bowed himself off, and vanished at the first turning into a side street.
"What is the meaning of it?" he thought. "That evening, the day before yesterday, she was all softness and sentiment, and took all the blame on herself. She changes from day to day, it seems."
And meanwhile, one event was following another in Mordasov. A tragic circumstance had occurred. After being driven to the hotel by Mozgliakov, the old prince was taken ill the same night, and dangerously ill. The people of Mordasov heard the news next morning. Kalist Stanislavich scarcely left his bedside. In the evening there was a consultation of all the Mordasov doctors. The invitations to request their attendance were written in Latin. But in spite of the Latin, the prince had already lost consciousness, was delirious, kept asking Kalist Stanislavich to sing him a ballad, and talking about wigs. At times he seemed frightened and cried out. The doctors decided that the hospitality of Mordasov had set up inflammation of the stomach, which had somehow passed, probably on the journey, to the brain. They admitted the possibility also of some moral shock. They summed up in conclusion by saying that the prince had been for a long time past predisposed to death, and so would certainly die. On the last point they were not mistaken, for 3 days later the poor old man died at the hotel. This was a great shock to the people of Mordasov. No one had expected the affair to take such a serious turn. They flocked in crowds to the hotel where the dead body was lying. They discussed and debated, nodded their heads, and ended by severely censuring the luckless prince's murderers, understanding, of course, by that term, Marya Alexandrovna and her daughter. Everyone felt that this affair, from its extremely scandalous character, might easily gain an unpleasant publicity, would perhaps reach faraway parts, and all sorts of possibilities were talked over and discussed. All this time, Mozgliakov was in the greatest fuss and flurry, and at last his head was in a perfect whirl. He was in that state of mind when he saw Zina. His position was certainly difficult. He had brought the prince into the town. He had moved him to the hotel, and now he did not know what to do with the dead man, where to bury him, whom to inform of his death. Should the body be taken to Duhanovo? Besides, he considered himself a nephew. He trembled with apprehension that he might be blamed for the venerable old man's death. "Very likely there will be talk of it in Petersburg in the best society," he thought with a shudder. He could not extract advice of any sort from his Mordasov acquaintances. They were all overcome by sudden consternation. They rushed away from the dead body and left Mozgliakov in gloomy isolation. But all at once the scene was completely transformed. Early the next morning, a new visitor arrived in the town.
Of this visitor all Mordassov instantly began talking, but they spoke of him mysteriously in a whisper, staring at him out of every chink in every window when he drove along the high street on his way to the governor's. Even Pyotr Mikhailovitch seemed overawed, and did not know what tone to take with his visitor. The visitor was no other than the renowned Prince Chapetolov, a relative of the old prince's, a man still youngish, about 35, with shoulder knots and the epaulets of a colonel. The sight of those shoulder knots struck awe into the hearts of all subordinate officials. The police-master, for instance, completely lost his head. In a moral sense, of course. Physically he put in an appearance, though it was a very stiff and constrained appearance. It was at last learned that Prince Shepetolov had come from Petersburg, calling on the way at Duhanovo. Finding no one at Duhanovo, he flew off in pursuit of his uncle to Mordassov, where he had been thunderstruck by the news of the old man's death and the rumors concerning the circumstances attending it. Pyotr Mikhailovitch was actually a little nervous as he gave the necessary explanations, and indeed everyone in Mordassov had a guilty air. Moreover, the visitor had such a stern, such a dissatisfied face, though one would have thought it impossible to be dissatisfied with the fortune he was inheriting. He at once took everything into his own hands. Mozgliakov promptly and with shame effaced himself before the real, not self-styled, nephew, and vanished, no one knew where. It was decided to move the dead body at once to the monastery, where a requiem service was arranged. All the directions were given by the old prince's kinsman briefly, dryly, and sternly, but with tact and decorum. Next day all the town assembled at the monastery to hear the requiem service. An absurd rumor was current among the ladies that Marya Alexandrovna would appear at the church in person, and on her knees before the coffin would pray aloud for forgiveness, and that this all had to be done in accordance with the law. All this, of course, proved to be nonsense, and Marya Alexandrovna did not come to the church. We forgot to say that immediately after Zina's return to the house, her mother decided that very evening to move to their country house, considering it impossible to remain longer in the town. There she listened anxiously from her seclusion to the rumors from the town, sent to find out about the new arrival, and was all the time in a state of fever. The road from the monastery to Duhanovo passed less than 3/4 of a mile from her windows, and so Marya Alexandrovna could command a convenient view of the long procession which stretched from the monastery to Duhanovo after the service. The coffin was upon a high hearse, and after it stretched a long string of carriages, escorting it to the point where the road turns off to the town. And that gloomy hearse could be seen a long way further, a black patch against the white snow-covered plain, moving slowly with becoming dignity. But Marya Alexandrovna could not look at it long. She walked away from the window. A week later she moved to Moscow with her daughter and Afanasy Matveyitch, and a month later the news reached Mordassov that Marya Alexandrovna's country house, as well as her town house, were for sale. And so this comme-il-faut lady was lost to Mordassov forever. Even this could not pass without ill-natured jibes. It was asserted, for instance, that Afanasy Matveyitch was being sold with their country place. 1 year passed, and then a second, and Marya Alexandrovna was almost forgotten. Alas, that is how it always is in life. It was said, however, that she had bought another country place and had moved to another provincial town, where, of course, she had already taken control of everything.
that Zina was still unmarried, that Afanasy Matveyich— However, it is hardly worth while to repeat these rumors. They were all very untrustworthy. 3 years have passed since I wrote the last line of the first part of my Mordassov chronicle, and who would have supposed that I should have occasion to open my manuscript again and to add another piece of news to my story? Well, here it is. I will begin with Pavel Alexandrovich Mosklyakov. When he disappeared from Mordassov, he went straight to Petersburg, where he successfully obtained the post in the service that had long been promised him. He soon forgot all the incidents at Mordassov, threw himself into the vortex of social life on Vasilyevsky Island, and had a gay time of it, flirted, kept up with the times, fell in love, made an offer, swallowed another refusal, and before he had digested it, was led by idleness and the frivolity of his character to get for himself a post on an expedition which was being sent to one of the remotest borders of our boundless fatherland, for inspection or for some other object, I don't know for certain what. The party successfully traversed all the forests and deserts, and at last, after long peregrinations, arrived in the chief town of that remote region to call on the Governor-General. He was a tall, lean, stern general, an old military man who had been often wounded in battle, and had 2 stars and a white cross on his breast. He received the expedition with dignity and decorum, and invited all the officials to a ball which was to be given that very evening on the occasion of the name-day of the governor's wife. Pavel Alexandrovitch was very much pleased. Attiring himself in his Petersburg suit, in which he intended to produce an effect, he walked with a free and easy air into the big reception hall, but he was at once somewhat taken aback at the sight of the numbers of thick and plated epaulets and civilian uniforms with stars on their breasts. He had to pay his respects to the governor's wife, of whom he had heard that she was young and very good-looking. He went up to her, indeed, with aplomb, but was suddenly petrified with amazement. Before him stood Zina, in a resplendent ball dress and diamonds, looking proud and haughty. She completely failed to recognize Pavel Alexandrovitch. Her eyes glided over his face and at once turned to someone else. Astounded, Pavel Alexandrovitch moved to one side, and in the crowd came into collision with a timid young official who seemed to be frightened at finding himself at the governor's ball. Pavel Alexandrovitch immediately began to question him, and learned the most interesting facts. He learned that the governor had married 2 years ago, when he had visited Moscow, and that he had married a very wealthy young lady of a distinguished family. That the governor's wife was awfully good-looking, even, one might say, a beauty of the first order, but that she behaved extremely proudly, and only danced with generals. That at the present ball there were in all 9 generals, their own and visitors, including the actual civil councillors. That the governor's wife had a mamma who lived with her, and that this mamma belonged to the highest society and was very clever, but that the mamma herself was completely dominated by the daughter, while the general himself simply doted on his spouse. Mosklyakov faltered a question about Afanasy Matveyich, but they had no conception of his existence in the remote region. Regaining his confidence a little, Mosklyakov walked about the rooms and soon saw Marya Alexandrovna, gorgeously attired, brandishing a costly fan and talking with animation to a personage of the 4th class. Round her clustered several ladies, evidently anxious to propitiate her, and Marya Alexandrovna was apparently very gracious to all of them. Mosklyakov ventured to introduce himself.
Marya Alexandrovna seemed a little startled, but almost instantly recovered herself. She graciously condescended to recognize Pavel Alexandrovitch, questioned him about Petersburg acquaintances, asked him why he was not abroad. To Mordassov she made no allusion whatever, as though such a place had no existence on earth. At last, after mentioning the name of a distinguished Petersburg prince and inquiring after his health, though Mozgliakov had no acquaintance whatever with the prince in question, she turned imperceptibly to a grand personage who was approaching, whose grey locks were fragrant with scent, and a minute later had completely forgotten Pavel Alexandrovitch, though he remained standing before her. With his hat in his hand and a sarcastic smile on his face, Mozgliakov returned to the great hall. Considering for some unknown reasons that he was insulted and even wounded, he resolved not to dance. A morose and absent expression and a biting Mephistophelian smile never left his face the whole evening. He leaned in a picturesque attitude against a column. As luck would have it, there were columns in the hall, and during the whole ball, that is, for several hours together, he remained standing at the same place, watching Zina. But alas, all his antics, all his striking attitudes, his disillusioned air, and all the rest of it were thrown away. Zina completely failed to observe him. At last, enraged and with legs aching from long standing, hungry because as an unhappy lover he could not remain to supper, he returned to his lodgings quite worn out and feeling as though he had been beaten by someone. For a long while he did not go to bed, recalling the past which he had so long forgotten. Next morning new instructions arrived, and with relief Mozgliakov succeeded in being entrusted with the execution of them. He felt positively lighter-hearted as he drove out of the town. Snow was lying like a dazzling shroud over the boundless, deserted plain. In the distance, on the very horizon, stretched dark forests. The mettlesome horses dashed along, flinging the powdery snow with their hoofs. The sledge bell tinkled. Pavel Alexandrovitch sank into thought, and then into dreams, and then into a sweet sleep. He awoke at the third posting station, feeling fresh and well, with quite different thoughts in his mind.
This concludes Uncle's Dream. I will be appending one final video to this sequence with some concluding thoughts on the novel. You are welcome to join me there. Otherwise, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed this Let's Read experience. In this final video, I will be commenting on what I take to be the novel's most important features. For all its appearance as a simple comedy with little literary ambition, there is enough going on beneath the surface to warrant a closer look. Of course, the portrayal of this little town in provincial Russia is unrelentingly negative, and the humor on offer has an acerbic bite. There are few characters here worth admiring. We might sympathize with Zina more than any of the other central characters, at least while she is 23. But in the little epilogue where she is years older, it is hard to admire the woman she has become. Vasya, the schoolteacher, doesn't suffer from the same taint of low-minded pettiness that characterizes Mordassov in general, but his decisions in the backstory are egoistic and fatuous, and eventually he robs his mother of her son through an idiotic and romantically inspired suicide. One can't help but feel sorry for the prince throughout the story, but quite apart from his innocent senility, his appearances on the stage testify to a life squandered on foolishness, and to an insensitivity to the suffering of the lower classes. The society ladies, of course, are simply impossible. Even our narrator, striking up his satirical tone, does little to inspire virtue. But perhaps the clearest exemplars of vice in the novel are Mozgliakov on the one hand and Marya Alexandrovna on the other. Both of these figures are selfish and shallow. Both of them are obsessed with social advantage, and both of them use Zina's beauty as a pawn for personal gain, a trophy bride for the hopeful suitor, or a tool for wealth and status for the manipulative mother. As a comment on an earlier video put it, Marya Alexandrovna is a real monster, not only a vicious person, but armed with both cunning and the audacity to employ it. In fact, as I read the story, its most admirable figure is a person who never enters the stage and is universally scorned by the figures who do. Stepanida Matveyevna, the prince's caretaker, who diligently provides for him a happy and peaceable retirement in his dotage, and protects him from the vultures eagerly surrounding him. It is a nice touch of irony when Marya Alexandrovna predicts the prince's imminent death in Chapter 4, on the grounds that Stepanida Matveyevna would hasten his demise. She is only half right, and in a way she does not expect, for of course it is she, and not her opponent, who becomes the prince's inadvertent killer. All this cynical depiction of Mordassov society is wrapped up throughout with a multi-layered criticism of the romanticism of the prior generation. The prince, of course, is a relic of a prior age, an age when romanticism was in full bloom, and an age that was very much in its sunset years, with a change of the Tsar, an approaching change in the status of the peasantry, and a change in the cultural and political opinions of the intelligentsia. In fact, I think we can learn something about the development of Dostoevsky as a writer through his years of imprisonment and exile by putting Uncle's Dream, a work of the late 1850s, side by side with two short stories of the late 1840s, White Nights and A Little Hero. Romanticism is very much a part of those tales as well, but with a different flavor. A Little Hero involves the reminiscences of a childhood holiday on a country estate among upper-crust gentry. It is loaded with romantic imagery and references, but has none of the cynicism. White Nights is the tale of a romantic dreamer who spends his evenings immersed in the reveries of his imagined narratives. The story offers a clear recognition that this kind of life is dangerously isolating, and yet it is also acknowledged to be charmingly seductive. Here, in Uncle's Dream, romantic ideals provide fodder for continual satire. When Marya Alexandrovna offers her arguments with Zina, with the prince, and with Mozgliakov, in each case she does so by leveraging romantic images. Zina will forgive her beloved Vasya under the azure exotic sky of Malaga, where he may die blissfully in her arms. The prince can reinvigorate the amorous chivalry of the court of Louis XIV. Mozgliakov will impress his beloved Zina by his melancholy, cultivated pose at a ball of the highest society, and so on. Even Afanasy Matveyevich is coached on how to appear like a romantic hero. In none of these cases are we expected to take the argument seriously. Of course, in Mozgliakov's case, we actually get to see Marya Alexandrovna's image put to the test in the little epilogue. As noted earlier, the ball scene is really a reference to Pushkin's narrative poem, Evgeny Onegin, and the way it plays out in the final pages serves to parody that source material. Pushkin's hero succeeds in stirring the passions of his beloved. All Mozgliakov gets in return is stiffness and an empty stomach. Reality will have its way, romantic notions be darned. And of course there is the other young suitor, who has his own collision with reality in that thematically important, if stylistically awkward, last chapter. Of course, he is the one who introduces Zina to that cursed Shakespeare, and while it would be a stretch to call Shakespeare a romantic author, we can easily see how the disillusionment of Hamlet or the dual suicides of Romeo and Juliet could be folded into the romantic overtones of Byron or Goethe. Vasya fits this mold himself. He feels disdain for the world around him while fantasizing of penning the perfect poem. He describes himself as a dreamer, rather like the protagonist of White Nights. And, like young Werther of Goethe's novel, reacts to his bad luck in love with a suicide, if an unusual form of it. On his deathbed, all this seems to be exposed as folly. His grand artistic plans never materialize. There is nothing at all glamorous about his death, and he is left with nothing but regret. In fact, he notes one source of regret that had already been anticipated in White Nights: isolation from the rest of the world, which has prevented him from ever really living. All this might suggest that in Uncle's Dream, Dostoevsky is turning his back on romanticism once and for all. But of course things are never so simple with this author. If we consider the kinds of arguments that Marya Alexandrovna musters in her first interview with Zina in Chapter 5, we see her leverage a number of ideas, including the nobility of Christian self-sacrifice. This is not an ideal that Dostoevsky would ever disparage himself. He would go through life valuing it. Rather, we are witnessing Marya Alexandrovna abuse it in sophistry. Similarly, she is obviously abusing romantic values. What we are witnessing in Uncle's Dream is not really an abandonment of the romantic instinct, the love of the beautiful, the supernatural, the sublime. He will have that instinct for the rest of his days, an instinct that will set him apart from his nihilistic opponents. Rather, we are witnessing an exploration of its abuses. This will prove to be part of Dostoevsky's M.O. going forward. There is no idea he considers which escapes literary judgment and criticism, including ideas that are near and dear to his heart. And his judgment will so often concern the collision of ideas with reality. The amoralism of Raskolnikov meets its reckoning in Crime and Punishment, just as the piety of Alyosha collides with the stinking body of Father Zosima in Brothers Karamazov. Dostoevsky is ruthless both with the ideas he hates and the ones he loves. I think we may be seeing a hint of this new tendency here, a tendency which will come to be one of Dostoevsky's most distinguishing features. Of course, one of the greatest dangers of Romanticism is the way in which it might fail to account for the real particular concerns of the material world, such as the poverty of Vasya's household, or the emptiness of Mozgliakov's stomach in the final scene. This was, in fact, the dominant complaint against Romanticism in Russia at the time. And of course, empty ideas can be manipulated and abused in all kinds of ways to serve the selfish aims of the speaker, as Marya Alexandrovna's duplicity reveals. In fact, I think the very last words of the novel bear out this concern. After his defeat at the ball, Mozgliakov wakes up contented, quote, with quite different thoughts in his mind, Unquote. Thoughts, after all, are quite easy to replace. They are cheap and can be swapped out by the fickle-minded at a moment's notice to serve their purposes. Such is the danger of a naive romanticism. And naivete is precisely what Dostoevsky lost in those years of ordeal in the prison camp in Siberia, as we see in this seemingly unassuming little novel from the late 1850s. He wrote another little novel during this period, one which most critics seem to believe to be the better of the two. The Village of Stepanchikovo, sometimes called The Friend of the Family. After a bit of a break, I will be tackling that one next. But the current Let's Read is at an end. Per usual, if you find these comments to be inaccurate or incomplete, I welcome you to improve upon them in the comments section below. I thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed the experience.